Chapter 4705. Golden Fist Emperor. A peerless practitioner of the way of the fist looked rather unstable and weak. The petrification phenomenon was outside of his control despite repeated attempts of stopping it with all of his power and vitality. Here, he tried to use the power from the roots of the land in order to stop the corrosive invasion. He also thought that he had done a great job and destroyed all traces. Alas, someone still managed to find him. "Who are you?" He glared at the unwelcomed visitors. His eyes spewed out an expensive golden light, causing Jian Ming and the Taoist to feel a sharp pain on their neck as if they had just been slashed by a divine sword. His fist intent came next, attempting to pulverize their chest. Shit! The two immediately ran behind Li Qie to avoid being killed. "Senior Fist Emperor, we're on the same side, the same side." Jian Ming shouted to avoid a misunderstanding. "On the same side?" The Emperor stood up and his suppressive aura only intensified. He, on the same side indeed. This is your Golden Gate's new son-in-law, the husband of your jewel." The Taoist laughed. Ting Rong. The rays from the Emperor's eyes could pierce through heart. Jian Ming trembled in fear afterward. Though he was wounded, his aura was still dreadful. He was clearly one of the strongest cultivators in the contemporary. He focused particularly on Jian Ming, seemingly wanting to eat the boy alive. This was commonly seen in fathers-in-law. Their daughters were about to be taken away by some bastards. "How dare you force this marriage? State your sect affiliation." The Emperor seemed ready to smash Jian Ming into a pulp. His rage was warranted since he had imagined the scenario of the rest of the world finding out about the immortal gemstone. They would have schemed against him, and one of the strategies included threatening him with Golden Gate. A forced marriage was another one. He didn't trust anyone, certainly not this son-in-law who appeared out of nowhere. He already showed plenty of restraint by not instantly attacking. Jian Ming raised both hands and said, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. We were both willing. I have proof." Having said that, he took out a crystal badge and handed it to the Emperor. This was given to him by Tingrong just in case something like this were to happen. The Emperor opened it and read her message before trusting Jian Ming. He put it away and asked, "What are you doing here?" He wasn't underestimating the group. It's just that they couldn't do anything against the behemoths. "Saving you. Hand the stone over," Li Qie said. "Save me." The Emperor glared at him. "Here for the immortal stone too?" His aggression returned, evident by the sharp rays emanating from his eyes. Jian Ming became nervous, not wanting a fight to break out. The Emperor has been on guard and tense for so long since everyone wanted the immortal stone. "Don't want to?" Li Qie smiled. "Do you know who you will be facing?" The Emperor said. "You, true immortal, 3,000 Dao? In other words, Dao Sanqian and the monarchs from True Immortal." Li Qie chuckled. "So you do know. Why would I hand it over to you?" The Emperor said. "Still stubborn, I see. If it wasn't for the marriage, I would just be taking the stone and leaving you to fend for yourself." Li Qie said. "That's a strong claim." The Emperor had glimpses of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As a sect founder and a mighty heavenly sovereign, how many could actually take him down? He escaped from the alliance, albeit with the help of the immortal gemstone. Nonetheless, this still required incredible personal ability. Your cultivation isn't shallow. The problem is that you're at the end of the rope, already using one punch in Worldbreaker. A second one is impossible, and most importantly, this power is beyond your control. Li Qie said while staring at him, "You are barely managing to hold on. The power of the primordial union isn't enough to disperse the invasion. This is futile." "Utter nonsense," the Emperor uttered coldly. "Is that so? Do you still think you can stop the power of the gemstone? Even if you can borrow the force of the union, it will only delay your death." Li Qie smirked. "Humph." To which the Emperor responded. This was indeed the truth. That gemstone was capable of resisting Worldbreaker itself. Alas, it had invaded and wounded him. This would only worsen with time. He entered the Union hoping to gain another external force. Alas, he couldn't make full use of the Union, only borrowing the bare surface. It was enough to slow down the invasion, but death was looming on the horizon. Because of this, the petrification process didn't stop. "So you're just waiting for the gemstone," he said. "Why do you want it? To die faster? You can't control it and can't bring it back to your sect. There is no place for you to go with it in your possession. Li Qie said. The emperor had no response since he was well aware of the consequences. Having this gemstone meant always being the target of the behemoths. If he were to bring it back to Golden Gate, this meant bringing destruction back to the sect. If he chose to run alone, they would still find him eventually. The world was vast, but so did their reach. Moreover, Golden Gate would become a hostage. Chapter 4706. Power of the Union. The consequences of having this gemstone were dire. A good outcome would be him dying alone. The worst would be complete clan extermination. However, he still had hopes of being able to control the gemstone's power. At that point, he would become untouchable and sweep through the entire world. 3,000 Dao and true immortal wouldn't be able to do a damn thing. It wouldn't be hard for him to fight Dan Sanqian and the monarchs from true immortal. He would be able to protect himself and his sect. Just think about it. He was able to stop the power of Worldbreaker with its help. This proved its potential to make him unbeatable. Therefore, he focused on healing his injuries and the invasive power of the gemstone, hence the need to use the Union. This was easier said than done. Someone as strong as him still couldn't muster enough energy from the Union, only getting mere drips. Alas, he thought that with enough time, maybe it would prove sufficient as he gained more insight into the gemstone. He understood how unlikely this was. As an experienced cultivator, he wasn't blind to the truths. The other alternative was to give up the gemstone, saving both himself and Golden Gate. However, this was a supreme item. If they could somehow keep it, Golden Gate might become a real contender later. No one could resist the temptation of the gemstone. Furthermore, he had experienced being empowered with it, making it even harder to give it up unless there was no other choice. He didn't give it up when surrounded by the behemoths. The same applied to this situation. You speak as if you're the one who should have it, he said. Correct, I am the only one in the world. Li Qie calmly said. I doubt you can even grasp it from me. The emperor snorted. You're very confident in your ability. Li Qie retorted. With the exception of apex existence like Dao Sanqian, I can handle everyone else. The emperor responded and his fist Dao erupted as well. The Grand Dao surrounded him and engulfed Li Qie as well. He wasn't bragging since it was the truth. He could actually fight evenly against Skybreak or Tyrant Monarch's group. Thus, he was confident in dealing with a junior. If I defeat you right now, you won't be convinced due to your heavy injuries. What should I do about this? Li Qie mused. You! The emperor turned red with rage, nearly vomiting a mouthful of blood. He was a sect founder who had fought against the heroes of the world. He feared no one during his travel. Now, this junior seemed to be looking down on him. Not even Dao Sanqian would do something like this. Li Qie suddenly raised his hand. The emperor instantly reacted by posing defensively and activating his fist Dao. Gales took over the battlefield. He thought that Li Qie was about to attack, but this was not the case. Radiance descended and surrounded the emperor. This was akin to being blessed by the high heaven. He bathed in the sacred light and felt the warmth of spring. Zzz. The petrified part started becoming flesh and blood again. He found his vitality flowing smoothly once more. The power of the immortal gemstone was gone and his internal injuries have been healed to his astonishment. He had used his supreme merit laws and the most expensive medicines only to fail. Now, a junior cured him with just one hand wave? The guy didn't use alchemy to help at all. How could it be so easy? Only the high heaven could do something like this. What did you do? Such a merit law exists in this world? Shock and fear overwhelmed him. He knew the extent of his injuries. The current #1 in the world, Dao Sanqian, couldn't have healed him with one hand wave. It would still require immense effort and time. It's not a merit law. Li Qie revealed. You wanted to borrow the power of the Union. That's what's happening right now. The power of the Union? But how can you control it? And with such ease, impossible. The emperor blurted out. It wasn't easy for him to borrow this power despite being connected with these roots. If Li Qie actually healed him in this manner, it meant that the guy had perfect control of the Union. This was unprecedented. Countless ancient ancestors in history have come here but no one displayed this level of mastery. Dao Sanqian, who had obtained a great fortune here, didn't reach this level either. Chapter 4707. Azure Bulwark of the Fist. Dao the Emperor thought that he was in a dream. How could someone possess such mastery over the primordial union? Rumor has it that this place existed at the formation of the primordial chaos, above the control of any single man. Now, will you hand the gemstone over? Li Qie smiled. The Emperor became serious again due to the predicament. He had remained stubborn for so long. Just handing it over now seemed off somehow. Yielding without a fight wasn't part of his personality. If you still haven't given up, then make your move. Li Qie said, though I've agreed with the little girl to spare your life, I'll have to teach you a lesson. The Emperor took a deep breath and said, I've never given up before a fight. If you wish for me to hand it over, you need to show me your unstoppable power. I'm afraid you aren't qualified to witness my power since you would be reduced to ashes at the start. But it is fine to let you see a bit of the Union's power. Li Qie smiled. This statement was infuriating, especially for accomplished cultivators. They rarely experience disdain after making a name of themselves. The Emperor naturally became annoyed. Nonetheless, he took a deep breath and maintained his cool. Very well, I'll be convinced if you can defeat me and will hand the gemstone over without saying a word. Buzz! He gathered his energy and fist intense. Jianming and the Taoist thought that his first move would result in a chaotic expanse of fist energy and Tao. However, the opposite actually occurred. All the auras disappeared. He clenched his right hand into a fist while the left remained a palm. He then cupped his fist and the ground suddenly shook violently. All of his powers and vitality gathered on his right fist while the Tao gathered on his left. His body became a vessel for the various empowerment affinities and internal energy sources. He used the world and the myriad Tao to create the strongest and most unbreakable defense. He became one with the heaven and earth, lasting as long as they would. This was the culmination of his fist Tao. What is this technique? Jianming commented. He understood that this was rather hard to break since it encompassed the myriad Tao and the physical fabrics of reality. In order to hit the Emperor, Li Qie must first break the myriad Tao and the region around the Emperor. This is why he's on the same level as the monarchs. The Taoist praised, this defensive technique alone is enough for him to hold the world in disdain. The Emperor only focused on defense instead of offense, a sign of him viewing Li Qie as a dangerous foe. He only wanted to survive and never thought about defeating Li Qie. As long as he lasted long enough, victory would be his. Azure Bulwark of the Fist Tao. The Emperor uttered the name of the technique. His words were in tune with the Grand Tao. The two spectators exchanged glances, agreeing with the naming scheme since it was so apparent. They then stared at Li Qie, wondering what he would do. Despite the difficulty in defeating the Emperor's bulwark, they still had complete confidence in Li Qie. Make your move. Feel free to use all your weapons. The Emperor shouted confidently. He employed this technique against the monarchs from the Alliance and survived their onslaught, albeit with injuries. This place is my weapon. No need for anything else. Its power alone is enough to crush you. Li Qie smiled. The Emperor snorted and didn't buy it. No one in this world could defeat him with ease. Li Qie reached forward and then slowly closed his fingers while aiming at the Emperor. In this split second, the others felt a spatial fluctuation. Li Qie became the high heaven with the cosmos in his grasp. This included the myriad Tao and all living beings. Worlds created and worlds destroyed. Tao coming into fruition and extinguishing, all happened within a single thought of his. The largest worlds and strongest beings were nothing more than specks of dust compared to him. When these insignificant beings looked up at the sky, they couldn't see the boundless cosmos, let alone the hand grasping everything. Nonetheless, the trio certainly felt that he could crush them or reduce the entire world into nothingness in an instant. Boom! Li Qie clenched his fist tightly and the Emperor's impressive technique collapsed with haste. The power of the various affinities, the myriad Tao, and the Emperor's own cultivation disintegrated. Ah! The Emperor screamed and fell to the ground, bloodied. This left the duo in shambles. The Emperor himself had no words to describe how helpless he felt just now. All the previous opponents he had faced weren't worthy of holding Li Qie's shoes. This included Dao Sanqian, whom he had met before. Chapter 4708. Immortal Gemstone. Despite his wondrous bulwark, He felt that Li Qie could have killed him with a single thought, not needing to raise his hand at all. What merit law is this? He couldn't help but ask after being utterly dominated. No one could be this strong, he thought. Jian Ming and the Taoist trembled with fear. They knew about Li Qie's terrifying ability despite his non-flashy nature. However, he became the high heaven or something greater just now. Even the immortal monarchs were nothing more than ants. He was in complete control and could determine the fate of the world at will. This was a power beyond their imagination. It was dreadful to think that one particular being could have so much control over everything else. The Tao can be used with a single thought. It's not a merit law or anything. Li Qie stared at him and said, "You wanted to see the power of the union?" That was it. The emperor took a deep breath. The power of the union was obvious at this point. The problem was, how did this person control it so easily? Invincible, he murmured and turned pale. For regular cultivators, ancestors of great powers were invincible. For the experts, he and the monarchs were invincible. For them, Dao Sanqian and the other eternal beings were the true monsters. Now, he gained a new perspective. This word should only be used for Li Qie. Okay, don't make me take the gemstone myself now. Li Qie said. I have to obey, young noble. The emperor smiled wryly, realizing that it was suicidal to go against Li Qie. Plus, he was a man of his word. He took out an ancient box capable of sealing everything. Seems like you were prepared. Li Qie saw this and said. He respectfully presented the box and said, I was guided by a master and blessed by fortune before obtaining the gemstone. A master? Ah, golden divine fist. The Taoist said. The emperor didn't mind the revelation since he was focusing on Li Qie. It turned out that he didn't come across the gemstone by luck. His ancestor played a hand in this matter. Though the latter has become a fist slave, he still cared about his descendant, hence the guidance in obtaining the gemstone. Li Qie accepted the box and opened it. Buzz! An immortal beam shot upward and pierced the sky vault. My eyes! Both Jian Ming and the Taoist immediately felt a sharp pain and had to look away. The emperor himself could only stare at it for a few seconds before closing his eyes. Look at that immortal light. This alerted everyone currently in the Union. As for Li Qie, he stared at the gemstone. It had a rhombus shape with pulsing rays. Each seemed to be an independent world with its own celestial system. One ray could destroy 8 decimalaces if left unchecked, let alone the entire team. The gemstone contained peerless power, but not just anyone could control it. Li Qie closed the box and the beam disappeared. Jian Ming and the Taoist heaved a sigh of relief and opened their eyes again. One of the 5 gemstones. Seems like the others are gone. Li Qie said with a smile. There are 5 of them? Jian Ming was astounded. How strong would all 5 be together? The Taoist murmured. This was a force beyond their comprehension. That is correct. The emperor knew more than these 2 and nodded. The ancestor said that Worldbreaker once had 5 gemstones. Unfortunately, someone came and crushed them. This is the only one left behind. The duck egg buyer. Jian Ming recalled the legend with the gauntlet. That's later on. Li Qie said, the 5 gemstones are at their strongest when embedded into the gauntlet. Of course, its master is even stronger. This information astounded all 3 listeners. 1 gemstone was destructive enough, but all 5 embedded on an immortal gauntlet? That must have been insane and virtually impossible to control. Nonetheless, its master could still do so. This being must be an unimaginable existence. Someone like that actually exists? The emperor said in disbelief and fear despite already knowing the answer. Chapter 4709. 8 paragons and 36 sovereigns. The immortal beam attracted many cultivators' attention. They were naturally aware of what was going on. Golden Fist Emperor's location. Of course, Li Qie didn't care about taking him away. Look, the Emperor. He's over there. An expert saw them from a distance. Why is he with Li Qie? An ancestor activated his heavenly gaze and became startled. The gathering crowd became surprised as well. Li Qie's prestige exceeded the 5 conquerors at this point, so everyone knew him. Is it that strange? That Jian brat wants to marry the daughter of Golden Gate. Someone who was there during the battle competition stated. Others agreed with this since they could be considered to be on the same side now. The immortal gemstone. Many exchanged glances. Numerous ancestors headed there silently and surrounded the group. It shall be mine, a big shot thought to himself. The problem was the emperor's power that far surpassed ordinary ancestors. Trying to rob him was rather suicidal. Therefore, they kept a distance and waited for the right opportunity to catch him off guard. Or, they could use their number advantage and force him to give it up. Of course, the group naturally noticed the incoming cultivators. The emperor looked around and saw ancestors hiding in the peaks, forests, or higher in the sky. Rats! He uttered thunderously. The derisive word exploded in their ears like loud drums. This made the power disparity rather obvious. Just his voice alone intimidated them since he was at the ancient ancestor level. They found it difficult to breathe and immediately retreated to a safe distance. Those strong enough remained calm and patient, still hiding in the darkness. The power of the immortal gemstone was simply irresistible. A while ago, the alliance between the behemoths didn't stop these ancestors from biding their time. Now, the alliance wasn't here, so their greed got out of control. The gemstone is in my possession. Make your move while I'm still here or it'll be too late later. Xueqi stretched and said. Xueqi has it. Others became surprised. Really? The emperor handed it to him? An ancestor remained skeptical. A high elder stared at the emperor and agreed. I don't think he's lying. He has the gemstone right now. Many checked the emperor's expression and confirmed that Xueqi was telling the truth. What are we waiting for? A big shot whispered. He's a tiger with wings now. If we wait until he becomes a Tao Lord, no one will be able to stop him. Not even blessed Tao Lord can compete with that. Listeners took a deep breath. A Tao Lord was unbeatable in his generation, but one with this immortal gemstone? This was akin to having double the power in a single being. Currently, Xueqi has surpassed all the competitors and had the best chance of winning the competition. If he could somehow use the gemstone as well, no one would be able to touch him. He already won. A crowd member commented. I think so. A big shot responded. If he can control the gemstone, the conquerors and their backers won't be able to do a damn thing to him. Right, and don't forget, he's a master at controlling forces. A high elder said. He did it repeatedly too. Everyone saw him controlling the foundation of Golden Gate, and then the fist intents of Worldbreaker. If he could duplicate this feat for the immortal gemstone, he would reach an insane level. The Tao protectors of the conquerors wouldn't be able to stop him. In fact, he could slaughter their sects and become the next Tao Lord. Should we make a move now? One ancestor whispered. His peers carefully contemplated. One of them analyzed the situation. We shouldn't be the ones to make a move. The behemoths are far more anxious given the circumstances. It'll be too late once Xueqi learns how to use the gemstone. No one disagreed with this assessment. The behemoths had far more to lose by giving Xueqi more time. True Immortal and 3,000 Tao couldn't possibly let Xueqi keep it for various reasons. Moreover, they knew how strong he was, so without enough firepower and preparation, only death awaited them. Boom! A figure descended from above, resulting in a large pit. Rumble! Next came an entire group with surging auras. They surrounded Xueqi from all directions and formed a grand formation. Members of the 8 paragons and 36 sovereigns. The crowd recognized them right away. Yes, Wild Paragon is leading them. Another said. Wild, Featherhat, Sacred Scroll, Sword Tao. One ancestor took a deep breath and said their title. They're strong. Another counted that there were 4 paragons and 16 sovereigns present. They wanted to suppress Xueqi, whether it be for revenge or for the immortal gemstone. The big shots from the east are here. 5 Sun Kings group is going all out. A spectator commented. Chapter 47:10. Numerous enemies. Their formation made it clear that they weren't here to fight fair. Didn't I beat you already? Xueqi smirked at Wild Paragon. The latter's expression became awkward instantly. He was livid since Xueqi reminded everyone of his defeat again. Alas, it was indeed the truth. His third head has recovered, but no one could erase his defeat from history. The only way to change this was to defeat Xueqi. Otherwise, there was no way for him to retort. You have the immortal gemstone. He changed the subject and uttered coldly. That's right, want to try and rob me? Li Qie seemed calm despite being surrounded. Spectators became immersed in this development. This force was enough to sweep through a great power. But what about Li Qie? Fellow Taoist, hand over the immortal gemstone and everything shall be fine. Featherhat waved his fan and suggested. And if I refuse? Li Qie lazily stretched. Death. Sacred Scroll shouted. The word death manifested into a physical form and struck the ground, causing it to shake violently. Death energy appeared and made him look like a god of death. I'm afraid a bunch of dogs won't be able to take me down. Li Qie stared at them with disdain, not giving a damn about their prestige and domineering aura. This was the style of a future Tao Lord, a being strong enough to look down on everyone. Nonetheless, his opponents didn't appreciate the contempt that was no different from a slap to the face. You're not leaving this place alive. One sovereign shouted. Clank. Sword Tao Paragon activated his Sword Tao, releasing destructive rays and flashes. Spectators shuddered after seeing them. Fortunately, they stood at a safe distance now. Some call him Sword Immortal. An Eastern cultivator said. Sword Tao Paragon was rather capable. Of course, calling him an immortal was an exaggeration. Nonetheless, his Sword Tao had slain numerous masters before. Fellow Taoist, avoid making this mistake. The gemstone is just a source of trouble. Don't ruin your future over it. His words had a metallic ringing to them. Others agreed because the gemstone incited uncontrollable greed. Li Qie would always be everyone's target. This would keep him preoccupied and robbed him of cultivation time. Mere insects can't ruin anything. Be smart and run while I'm feeling merciful. Li Qie waved his hand. The 4 paragons and 16 sovereigns were furious, thinking that the guy was suicidal if he wanted to fight all of them at once. So domineering. An expert took a deep breath. He beat Tianfeng so easily. Let him say whatever he wants. A high elder responded. Others nodded right away. Li Qie has more than shown everyone his power previously. Can he beat all of them? One youth asked. None can take him in a one-on-one fight. They have a chance to win though when teaming up. None of them are weak and I'm sure they have practiced extensively. This teamwork should be enough to suppress any of the conquerors. An ancestor from an ancient clan replied. It would be favorable for them if they have mighty weapons. Another from an archaic sect said. Don't turn today into your last day. Hand the gemstone over. Wild Paragon said menacingly. That's my line. Li Qie posed with both hands behind his neck and smiled. Come together. If you come one at a time, you won't survive a single move. Of course, I only need one move to make all of you scram. Though the other 3 paragons were experienced and tolerant, they still felt the urge to vomit blood from anger. No one has ever claimed to be so superior, needing only one move against them. Junior, my rage will only subside with your death. An old sovereign roared. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively and didn't bother looking at them. Stop shouting and wasting my time, just attack together. Formation. Sword Tao Paragon had enough and ordered his fellow men while murderous glints flashed in his eyes. Chapter 47:12. Refinement. The cauldron and the formation when used in conjunction unleashed untold destruction within. Many lineages had formations left behind by Tao lords. However, the descendants rarely did a perfect job preparing the arrays. After all, they didn't truly understand the formations theories on top of lacking practice, resulting in an inability to muster top efficiency. This didn't apply to the current scenario. Heavenburn's solar cauldron helped the paragons prepare the formation, resulting in immaculate arrays. This formation fully contained the profundities of the original version. The only flaw comparatively was the lack of 5 Sun Tao Lord actually being in charge. Nonetheless, the group consisted of the top geniuses in this generation and could still utilize the formation to an exceedingly high level, around 70 to 80%. This resulted in a monstrous power capable of refining any sect or kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. Loud bangs came from within the cauldron. It sounded as if Li Qie was palm striking the walls repeatedly in order to get out. Despite being trapped inside, each strike still shook the region and horrified spectators. They thought that he could break out at any second and the blast waves of the attack could obliterate them. However, he suddenly stopped after a few strikes. If it continued, It would have been enough for him to break free. Alas, he seemed to be out of strength. At the same time, the cauldron became hotter and hotter. Temperatures began escaping the seal and started refining the area nearby. The exterior of the cauldron turned red. The flames within were just too strong, going as far as potentially melting a Tao Lord cauldron. This made it clear to everyone the devastation Xueqi was experiencing. "He is finished at last," one spectator said. "No one can escape that cauldron unless they can break the wall. Unfortunately, it was built by Phi Sun Tao Lord, so it's easier said than done. Moreover, the victim is tortured by the Tao flames as well. No time to gather power to break out." An ancestor whispered. "He couldn't break the cauldron earlier and suddenly stopped. He has to be dead." A high elder said. "A formation with an accompanying treasure doubling its power. This is countless times stronger than Wild Paragon and his allies' actual cultivation. Maybe 10 times or higher. He should have run at the start instead of just standing there." A big shot said. "Right, the cauldron is the sole reason for their victory. I think Xueqi would have won in a regular battle. He simply chose to put himself in an unwinnable situation." A regional lord commented. "His recklessness ruined his future. He could have been a brilliant Tao Lord." Another said with a tinge of regret. The majority disagreed with his cockiness in battle. If he had interrupted them during their channeling of the formation, victory would have been his for sure. One misstep resulted in death. "We did it," Wild Paragon said while exchanging glances with his allies. No one among the conquerors could have escaped that cauldron. Xueqi should be no exception. They heaved a sigh of relief. Eliminating this monster was about to make them famous. Moreover, their lord would have an easier time now. As for Wild Paragon, he also washed himself of the previous humiliation. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zzz. The cauldron became a bright red at this time, on the verge of becoming molten metal. Space and laws were burned and twisted. Ash particles scattered downward and actually melted the ground, leaving deep pits behind. Chapter 47:13. To ashes it felt as if metal was about to drip down from the cauldron's molten exterior. The escaping strands alone burned the air while leaving large pits on the ground. As the temperature rose, the vegetation and trees instantly turned to ashes once affected by the radius. This wasn't a gradual burning process. Eventually, the clothes of spectators who thought they were safe started burning as well. Fuck! This horrified them and forced them to run away. "This heat is unbearable," someone said. Keep in mind that they weren't wearing ordinary clothes found in the mortal world. Their materials were excellent with a nullification effect, shielding them from flames and water. This no longer mattered in this case. "Something is off." Sword Tao Paragon's expression soured. The other Paragons noticed the same thing. This was not their first time using this formation and cauldron. This melting phenomenon never occurred the last time they went all out. "The Tao Lord flames inside, is that frightening?" one spectator eventually asked. An ancestor shook his head and became emotional. "I don't think it's the power of the cauldron. This is not looking good. He's about to break out." Break out? An expert didn't buy it. Isn't he refined to ashes already? Everyone saw him struggling with palm strikes earlier, but he eventually stopped. "Damn! Watch it!" Sword Tao Paragon shouted and warned the others. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. The molten cauldron suddenly changed into a human figure. This took everyone by surprise since they thought that Xueqi was about to blow a wall open. The liquefied cauldron was being absorbed along with its flames and Tao Lord power. Next came the formation and all relevant profundities. Xueqi then appeared before the crowd again with a layer of concentrated liquid surrounding him. In the next moment, he absorbed everything into his body. This naturally astounded everyone, especially his enemies. Did this guy just absorb this monstrous Tao Lord cauldron in just 1 second? Xueqi smiled at everyone. The opposite expression surfaced on his enemy's face. "Go!" Sword Tao Paragon ordered. Boom! Wild Paragon prepared the strongest defense with his 6 treasures. Sword Tao Paragon summoned countless swords to form a majestic fortress. Sacred Scroll Paragon chanted a special mantra. An energy scroll appeared around him and make him one with the Tao, forming an impressive defense. Suddenly, Xueqi sent back all of the forces he had stolen toward his enemies. An ocean of flames appeared in front of him. Mountain ranges nearby started burning. The water of a great river evaporated, leaving behind a desert. The defenses had no chance of stopping the sudden attack, leaving the paragons vulnerable. Ah! The 16 sovereigns were the first to fall, unable to slow the flames even for a moment. The paragons had a better reaction and prepared their strongest defense. Unfortunately, this Dao Lord-level flame was above their station. Ah! Their defenses lasted for a few seconds before going down along with their users. After incinerating the opponent, the flames receded and dispersed, looking like a devil licking his lips, still not fully satiated. What's left behind was scorched earth. The ground became glass after being subjected to an unbearable temperature. If it was aimed at a great power, the latter would disappear in the blink of an eye. Gusts of wind started blowing ashes away, leaving nothing behind of the 20 combatants. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Li Qie was the only one left, stretching lazily without a single wound despite being trapped in the cauldron earlier. This naturally left the crowd speechless. Absorbing the cauldron was already insane, but to send that force back to kill 20 top cultivators? Chapter 47-14. The peerless Shen Juntian one strike ended 4 paragons and 16 sovereigns. Of course, calling it one strike was rather generous since no one saw what Li Qie did outside of diverting the flames back to the enemies. They didn't know whether the flames simply came from the cauldron or Li Qie had boosted its power. Nonetheless, the state of the battlefield made it clear that this destruction was beyond their limit. They shuddered after feeling inadequate about their own ability to protect themselves. Just a single ember from that inferno would have reduced them to ashes. Moreover, there was not one thing they could do outside of screaming in agony. Eventually, they calmed down and focused on Li Qie instead. They finally noticed how untouched he was. There was not a single burn on him or his robe, let alone any sign of being suppressed. A while ago, they thought that the flames of the cauldron were superior. This no longer seemed to be the case. It wasn't a fair battle in the slightest since he could easily absorb them. How did he do it? A big shot asked her ancestor. The knowledgeable ancestor had an awkward smile as she answered, "I don't know who can answer this question. To be unharmed after being swallowed by the solar cauldron. No other conquerors can do this. The conquerors clearly have no chance against them. They have to work together to make it competitive." The big shot responded. Everyone underestimated Li Qie. It seems that the 5 conquerors are nothing. Perhaps all 5 on the same team will still be courting death. An ancient ancestor interjected. Impossible. The big shot didn't buy this since the conquerors were the finest seeds of this generation. Once again, do not underestimate Li Qie. We might have to start comparing him to Dao Sanqian and similar beings. The ancient ancestor sighed and said, "Does anyone else want the immortal gemstone?" Li Qie interrupted numerous conversations and gazed at the crowd. Experts lowered their head, not daring to look him straight even though he didn't have a sliver of aura. For some unknown reasons, his very presence made them feel that he was unsurpassable, just like a legendary evil mountain. What a monster! An old cultivator whispered. The highly coveted gemstone became out of reach. Everyone knew that it would be suicidal to try and rob Li Qie. He was simply too strong. Some had tried to discredit him before by saying that he only relied on external forces. Now, they had no choice but to admit this reality. As they feel admiration and fear, someone descended from above. This time around, the newcomer didn't create a pit or perform a flashy entrance. He floated downward like an immortal, not the ones usually found in mortal folklore that eventually turn out to be regular cultivators. He was perfect and transcendent, unaffected by the flaws of life. Starry lights accompanied his slow descent, making him appear to be a lotus flower. Though it grew on a dirty lake, it was still as pure as ever. His power didn't matter because his handsome appearance captured everyone's attention. Shen Juntian. Female cultivators shouted his name. "I love you, I love you!" Some couldn't help shouting at the top of their lungs. This included noble princesses and prestigious saintesses. It's not an exaggeration to call him the fairest in the world. A male cultivator said, "Men and women with his level of aesthetic can cause wars." One genius became sentimental. Those who normally were proud of their appearance didn't know what to say. Cultivators after reaching a certain level could change their appearance. However, Aura and charisma couldn't be faked. Shen Juntian simply had an immortal presence, something impossible to duplicate. This was there since birth and strengthened with life experiences. Does he want to fight? All eyes focused on Li Qie. Shen Juntian's arrival was obviously not a coincidence. Not long ago, Li Qie was only a firefly compared to him. The son of a Dao Lord and the disciple of Dao Sanqian. Shen Juntian was still the same as before, but now, the firefly became an entirely different creature. One capable of defeating the sun. He had zero advantages to speak of while standing before Li Qie. Why would he? He has zero chance of winning. A youth responded. A female disciple remained optimistic and stared at Shen Juntian's face without blinking. Maybe he still has an ultimate technique, maybe a blessing from his father or Dao Sanqian to reverse the tides. Previously, the crowd would have snorted if Li Qie dared to challenge Shen Juntian. Now, they thought that the latter would need a miracle to win. Chapter 47:15. Challenge. Shen Juntian put virtually everyone else in the same generation to shame. All of his statuses commanded attention and respect. Many girls screamed after seeing him. Though the majority thought that he was no match for Li Qie, this didn't diminish his popularity. He seemed to be the heaven's favorite and had unique advantages unavailable to others. Their lifelong achievements were only comparable to his starting point. An unfair disparity. A hush fell over the scene. Both were the apex existences of the young generation, standing at the top of the Dao path. A battle between them would be epic indeed. You want the immortal gemstone as well? Li Qie smiled and asked. Shen Juntian smiled before answering, causing men to admire him while women became enamored with him with hearts in their eyes. The immortal gemstone is one and only, but it is yours now and I have no intention of taking it. His voice was pleasant and charming, a perfect match for his immaculate appearance. Interesting, the older expert said. They came running after seeing the immortal beam since no one could resist the temptation. If Shen Juntian was telling the truth, then he had far more self-control than they did. He has never put his father's name to shame. An ancestor said. He's wonderful both inside and out, a real man. One girl found her love for him rising. Then why are you here? Li Qie asked. Juntian sincerely responded, Dao brother, your Dao has reached an incredible height, far ahead of all the competitors including myself. You are the most likely to become the next Dao Lord. His humility earned him more points with the crowd. To have such self-awareness and humility was rare for someone of his background and success. And Li Qie smiled. Despite being outmatched, I wish to fight you and am ready to die for it. Juntian said earnestly and stirred the crowd. Don't! One girl shouted, wanting to stop him. The word, die, made them feel something ominous. None wanted to see him fall in battle but were powerless to stop it. This is the definition of being suicidal. Li Qie said. The Dao path is full of perils, especially when one wants to become the Dao Lord. You are the #1 rival right now and I can't yield without fighting. If I miss the chance today, I may not be able to fight you again since you might have taken the next step. I would regret this for the rest of my life. Juntian responded. Good, not giving up in the face of danger, a Dao Lord's son indeed. Li Qie clapped and seemed amused. You're too kind, Juntian said. The older crowd members thought that this was an impressive mentality while the girls wanted to fight in his place. They believed that he was the most perfect man in the world. Some even fell to tears. Please give me pointers, let my outcome be up to fate. Juntian said. As you wish then. Li Qie smiled. Come, show me what you can do. I am only a beginning with a bit of comprehension in the Dao. Allow me to show you my Dao. Juntian said. So be it. Start. Li Qie smiled. Shen Juntian laughed after getting what he came for. Meanwhile, the crowd watched with bated breath. Does he have a chance to overcome Li Qie? Someone whispered. His chance of winning is minuscule even if he's the strongest among the 5. One ancestor responded. The big shots in the crowd felt the same way. Judging by what we saw in his fight with Tian Feng, he won without using all of his strength. Juntian can't be much stronger. Even if he's 1 level above Tian Feng, he'll still lose. Another ancestor said. The battle with Tian Feng shocked all spectators, defeating the physical innate gift with his bare hands. This should have been impossible. Who knows, his Tao Lord bloodline is thick and blesses him. A golden daughter said. His regality can be considered an innate gift. A lord replied, it's akin to having a Tao Lord possess his body. It should be terrifying to see. There's still a difference between empowerment and a Tao Lord being here in person. I wonder how close he'll get to his father's true power. A big shot said, if it's 50 to 60%, that's enough to beat anyone including Xueqi. 20 to 30%? I don't think so. It seemed that Jun Tian had more fans in the crowd hoping for his victory than Xueqi. Chapter 47:16. Supreme Grand Tao, Divine Song. Xin Juantian's style was unique, just like Tian Feng. The latter's love for battle made others fear him. On the other hand, Jun Tian commanded respect and admiration. Cultivators were prideful, and this led to easily being jealous of others. Whenever a new genius was considered the heaven's favorite, some peers would disagree right away, perhaps not vocally. Jun Tian was an exception due to his excellent qualities. Tao brother, my Tao is named Divine Song. Jun Tian said. Divine Song, I see. Let me see how profound it is then. Xueqi smiled. I hope to not disappoint. Jun Tian gathered his energy and vitality. Even those from a million miles away could sense this because his vitality was unique. It wasn't a type of suffocating pressure or an engulfing majestic force. When Tian Feng or Five Sun King gathered their power, it would create shock waves sweeping through the realm and sending people flying. As for Jun Tian, it hovered around him and seemed to be born from heaven and earth. It felt illusory, yet everyone could spot this unique phenomenon. Despite its non-violent nature, it eventually spread across the region. Strangely enough, the crowd felt comfortable while being bathed in his power, akin to enjoying the rays of spring. Buzz! His 12 palaces appeared and lined up above him. They released starry lights, washing his true fate and helping it communicate with the Grand Tao. The region seemingly changed. The scorched earth and mountain ranges disappeared from sight. His true fate became the Lord of this world, the only living being and its God. Therefore, those affected by his power suddenly felt their vitality and power being taken by his true fate. They became a part of his power and their lives were in his grasp. It was too late to resist since they were never on guard due to a lack of unpleasantness. They felt themselves being tiny like insects who have been stuck in his grand net. Escaping was impossible. Buzz! Gods appeared among the stars. One had 3 heads and 6 arms. Another had stars floating around it. They each had their own domain. This encompassed a wide area and put everything inside under Juantian's subjugation. He started chanting a special hymn and the gods did the same. His echoing voice instilled happiness and joy into listeners instead of fear. As the gods chanted, they exuded starry rays onto others and purified them. Stronger cultivators felt the urge to get down on their knees while weaker ones actually did so. The feeling of happiness made it harder for them to escape his grasp. They started chanting alongside him as well to harmonize with his grand Tao. The big shots from far away became startled. His power grew considerably after gaining the help of these followers. Divine Song. True immortal young emperor was also watching. It's best to run away as fast as possible to avoid becoming a follower of his grand Tao. Can you stop it, senior brother? True immortal saintess asked. She was so far away and had shielded her mind, yet she could still hear the song. Not easily. The young emperor said. One ancient ancestor also paid attention to this and said, how heaven-defying, this is the initial structure of a Tao Lord's supreme ability. His potential is there. I will have a hard time blocking it. One old ancestor became frightened. Five Sun King was another spectator. He became emotional and said, here it is again, Divine Song. You've seen it before, Your Majesty? A maid nearby asked. He nodded in response. During a previous spar, yes. I would have lost without the bowl of the world blocking it. Your supreme grand Tao wasn't enough? Another maid became surprised since their king was unstoppable in their eyes. We don't have anything like his bloodline lineage once activated. This is an unfair advantage belonging only to Tao Lord's children. Five Sun King said solemnly. The maids then understood why Shen Juntian was a frightening combatant. The chantings also reached Xueqi's ears while the starry rays washed his body. They intended on purifying every inch of his flesh and assimilating his grand Tao. Chapter 47:17. Infinite Banishment. The song and the rays aimed to change Li Qie into another god under Jun Tian. Both ancestors and supreme geniuses had a hard time dealing with this technique. They gradually turned into gods under Jun Tian and started chanting as well before emitting harmonizing rays. This all added to Shen Juentian's Tao power. However, Li Qie waved his hand to form a rune. Both time and space became subjected to his movement along with a myriad Tao. The starry rays shooting at his body and the Tao notes followed his trajectory as well. They stopped affecting Li Qie as if he had just added a thin layer of silk on top of his body. Though the strings were fine and delicate, they still easily stopped the attack. This shocked true immortal emperor and the others. Ancient ancestors couldn't believe it either. Li Qie once again did the impossible, creating a barrier with a single hand wave capable of nullifying the purification Tao notes. Five Sun King had experienced this technique before, having nearly fallen to it. If one managed to block the purification process, the resulting pressure was suffocating and prone to cause grievous injuries. He also couldn't understand how Li Qie did it. The technique and merit law remained unknown. In fact, he couldn't guess how much power Li Qie mustered to do so. "Let my blood be the judge." Shen Juntian roared and raised his voice. Even the deaf suddenly could hear again. His engulfing energies became empowered. Every particle pulsed with its own light waves. Buzz! Everyone felt as if a Tao Lord was here in person. Though this was obviously false, a Tao Lord aura manifested into reality, seemingly lasting for eras to come. The Tao Lord bloodline. A reclusive ancient ancestor whispered. Shen Juntian finally activated his bloodline. The aura twisted the air around Li Qie and bypassed the mysterious barrier. Of course, this aura wasn't meant to empower or bless him. The area around Li Qie started shrinking with all the other affinities at an increasing pace. Meanwhile, Shen Juntian and his converted followers chanted the same mantra to hasten this process. Everyone witnessed a strange scene. Li Qie himself was shrinking and eventually became the size of a dust speck. This didn't stop there. Both the area around him and his body became infinitely small until they were no longer visible. What is happening? Five Sun King's maids became startled. They had never seen something like this before from Shen Juntian. He normally dominated his foe with sheer power, reducing to ashes or blood. Banishment. Five Sun King said, "Once space is small enough, the object inside will be banished to a different dimension. Think about it like this, when a drop of water is added to an ocean, it will be lost there forever. Separation is impossible." "I see. He won't be able to return." His maids were also talented cultivators and understood right away. Once Li Qie was gone, those who have been converted by his divine song regained their wits. They still had memories from before when they helped him banish Li Qie. This made them break out in cold sweats despite not suffering any lingering side effects. Shen Juntian had full control over them with his grand Tao. He could have killed them without facing any resistance. That's quite something. A supreme genius started moving far away from Shen Juntian, not wanting to be converted again. Divine song. An ancestor got chills coursing down his spine. Some of the converted followers were heavenly sovereigns. Alas, they were powerless to stop him from controlling them. They tried to quell this fear and thought about the situation. Li Qie was no longer around. He's still alive, but can he ever come back? Someone said. Shen Juentian's technique consisted of 3 parts. His Tao power, his bloodline, and the followers' added strength. This infinitely reduced the space around Li Qie until banishment occurred. This didn't kill Li Qie, only serving to banish him to a lost realm. This was akin to erasing him from existence. So this is another method. Killing isn't the only way. One crowd member became astounded at the ingenuity used to defeat an undefeatable foe. Chapter 47:18. Peerless genius. Though Jun Shintian was brilliant, the consensus was that Li Qie was the overwhelming favorite. They didn't expect the underdog to rely on his Tao and bloodline to banish Li Qie instead. The tiny Li Qie was now lost in countless dimensional layers, never being able to return. The result was the same as killing him. That's the son of a Tao Lord for you. A magnificent move. One lord said with admiration. No one had a problem with his victory. Being able to banish Li Qie displayed his power because others couldn't have done the same. The 5 conquerors are back again. One genius murmured. No, Shen Juntian is the clear number 1 now. A female cultivator disagreed. Yes, he's the number 1 in all aspects now. I love him so much. Saintesses and princesses' infatuation grew. Boom! Unfortunately, the celebratory mood was short-lived because of a spatial detonation causing Shen Juntian to stagger backward. A pulsing gateway opened in Li Qie's previous location and he walked out. It's him! Everyone recognized him and shouted. The banishment still didn't work. I knew it. It's not that easy to defeat Li Qie. A regional lord commented. Amazing, infinitely shrunken and banished, yet he still came back so fast. He must have traveled through numerous dimensions. How insane! An ancestor gasped. Power and speed. Li Qie has it all. The 5 conquerors have to fight him together to win. A monstrous cultivator from a secretive location said. Li Qie patted the dust off his sleeves and said, a bit interesting. Well done at attempting to defeat overwhelming power with technique. Dao brother, how do we defeat you if you can travel between dimensions so freely? Juntian didn't look particularly surprised. The banishing technique wasn't bad. You are the top of the young generation. Li Qie smiled, implying that he was the best out of the 5 conquerors. Yet I'm still inferior to you, Dao brother. Juntian sentimentally said. Li Qie waved his hand and said, got anything else? It is time to display what you have learned from your father. His gesture seemed disrespectful, but he had earned the right to do so. Not even Juentian's fans dared to criticize him. Most focused on the learning aspect of this fight, hoping to understand more of the Dao. This was especially true for the younger generation. It seems that I'm truly overestimating myself. Nonetheless, I will keep trying my best. Juntian said. Does he really want to fight to the end? An expert wondered. I think so, this will end with death. An ancestor stared at Juntian and responded. There's no feud between them, this is unnecessary. A female cultivator didn't want to see this. He's a true genius, not afraid of death while searching the other shore of the Dao. A coward can't reach the same height akin to an insect, not understanding why the dragon roared defiantly. A lord understood Juentian's will to fight. Go for it, I'm ready. Li Qie smiled. Bam! Juntian took out a weapon and rested it on the ground. The ground shook violently from its weight. Golden trident. Many big shots recognized the weapon. Left behind by 8 stallion Dao Lord. One of them said. It pulsed with a sacred light along with a Dao Lord aura without holding back. Many here have seen Dao Lord weapons and sensed their auras before. Alas, this was rather different. The aura was brimming with life and looked animated. This was a son using his father's weapon, so the aura could crush the sky or any cultivator. A golden glow illuminated his flawless features, causing him to look holy. Everyone found him worthy of his background. Still have to rely on my background in the end. Juntian said softly. Others didn't quite agree because he certainly played a large part in his current achievements and power. He didn't dishonor his father in the slightest, and none thought that he was unworthy of using his father's weapon. I alone can't defeat you, Dao brother. I have to use my father's weapon in order to see your true ability. My apology. He added. Broaden my horizon then, son of 8 stallion Dao Lord. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 47:20. Unbeatable Strike. So that's a Dao Lord. Youths had nothing but reverence while staring at the majestic figure. This respect came deep from the heart. The figure seemed as real as can be, virtually unbeatable and peerless. Of course, he wasn't actually here. This was the ultimate manifestation of Juentian's bloodline, creating a force to be reckoned with. Imagine if the Dao Lord was still in this world. Someone murmured, trying her best to envision the presence of an actual Dao Lord. For those born too late or never had the fortune of seeing the Dao Lord, all they had was their imagination, and it might not be sufficient. On the other hand, the lucky crowd could never forget that scene, especially if it was during a battle displaying their apocalyptic power. Sky rend! Shen Juntian roared and showed the crowd true destruction. A boundless Dao Lord aura descended and made them scream in horror. Boom! This attack contained Shen Juentian's supreme Grand Dao and all of his energy and vitality. The crowd was temporarily robbed of their vision from the blinding radiance. The area around Li Qie turned into nothingness, being reverted back to its original state of primordial chaos. Dao Lord attack. Some crowd members trembled in fear, on the verge of pissing their pants. It had enough power to alarm those far removed from the primordial union and sky border. Undying monsters woke up and paid attention to the fight. How vivid, it's like that Dao Lord is back again. A monstrous existence said softly. Boom! The attack struck Li Qie and detonated with the force of 1,000,000 exploding stars. No one could stop this attack. Spectators quivered in fear. Even ancestors with Dao Lord weapons in their possession stood no chance. The world lost its colors, and this lasted for what seemed to be an eternity. After a while, spectators could finally open their eyes. They saw the area beneath Li Qie being obliterated. His body sank to the ground with lava flowing next to him while his Dao sword was blocking the trident. The incredible might of the Dao Lord weapon still came down on the sword, but Li Qie's expression didn't change in the slightest. No wound could be seen on his body. No sign of struggling either. It was as if he was merely taking a stroll in spite of facing such a devastating attack. His robe was still perfectly intact after the successful parry. Again? One spectator became astounded. This doesn't make any sense. This is a Dao Lord attack we're talking about. Everyone gasped. Even ancient ancestors found this astonishing. The monarchs of True Immortal and 3,000 Dao were part of this group. They thought that even when wielding a Dao Lord weapon, they wouldn't have been able to block that strike so effortlessly. In fact, they would have to go all out. What is this power? A clan ancestor murmured in a daze. Don't tell me only a Dao Lord can beat him. Someone boldly speculated but quickly changed his mind. Most thought that Li Qie has yet to reach this level. An ancient ancestor shared a similar belief and said seriously, no one will become the next Dao Lord but him. This competition is unnecessary because all the participants will be killed by him. His terror became abundantly clear at this point, especially to the older beings who have witnessed a Dao Lord in action before. Boom! Space suddenly trembled and Li Qie slowly floated upward. His gray sword was actually forcing the trident back, allowing him to have movement again. The continuous detonations nearly ruptured eardrums. The trident used its endless Dao Lord power to bring Li Qie down, but this couldn't reverse the trend. Are you seeing this? An expert became slack-jawed after seeing Li Qie pushing back the Dao Lord suppression without breaking a sweat. Chapter 47:21. Sword of the Dao, Rumble. The spatial fabrics quaked violently under heavy pressure, on the verge of collapsing. Everyone watched as Li Qie gained ground with his Dao sword. The Dao Lord's trident and aura couldn't stop him. He didn't even need to yell to gather energy. There was a distinct lack of invincible aura and bright divinity as well. Nonetheless, his actions said it all. He seemed capable of lifting up the entire sky to the spectators' astonishment. Shen Juentian's supreme Grand Dao was special, not to mention his Dao Lord bloodline that has been mastered on top of a perfectly suitable Dao Lord weapon. That strike could have destroyed numerous kingdoms in one go. Ancient ancestors might be forced to the ground, unable to defend themselves. As for Li Qie, he proved himself capable of lifting and throwing the azure. I'm telling you, no one but a Dao Lord can beat him, one ancient ancestor sighed. By this point, virtually all available ancient ancestors were quietly gauging Li Qie's true battle prowess. Boom! Li Qie finally made it above Shen Juentian and reversed the tides. Earlier, though he was gaining ground, he was still in a passive position. Now, the Dao Lord power was fully stopped. Now, he was pushing down with his gray sword while Juentian positioned the trident horizontally with both hands. Boom! Though Juentian has gained the power of the realm, spatial cracks appeared beneath his feet. Crack! The breaking continued non-stop despite Juentian mustering all of his strength. Unfortunately, his effective bursts of energy were all blocked by the gray sword. Juentian became drenched in sweat, his face as red as can be. If this continued, he would sink underground. The reversal left the crowd speechless. Just withstanding Juentian's attack was hard enough, let alone dominating him in this manner. Moreover, a stark contrast existed between their expression, leisureliness versus going all out. Juentian lost. Someone said what was on everyone's mind. It seemed impossible for Jun Tian to rise again. He was lucky to still be alive against a clearly superior foe. Li Qie is far stronger than the conquerors. One ancestor confirmed his early finding. It has to be an old gen member taking him down or he'll be the Tao Lord for sure. An ancient ancestor commented. They could already see the future, the heaven-defying Li Qie ascending into the highest position. The only way to stop this was an ambush from a supreme master. Fellow Taoist Li, take this. A serious voice warned Li Qie. Bam! A newcomer appeared from above and thrust his spear downward, releasing starlights in the process. The torrent of light surrounded and blessed him with cosmic power. 9 worlds thrust. He shouted the name of his technique. His celestial spear became blindingly bright. Spear grasp! Someone shouted. Spear grasp worried about his junior brother, and since the match was decided, he joined to save him with a brilliant attack. Li Qie added more energy to the sword and sent Jun Tian flying like a meteor. The latter smashed into the ground with extreme momentum. With that, he swung his sword upward to meet the incoming spear and displayed his dominance once more. Clank! The swing sent spectators flying and screaming. The sword and the spear collided like 2 planets. Each splashing spark left a large pit on the ground. Boom! Unfortunately, Spear Grasp lost the exchange along with his stability, flying through several peaks afterward. Spear Grasp got involved. One spectator said, "Still not enough to stop Li Qie." Another whispered, "I think the 5 conquerors have to team up now, this might be their only chance." An ancestor said. Chapter 47-22. Brotherly love. 2 martial brothers lost to Li Qie in just a moment. Spear Grasp was a direct disciple of enveloping monarch. His talent and power far exceeded his peers. In reality, he was on the same level as the 5 conquerors. If he had chosen the Tao Lord path, there would be 6 conquerors, or one of the current 5 would be removed from the list. His current power surpassed some ancient ancestors. Alas, his aerial thrust was swiftly defeated by Li Qie. The 5 conquerors must work together. Someone murmured, "No, it is time for them to use their resources. The monarchs have to take action." An ancestor disagreed. The big shots nearby exchanged glances. Though Li Qie made quick work of the young generation, this didn't mean that he was immune to 3,000 Tao. Currently, there were at least 2 monarchs among the 6 present, Tyrant and Skybreak. As for the others, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive at the primordial union. Most important, Dao Sanqian could be a part of the equation as well. If 3,000 Dao wanted Shen Juntian to become the Dao Lord, it might have to mobilize all of its forces against Li Qie. Therefore, the big shots here wondered if they would start mobilizing first. This applied to the other behemoths as well. Now was the time to work together and kill Li Qie. Rumble! Both Shen Juntian and Spear Grasp got out of the rubble and appeared to be seriously injured. Injuries were rare due to their excellent battle ability. Moreover, those capable of wounding them would need several hundred rounds, not just a single move like Li Qie. Clank! Spear Grasp's weapon was known as Celestial. It didn't give up just yet and still pulsed with a ringing and chilling aura. Though he wasn't a match for Li Qie, his aura still suffocated the crowd. "Leave, I will fight him." His spear resembled an unsurpassable evil mountain as he stood in front of Shen Juntian, ready to stop an army for his junior brother. The crowd understood that he was trying to save Shen Juntian. Despite the insurmountable odds, he still showed no sign of fear. "No need for this, senior brother." Juntian refused. Spear Grasp gazed intensely at Li Qie while answering, "Losing is a part of fighting, this ends here." Juntian has lost, so there was no reason to stick around. Moreover, as long as he was alive, there would always be hope for the future. Death would end everything. "He's a good senior brother." An ancestor became emotional. Both were supreme geniuses from the same sect, but they weren't jealous of each other. Spear Grasp, in this case, was ready to die for Juntian. One can't ask for more in life. Youths felt their eyes moistening and their blood becoming hot. How many cultivators actually had someone willing to die for them? Heroic and brave. An ancient ancestor who has lived for many years still found this moving. "Senior brother, the path of the Tao Lord requires fighting instead of hiding." Juntian said, "I cannot abandon the pure competitive spirit." Fine, as you wish. Spear Grasp glanced at him and sighed. With that, he stepped aside but was still holding his spear and being on high alert. He seemed ready to block a fatal move for Jun Tian if necessary. Jun Tian stepped forward to face Li Qie again, completely unafraid of this unbeatable foe. The Tao Lord sired a fine son. Many gave him a thumbs up. Supreme geniuses didn't want to die early before realizing their potential. Moreover, their sect had plenty of backers as well. When they chanced upon a perilous situation, they had methods of escaping alive. As for Jun Tian, he was meeting this opponent head-on. I still haven't given up, Tao brother. I'm aware that I am weaker than you, but I wish to keep on fighting. Jun Tian said. Commendable, but try not to lose your life. Li Qie smiled. Cultivation is defying the heaven itself. Jun Tian said. From peril comes enlightenment. If I avoid danger, I will never be able to see the truths of the Grand Tao and will not be qualified to stay on the path. Death can't be a deterrence. Well said. Li Qie praised again. Come, show me your enlightenment when you're at the end of your rope. Tao brother, you have yet to go all out. I wish to see an actual move of yours, and with a weapon. Would that be all right? Jun Tian took a deep breath, challenging Li Qie's full power. He wished to see the truths of the Tao along with Li Qie's foundation. Spear Grasp's expression soured. This challenge was both foolish and ominous in nature. Chapter 47-23. Tao Lord See. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering if Shen Jun Tian still had anything left in his sleeve. Earlier, he had resorted to using his Tao Lord attack and wowed them all. Now, he wanted to experience Li Qie's offensive potential? Does he have anything left? Someone asked. They weren't looking down on Shen Jun Tian. It's just that he has shown such an impressive move prior that they couldn't imagine something stronger. That attack might have been at the apex of the young generation, the very limit. Why would he continue to challenge Li Qie? Did he have something even greater? Hard to say, given his status, he might still have an invincible technique or treasure. One ancestor responded. The knowledgeable ancestors knew that the Tao Lord attack earlier was still weaker than a true Tao Lord's attack. It had a way before being considered apex. So be it. Li Qie smiled. I'll borrow a saber from the heaven then, but just know that I won't hold back. Good. Jun Tian laughed heartily and said, Men do not fear death. I am eager to see your borrowed saber. Thank you for entertaining my wish. His burst of laughter seemed heroic and fearless as he maintained his conviction. Just one slash, I see. A spectator said. I think it'll decapitate Shen Jun Tian. A big shot became worried. The son of a Tao Lord can't be killed that easily. One youth whispered. To which her ancestor responded, Li Qie has never shown his true power before. A full power move might be terrifying beyond imagination. It's not hard for him to kill Shen Jun Tian. This prompted the youth to shout, Tao Prince, just let it go, you have achieved more than enough. The female cultivators present didn't have to be heartbroken by witnessing his death. You are the number one in our heart, no need to fight to the death. Their eyes became wet as they tried to stop him. Of course, he didn't hear them since he was focusing on the next move. Boom! His supreme grand Tao released endless chaos true energy. Tao laws wove together to form a majestic character. Buzz! An ancient light exuded from his forehead, one that could be found at the start of the worlds. His aura and divinity suddenly changed into that of a Tao Lord, meaning that it contained a dense amount of primordial power. Earlier, his Tao Lord aura was due to his mastery over his bloodline, capable of entering a blessed state and borrowing his father's power. Now, everyone felt as if a new Tao Lord was being born before their very eyes. His aura, albeit still in a fledgling state, belonged to him alone. This was naturally formed, not a borrowed power. Is he breaking through? What the hell? Many blurted out in astonishment. Did he just learn something from this battle and has one foot in the door? A last-gen cultivator wondered. You are a good seed. Li Qie said. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong generation since I am here now. It would have been your time. As for Spear Grasp, he became alarmed to see how seriously Shen Jun Tian was taking this and gripped his spear tightly. He quietly gathered the power of the stars into his spear, resulting in hushed crackles. No one noticed this because they were fixated on Jun Tian. He was simply getting ready for the last moment, ready to lend Jun Tian a hand. "Dao brother, let us do this." Jun Tian roared and released his Dao Lord aura, prompting the crowd to bellow in astonishment. His very movement crushed space as he leaped into the air for the attack. Boom! The grand Dao emanating from his forehead engulfed the sky. The ascension of a Dao Lord was most likely no different from this. His supreme grand Dao supplanted the heaven and earth. Everyone became insignificant subjects under him. The myriad Dao immediately submitted to his Dao. In fact, cultivators were dragged down to the ground by their own Dao. A Dao Lord's Dao. An ancient ancestor from a distance became startled. "He is so close now," another commented. Shen Jun Tian became the heaven and earth, extremely close to becoming a Dao Lord. He unleashed this Dao toward Li Qie, wanting to obliterate him. "Saber, come." Li Qie raised his hand and summoned a saber from the sky's crevices. Clank! A heavenly saber obeyed his call. Its snowy glint illuminated the myriad realms. People suddenly had the feeling that Juantian's world Dao might not be enough to stop this heavenly saber. Chapter 47-24. Borrowed saber. A saber as bright as snow. Its glow reached the far depths of space. This was a heavenly saber capable of delivering judgments. Living beings didn't have a chance to fight. The moment the blade came down, so would their heads. Thus, even the big shots felt a sharp pain in their neck and experienced the mere seconds before death. This prompted spectators to be overwhelmed with fear. They wanted to scream and opened their mouth wide. Alas, no sound came out, as if their head has already been separated from the rest. Boom! Shen Jun Tian seemingly entered the Dao Lord realm and unleashed another strike encompassing the forces of heaven and earth. The sheer destruction of this move gave birth to primordial chaos along the way. This move was clearly several levels above the previous one. However, the blade surpassed everything found in the mortal realms, including Dao Lords. The slash settled everything. There was only one word in everyone's mind: death. No exception could be made, unfortunately for Shen Jun Tian. Boom! In this crucial moment, a deafening blast destroyed a mountain range nearby. This was from Spear Grasp suddenly exploding. The explosion blinded everyone so they couldn't see clearly. It was as if a galaxy has just detonated. The massive blast condensed into a single point and formed a spear made from countless grand Dao. Dao Fall World Render. A time-worn ancestor saw this and took a deep breath. This was Spear Grasp's ultimate move, capable of reverting time and destroying the myriad Dao. Alas, it required an exchange. In this case, he offered his grand Dao and life. The thrust traveled through time itself and appeared before the snow-white saber. All offenses were unlikely to break the spear. Gods, devils, and Buddhas? They weren't getting through, but the heavenly saber was a different story. It cut through the spar and continued to fly for Shen Jun Tian while shooting out thick Dao laws. Li Qie stopped his swing there and pulled his saber back. Nonetheless, the remnant rays were still coming. Stop! A tyrannical roar interrupted the battle. Two top existences attacked Li Qie at the same time from a distance. Tyrant and Skybreak Monarch. An ancient ancestor shouted. The two could watch no longer and had to save Shen Jun Tian, terrifying the crowd with their destructive move. Boom! However, a woman with a dragon and phoenix aura also landed and repelled both attacks. On the other side, the remnant rays finally struck Shen Jun Tian. Though the world served as his armor, he still got cut and became bloodied, falling straight down. As for Li Qie, he staggered several steps backward. This wasn't due to Shen Jun Tian or Spear Grasp's attack. It was just that he decided to pull the heavenly saber back in order to spare Shen Jun Tian. Borrowing the heaven's power by himself was frightening enough, let alone pulling it back. Senior brother. Everyone then saw the bloodied Shen Jun Tian run over and held Spear Grasp, whose chest had a bloody hole. This had nothing to do with Li Qie. His saber merely defeated Spear Grasp's technique. Unfortunately, he was finished because he chose to explode his own Grand Dao for an ultimate thrust. It would have beaten any of the conquerors since he put so much on the line. Few cultivators in the world could have repelled it without suffering injuries. Spear Grasp gained some strength back during his last moments and said, "Go you are destined to be a Dao Lord." With that, his eyes closed and he passed away. Senior brother. Shen Juntian cried out. Although Li Qie showed mercy, Shen Juntian might still have died if it wasn't for Dao Fall World Render, blocking most of the slash. Spectators became sentimental after seeing the sacrifice. A commendable soul. An ancient ancestor said wistfully, one can't ask for a better senior brother. Strong emotions struck the crowd and moistened the eyes of the most hardened cultivators. Speargrass paid the ultimate price in order to save Shen Juntian. This wasn't only because Juntian was his junior brother. Juntian possessed the style and bearing of a Dao Lord, so he wanted to help him achieve this in the future. Leave. Li Qie had no intention of killing him. Juntian still held Speargrasp's corpse and responded, the competition is brutal. I don't need to live a borrowed life. Dao brother, let me go out with a bang. Heroic, albeit too stubborn. Li Qie chuckled while shaking his head. Back on the other side, Tyrant Monarch became angry, but after seeing the woman, trepidation surfaced as well. Will this be a 2-1-1? She stared at the two monarchs. Paramount, you wish to oppose 3,000 Dao? Skybreak uttered coldly. Chapter 47-25. Paramount Goddess. The woman stopping the two monarchs looked rather ordinary and slightly overweight. She tied her dried hair up in a bun and had a wooden stick propped on her shoulder, looking just like an ant in the neighborhood. Her eyes were particularly bright, a stark contrast to her unimpressive appearance. The rest of her was only a mortal shell compared to her gorgeous eyes. The crowd couldn't believe it. How did this ant manage to stop two monarchs at the same time? She looked like a street merchant or the boss of a noodle store, nothing more. Of course, the disciples from Little Diamond would immediately recognize her because she was indeed the owner of the wonton shop, wanting to introduce Li Qie to someone. She had a haughty expression, seemingly not caring about facing two monarchs at the same time. Paramount. Most big shots didn't recognize her until they heard her title. It erupted in their mind like sudden thunder. She's Paramount Goddess. An ancient ancestor shouted. Everyone else became emotional regardless of their status and cultivation. Tyrant and Skybreak didn't dare to underestimate the enemy either. She was a priestess of the temple and a high ancestor of the sea from Bodhisattva. An elderly cultivator murmured. Those who have never met her before still have heard of her exploits. During her youth, she attacked 3,000 Dao and fought enveloping Monarch, the strongest of the six. Eventually, she forced Dao Sanqian to take action as well. This became a famous battle since few had dared to attack 3,000 Dao. It had plenty of experts including geniuses and slumbering ancestors. Just these groups alone could sweep through the realm before taking the six monarchs into account. Nonetheless, she was unstoppable and rampaged in their sect. Even the mighty enveloping monarch couldn't kill her. In the end, the outcome of the fight between her and Dao Sanqian remained unknown. Nonetheless, she left 3,000 Dao without leaving any limb behind. Some speculated that if she had lost, she wouldn't have been able to leave. Others believed that Dao Sanqian had won, but he didn't dare to kill her lest risk antagonizing ancestral divine temple. Rumor has it that Paramount Goddess was a favorite of Her Majesty. Killing her would herald a disaster for the sect. Today, they stared at this legendary figure in disbelief. You know, historical records state that she was the most beautiful in the world. Someone whispered. She looked more like a low-ranking servant of the most beautiful woman at this point. Not anything like the renowned Paramount Goddess. Time spares no one, but it shouldn't have affected her. An ancestor who had seen her before became sentimental. He used to be a fan of hers as well. Cultivators went crazy after catching one glimpse of her. Alas, not many were worthy. Today, she went too far toward the other spectrum, turning into a vulgar ant. This didn't make sense because as long as she was willing to, her cultivation could maintain her peerless appearance. They believed that this might have been due to a certain experience or a new perspective on the Grand Tao, hence her abandoning her bag of flesh and no longer maintaining it. Did you know that she attacked 3,000 Dao over a man? That's what the rumor says. A big shot spoke to his friends. One ancestor from the same generation said, that's what I've heard as well, a member of 3,000 Dao, in fact, a disciple of Dao Sanqian. There is no way to verify this though. Listeners nearby exchanged glances. Too many theories sprung up regarding this matter since the involved parties never publicly revealed the details. The two monarchs fully concentrated on their foe who seemed confident in beating both of them. At the same time, some crowd members paid attention to Li Jie and Shen Juntian, the latter being determined to not run from battle. This decision had nothing to do with pride and foolishness. He simply wanted to prove his Dao and showed the world his brilliance. Potential fatal encounters always revealed more of the Dao to geniuses. Otherwise, reaching their full potential and going beyond it remained challenging. Dao Prince, you're already invincible in our heart. Just leave. Teary girls from a distance continued to persuade him since witnessing his death would traumatize them. Bam! Bam! Two figures with billowing auras descended onto the battlefield. One had an air of righteousness while the other's regal aura could reach the firmaments. Their presence immediately froze the crowd. Five Sun King and the young Emperor. A spectator shouted. That's three. Seems like the five conquerors will team up. Another responded. Their intention was as clear as can be. Helping Shen Juntian. His death would be rather unfavorable now due to the common enemy. Li Jie. Just in time. Li Jie smiled. Why are you here, Dao brothers? Juntian asked. We are here to lend you a hand, Brother Juntian. Five Sun King smiled. I appreciate your kind intent, but I do not need help. Juntian refused. Chapter 47-26. Just in time. Juntian's choice surprised some people. He was clearly not a match for Li Jie, so without the protection of his sect or allies, death was inevitable. Dao brother, the curtain for the Dao Lord competition has been lifted today. The young emperor said before turning his eyes toward Li Jie. They pulsed with a regal aura as he said, there is a long way to go on this dangerous path. Fellow Daoist Li, you don't have a problem with us starting now, do you? As long as geniuses wanted to become the Dao Lord, this competition was inevitable. This suggestion from the young emperor could have a reaching impact on all great powers. I don't have a problem with people courting death. Li Jie responded, start it then, we'll see how much waves this competition can create. We admire your fearlessness, Dao brother. Five Sun King laughed and joined in. All of us wish to become the Dao Lord, so a battle between us can't be avoided. Today is as good as any day to start this competition. The curtain is lifting. The crowd members saw the declaration of war at last. It's finally here. A big shot said softly, the five conquerors have started the competition, it's just that we have Li Jie now too. Ample theory crafting went into predicting the winner of the five conquerors. Everything was possible, whether it be alliances or one-on-one duels. No one expected a new variable to be thrown into the mix. Li Jie. This is not a personal fight. I hope you understand, fellow Daoist. If you have reinforcement and Dao protectors, it is time to invite them as well. The young emperor said, we, true immortal, will obtain the Dao Lord position at all costs in this generation. He was frank with his intention and gave Li Jie time to prepare, that he was facing all of true immortal. The elders of the East will support me as well. Dao brother, summon your protectors. Five Sun Kings said. An all-out war soon enough. This will make the potential candidates clear soon enough. A spectator knew that there would be more competitors than just these three. This is expected. Li Jie is simply monstrous. The more time they give him to grow, the more unfavorable it'll be for them. Once he reaches a certain level, not even true immortal can suppress him. An ancient ancestor from a prestigious clan observed. Right, a case similar to Emperor Yi who crippled true immortal without becoming a Dao Lord. They went all out and it still wasn't enough. Another ancestor said. Many compared Li Jie to Emperor Yi at this point. In that generation, true immortal sent out numerous monarchs and ancient ancestors only to lose. I alone am enough to slay all my foes. Li Jie smiled. This declaration shocked all listeners. The Dao Lord competition required the power of sect or even an entire race. Its climax included thousands and thousands of top masters and awakening ancient ancestors. They took a deep breath and thought that he was insanely domineering for choosing to be alone. Another Emperor Yi. A crowd member commented. Five Sun King and true immortal young emperor didn't expect this answer. They had declared the start of the competition, and knew that they would have the support of their sect. It might not mobilize all men, but the ancient ancestors would do their best to help them. They were clear with this intention and told Li Qiye to make preparation as well. They were sure that he would have his own Tao protectors and allies. For example, Ancestral Divine Temple and Lion's Roar. After all, Paramount Goddess was here to stop the two monarchs. This verified the rumors of him having Lion's Roar as a backer. This new information was still acceptable and even expected by the two conquerors. This was just part of the game. Alas, Li Qiye didn't bother summoning any help. He was actually ready to fight all of them. The monarchs of True Immortal and the saints of the East will come soon. Xin Juntian warned, Dao brother, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough. He reminded Li Qiye that Five Sun King and the young emperor won't fight him by themselves. They would absolutely, and wisely, rely on their sect. Slaying those monarchs and saints? I alone am enough. Li Qiye smiled and paid it no mind. Chapter 47-27. River Demon of Death. The comment instilled a gruesome image into all listeners. Anyone else saying this would have been laughed out of the room for being ignorant. In fact, some big shots would be annoyed and might decide to teach the speaker a lesson. This naturally didn't apply to Li Qiye. Ancient ancestors had no problem with him saying this either. He had earned the right to speak his mind without bothering the crowd since they had no choice but to obediently accept. After all, he showed his strength by forcing Spear Grasp to meet his maker. How many could actually stop him? Prior to this, everyone thought that opposing True Immortal was suicidal. Now, they shared a similar sentiment with Li Qiye. He killed members of the behemoths without batting an eye. Therefore, no one felt safe opposing him. Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I've heard such domineering words. A voice accompanied by a chilling game appeared. An old man appeared by the border of the battlefield. No one saw how he got there. He had the height of a dwarf, yet he was also skinny and feeble. At first sight, people thought that he had 3 heads, but in reality, he only had 1. The other 2 were skulls from young children propped on top of his shoulders. Who knows if he had killed them or merely picked the skulls up somewhere. All in all, this creeped spectators out. He had a shabby banner from an ancient period. It was also wet like a piece of trash fished up from a river. The River Demon. He seemed to be a famous character. The moment people recognized him, they staggered backward with fear, ancestors included. Those from the East were particularly afraid of him. Even the ancient ancestors didn't want to be involved with this notorious figure. This geezer is here too? An Eastern ancient ancestor waved his hand exasperatedly, clearly hating the demon yet not daring to do anything about it. The River Demon of Death is extremely powerful. Someone said. He was notorious way before becoming one of Five Sun King's 3 saints. I've heard that he turned a kingdom into a cemetery once with countless wailing spirits. An expert said with dread. Massacres weren't rare in the cultivation world. However, only a few tormented the dead as well. This demon was one of them, twisting the souls of the dead after massacring their kingdom. Nonetheless, some weren't surprised to see him here since Five Sun King was already present. I saw him before, he didn't look like this. Another took a closer look at him. He had the appearance of a child previously. He's a river demon, a bizarre existence. We don't know his true form. A big shot from the East shook his head. Li Qiye glanced at him and then said, just an insignificant demon with a putrid smell, rotting like dead fish. He then waved his sleeve dismissively as if trying to blow away the smell. His disdainful distaste for the demon astounded the crowd. None dared to do so, only treating the demon with reverence out of fear. Insignificant demon? Others exchanged glances with wide-opened eyes. The river demon has lived for generations, an unfortunate fact for his countless victims. He has never experienced this blatant contempt before, not even from the ancient ancestors or the monarchs from the behemoths. Ha ha ha, Junior. Killing you won't be enough. I will also refine your soul and prevent you from reincarnating for eras, a fate worse than death. He revealed a nefarious smirk. Calm down now. A dignified voice stopped the livid demon from attacking Li Qiye. Heaven Seal ancient ancestor arrived with a pulsing divinity. Behind him were ancient ancestors from True Immortal. They wore concealing robes to hide their identity. Nonetheless, their ancient aura was still frightening and intimidated the crowd. The river demon was dreadful due to his evil nature. However, True Immortals group represented invincibility. Rumble. Laws of the Grand Tao detonated afterward, starting a cycle of boundless derivation. Everyone felt an invisible hand pushing down and nearly breaking their spine. 6 Tao Monarch. They looked around but didn't see anyone. Alas, they knew that this monarch was here. Chapter 47-28. Primal Fate Palace 6 Tao Monarch, the disciple of all things Tao Lord, a peerless cultivator. Everyone felt as if their grand Tao was being suppressed despite the monarch's current passiveness, reverting them back into helpless ants. The hidden old monsters that have yet to show up didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because his master was considered by many to be one of the 10 greatest Tao Lords. 6 Tao Monarch had followed him to numerous battlefields. The two were unstoppable, so his cultivation should be frightening as well. This battle is shaping up to be on the same level as Emperor Ye's war. One ancestor shuddered. I think so too. I wonder how many ancient ancestors from True Immortal are here. How many ace cards? An undying ancestor said, True Immortal went all out with 7 ancient gods, 13 dragons, 67 god kings, 89 paragons. Emperor Yi was yet to be a Tao Lord at this point and competed against the supreme genius of True Immortal. This started a shocking competition. True Immortal enjoyed a golden age then. Numerous top masters tried to ambush Emperor Yi. Today, they wished to have another Tao Lord and would flatten all opposition for him. 6 Tao Monarch was already present. Who else would come for the sake of this goal? The current True Immortal is no longer at its prime. Nonetheless, do not underestimate it. A big shot whispered. In reality, no one dared to look down on True Immortal. Just 6 Tao Monarch alone made them tremble with fear. What about 3,000 Tao? Will we see enveloping Monarch or maybe even Tao Sanqian? An expert calmed down and asked. True Immortal was here to protect their young emperor. As for Shanjun Tian, he seemed to be the most brilliant out of the conquerors. Would 3,000 Tao stand with him as well? Listeners became emotional whenever they heard the name, Tao Sanqian. This was a being withstanding the withering of time. He had ample experience in this competition, having protected 5 Tao Lords before. He would have no problem facing 6 Tao Monarch. This is going to be tough for Li Qie. Someone commented. His opponents were the behemoths and their supreme cultivators. Fellow Taoist, as the saying goes, it is not over until it is. The young emperor of True Immortal stared at Li Qie with excitement. I'm aware that I am not at your level, but I still wish to face you for the sake of my Tao heart. As you wish. Li Qie said. I will be satisfied even after just experiencing one move alone with you. He channeled his imperial aura, looking unbeatable and causing the crowd to gasp. The competition had officially started and the 5 conquerors no longer had a reason to fight Li Qie alone. Nonetheless, as an heir and a supreme genius, he had ample pride and dignity. In the future, they will attack Li Qie with full force, but right now, he wished to duel Li Qie alone even just for one move. I'll stand by at the rear, brother. 5 Sun King laughed. Very well. The young emperor laughed as well and released his 12 palaces. They stabilized the region and took charge with haste. Numerous visual phenomena appeared behind him. A great king descending in an azure made of the Grand Tao. This seemed to be a primordial world. Spectators felt as if their lives were under his control. This froze them with shock because their Grand Tao was next, leaving them as feeble as mortals. An innate sense of respect overwhelmed them since he became the symbol of prestige and regality. Everyone needed to prostrate before him. The primal fate palaces. A big shot was in awe. This was his innate gift, a supreme talent. He was born with them. Regular cultivators created palaces through cultivation. Those lucky enough to have palaces and visual phenomena at birth were destined for greatness. Having palaces at birth was accompanied by one visual phenomenon. Mystical palaces at birth belong to special cultivators that only show up once a generation or so. They possess 2 phenomena. As for primal palaces, someone like the young emperor possessed 4 phenomena, something only seen once in an era. What an insane talent, perfect for cultivation. Spectators became jealous. This was one of the greatest possible talents for cultivation. It allowed him to wield Tao Lord weapons at the age of 5, beat his martial uncles at the age of 8, fight ancestors at 10, become an heir at 15, and sweep through all obstacles. Who else could control a Dao Lord weapon at 5? This was due to the power of the phenomena. Geniuses in the crowd lowered their head and sighed, accepting inferiority. Clank! His weapon of choice was a spear. His aura erupted even more after holding the weapon, looking like a supreme king on the battlefield. Sagacity! He never lost with it before. Someone murmured. Those who have seen him in action with it before agreed with this comment. Chapter 47-29. Sagacity was named after its creator Dao Lord and didn't let him down in battle. The same could be said for when the young emperor picked it up at the age of 5. Ever since his debut, he relied on his own power and talent to defeat his opponents, whether it be a peer or an ancestor. Few were worthy of him summoning sagacity. Those who have fought him before said that there was no chance of beating him while he had the spear in his hands. This, of course, was an exaggeration. Nonetheless, it expressed his battle prowess with it, akin to a tiger growing wings. Tiny runes coursed on the surface. This was a supreme chapter written by Sagacity Dao Lord, Sagacity's Search. This merit law boosted the spear's power and made it even more desirable. Just think about it, it contained information regarding the Dao Lord's enlightenment journey as well. Buzz! The young emperor channeled his grand Dao power and chaos true energy into the spear, causing the runes to become bright and visible. With that, Dao laws poured down and circled around him. Suddenly, cultivators felt something wrapping around their mind and true fate. Instead of being oppressive and painful, this was akin to falling into a spiderweb and becoming helpless prey. Sagacity's Search. They heard loud chanting from an unknown being, causing them to drop to the ground and prostrate. Just the activated Dao alone engulfed the crowd members. He didn't need to use the spear to win. He then pointed the spear straight at Li Qie, yet the strange phenomenon still robbed everyone of their freedom. The incoming thrust didn't have a destructive affinity. On the contrary, crowd members saw the vision of a supreme Dao Lord sitting in front of them and reciting profound mantras. This was a lesson and a test for listeners. Those with weaker Dao heart had no chance of resisting. The words assaulted the heart and mind, shattering all resistance. Everyone felt their heart being pierced by this thrust and felt the cold of steel. Ah! Some couldn't handle the pain and screamed. Others also became suffocated and nearly fainted. The damages would have been fatal if it had been aimed at them instead of Li Qie. Once the pain dissipated and sanity returned, they saw Li Qie stopping the thrust. Of course, a successful block shouldn't be surprising to anyone. The problem was how easy he made it seem, with 2 fingers. It pierced through his robe and exposed his skin. Just a tiny bit more and he would be able to piece Li Qie's heart. Alas, this last bit was an unsurpassable distance. The crowd gasped in disbelief because the young emperor was famous for being unbeatable when using sagacity. How heaven-defying! A big shot commented. Li Qie had blocked Shen Juentian's Dao Lord attack. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. An ancestor said. Others nodded in agreement because Shen Juentian's Dao Lord attack was truly dreadful. The emperor's expression soured because these 2 fingers seemed to have taken root into the spear tip. He couldn't pull the spear back despite mustering all of his strength. Thus, he decisively abandoned the spear and leaped backward. You forgot this. Li Qie chuckled and threw the spear. Boom! The Dao laws from Sagacity Dao Lord also activated and poured out like waterfalls. His power flattened the mountain ranges nearby in the blink of an eye. This destruction was similar to that of a Dao Lord attack. This didn't make any sense since this was the young emperor's weapon. It was both blessed and augmented by true immortal sect and the young emperor. Others couldn't exert a similar level of power. Alas, Li Qie didn't need time to be accustomed to it. No need for modification either. Just 1 throw was enough to deliver a devastating blow. Those not in the know would think that this was Li Qie's own weapon, that he was a member of true immortal with access to its supreme merit laws. How can this be? A spectator shouted in astonishment. Chapter 47-30. Casual throw. The spear throw exceeded all imagination and logic, breaking through everything along the way. The astounded emperor didn't understand. Sagacity was the first Dao Lord weapon he mastered. The 2 had a mutual understanding. It became an extension of his hands. As its master, He somehow couldn't stop the spear from heading straight at him, fully activated. "Come, bowl!" Five Sun King shouted during this crucial moment after seeing the confused young emperor. He summoned the bowl of the world. It released a 5-colored radiance and became as huge as a mountain, blocking in front of the emperor to stop sagacity. Boom! Fiery sparks splashed everywhere as the tip of the spear struck the bowl. The shock wave sent spectators flying despite already being at a safe distance. The sparks then pierced through peaks in the ground, horrifying spectators. Five Sun King was a wonderful cultivator, sending his bowl through a long distance to save the young emperor. Alas, the immovable bowl couldn't stop it fully. He staggered backward and felt his internal organs shaking violently, causing him to vomit blood. The loud bang was unbearable for listeners. It took a while before they could breathe again through the pain. They then saw Xueqi standing there calmly while the two geniuses stared intensely at him. Still no chance. Everyone reached the same conclusion. Many already had this guess before, but now, it became abundantly clear. For conquerors have fought Xueqi, only to be proven inadequate. The only one left was Firmament Mortal King, but the result should still be similar. The duo had a solemn expression, aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. In reality, they already suspected this beforehand. However, as supreme geniuses, they didn't wish to give up before actually exchanging blows. Now, the young emperor knew that in a one-on-one fight, he would have been absolutely crushed. The only way to win was to team up and rely on their sex power. Let us witness his wondrous techniques together? Five Sun King straightforwardly suggested. Soloing Xueqi was idiotic at this point. However, they could team up and at least see Xueqi's supreme techniques. Not seeing his power would leave them with regrets. Come, today is your last chance. Xueqi smiled. The two exchanged glances and lacked confidence. They still had no idea of his true power and how much they needed to take him down. The start of this competition was a shot arrow, meaning that there was no taking back. They had to eliminate Xueqi or there would be no chance of them becoming a Tao Lord. We shall see the truth today. Five Sun King said with conviction. I'm afraid you will only see death. Xueqi smiled. Everyone became nervous yet excited. There was no delaying the inevitable now. This would be a fight to the death. Due to the gravity of the matter, the 5 conquerors had been delaying the competition until now. This is the start? One youth asked. Seems that way. The battle today will decide the candidates. The winner might not become the Tao Lord, but the losers will be eliminated for sure. An ancestor nodded. Others nodded silently. To death then. The young emperor also spoke with conviction. Now's your chance to show your top merit laws before I kill you both. It would be a shame to not show the world your Tao culmination. Xueqi said with a smile, not taking the two of them seriously. Keep in mind that by this point, not all ancient ancestors could keep up with them. This is too much. We're talking about true immortal and the Eastern Alliance here. One big shot said. Right, I still think the outcome is unclear. Another ancestor said. Though everyone felt that Xueqi was being arrogant, no one criticized him due to his strength. You can see the future, Tao brother? Five Sun King retorted. This isn't a difficult task. Xueqi chuckled. This is not just a battle between us 3, don't you know? The young emperor's expression soured. He made it clear that it wouldn't be just the two of them. Chapter 4731, Imperial Sword. Let's get this going so I can end it fast. I have other matters to attend to. Xueqi urged. The young emperor and Five Sun King were visibly agitated by the nonchalant comment but didn't act on it. They had too much self-control. Anyone else as prestigious as them might be trembling with rage. Nonetheless, they knew that Xueqi was stronger. Letting their emotion get the best of them would only display their inadequacy. Listeners smile wryly after hearing this. Xueqi has never changed his tone regardless of who he was speaking to. Have it your way. Five Sun King shouted. Come. Xueqi gestured provocatively with his hand. The two geniuses exchanged glances and prepared themselves. Boom! Five Sun King channeled his vitality and released it, showing the crowd his prestigious and ancient bloodline. Of course, his bloodline couldn't compare to Shen Juntian. It also lacked the same regalness as the young emperor of True Immortal. Nonetheless, The aura came from an ancient era. As he breathed in and out, he resembled the lord of the myriad Tao. Screech! A sharp affinity tore apart the region and scratched everyone. The vitality manifested into the form of a heavenly eagle. Its spread wings blotted out the sky. This was a king of beasts, a being above the rest of its ilk. The eagle bloodline. Someone shouted. Buzz. Next came the reveal of his fate palaces and true fate. The latter was different from everyone else's. Halos circled around it and resembled independent realms. They contained mysterious abilities capable of seeing the secrets of the heavenly Tao and reaching the end of the path. Its mysteriousness made others shudder and feel fear. This had nothing to do with cultivation. His true fate alone insisted that he was superior. A mystic true fate. An expert commented. Two incredible innate gifts in one. A genius whispered. Though his eagle bloodline was thin and not direct like Shen Juantian's Tao Lord bloodline, he was able to improve its rank through cultivation. Unfortunately, there were still limits to this height. As for the true fate, it couldn't quite compare to the peerless primal fate palaces of the young emperor. However, he possessed both of them. Therefore, this placed him in a top spot in the young generation, not counting the other conquerors. Clank! The young emperor summoned a sword, no longer using the sagacity that helped him become famous. It was golden from top to bottom, looking thick and heavy. Emperor is the sword's name. He pointed it at Li Qie and surrounded his opponent with a mighty sword intent. It is my true fate weapon. The sword boosted his aura to the apex, making him the lord of both men and beasts. He created the sword through his true fate. If he were to become Tao Lord, it would become his patrimony weapon or even a paragon weapon. It lacked the regal aura seen in sagacity, but on the contrary, it felt more suitable for the young emperor. Sagacity ultimately was not his own. His ability and talent weren't enough to exert its true power. This didn't apply to Emperor. He was capable of using the sword to its very limit. This was the reason why cultivators crafted weapons through the true fate method. Is it stronger than sagacity? Someone questioned. Buzz. Five Sun Kings stuck with using his bowl of the world. It still pulsed radiantly and appeared to be unstoppable. Spectators watched with bated breath, awaiting the start of this battle where two conquerors would go all out. This will be a magnificent spectacle. An expert whispered. It always is, every Tao Lord competition. An ancestor smiled. Who will win though? A genius wondered after seeing the new team. Shen Juntian had lost, but maybe these two would put up a good fight. Fool. An ancestor shook his head. They have no chance of winning. If they do their best, maybe they'll be able to see more of his strength. Well, I'm guessing they'll last 300 to 500 moves. Another ancestor speculated. People didn't have a problem with it. This team should be strong enough to last a while. Chapter 4732. Soaring Immortal / Tao Brother, try this. Five Sun King laughed and leaped into the air. He instantly appeared above Li Qie and pushed his bowl downward with lightning speed. The five-colored radiance poured down and left no room to escape, immediately sealing Li Qie. Next came the bowl capturing him. While inside, he faced the force of heaven and earth crumbling down around him for total suppression. Boom! The ground sank down by 30 feet and cultivators lost stability for a moment. The crowd gasped after feeling the weight of the world. Their bones started cracking, unable to handle this pressure. Boom! Mountains and rivers lost their shape and became flat fields. Cracks appeared beneath Li Qie's feet and spread to all 8 directions. He sank to the ground, inch by inch. It wouldn't be long before a complete burial. This weight is immense. Spectators from 1,000,000 miles away were sinking down as well. If they were the targets of the bowl, they would have been reduced to fleshy bits and blood in the blink of an eye. That's why it is called Bowl of the World. The whole weight of the world pushes down during an attack. An Eastern ancestor elaborated, it can obliterate a sect in just a second. Listeners gasped after hearing this. No single man could withstand this weight. The suppressive process continued before the committed viewers. They found Li Qie impressive once again by not dying instantly. He held the entire world up with his shoulders. Alas, this fully immobilized him. Die! The young emperor made his move. His sword soared through the air with blinding rays. Those standing a million miles away screamed as blood streamed down their eyes. They combined together and formed a slash faster than time itself. No one saw how fast it was, not even ancient ancestors who activated their heavenly gaze. Due to its speed, time seemed to be reversing and everyone saw countless images within a single second before being blinded by their own blood. Ah! They grabbed their eyes and bellowed in pain. Soaring immortal slash. Only the mightiest ancient ancestors and true monsters escaped the devastating effect of the temporal reversal. Nonetheless, they were still moved by this youth's ability since they needed to use their strongest weapons and top defensive technique in order to stop it. A detonation occurred and brought the timeline back to normal. The result was still a point for Li Qie, a successful stop. In reality, he was simply standing still due to the bowl's suppression. The tip of the sword stopped 3 inches before piercing his throat. It was as if there was the hardest yet invisible substance protecting Li Qie. Spectators bellowed in astonishment. The sword technique has reached the temporal level, capable of affecting time and bypassing defenses. They lost control of their own body due to the temporal fluctuation, unable to see the attack, let alone block it. How did Li Qie manage to stop the sword from moving forward in his current state? How is he doing this? An expert became slack-jawed. Power, pure power. An ancient ancestor saw the hints. It is brimming around him and serving as a barrier. How could pure power stop that slash? Just imagine the raw force required. An undying cultivator took a deep breath. Naturally, both his opponents became alarmed. Chapter 47-33. Supreme geniuses. Both the world's bowl and soaring immortal slash failed to injure Li Qie, who stood there like the toughest statue. He stopped both attacks without performing any technique or requiring the Tao, something unfathomable. Since an ancient ancestor told them about the pure power around him, everyone understood the reason why. Boom! The bowl released torrents of light. Its power surged again after being empowered by 5 Sun King. The young emperor tried again and the slash became as bright as planets exploding, wanting to obliterate the region. He thrust his sword forward, resulting in an incalculable force heading for Li Qie's neck. Their empowerment boosted the power of the bowl and the sword. Alas, their opponent still didn't move. His natural strength alone became an unpassable moat. What is his cultivation? The ancient ancestors, including the river demon and the monarchs, couldn't see through Li Qie's cultivation. Scram! Li Qie slightly raised his voice. Boom! The pure force around him suddenly expanded and seemingly flipped the sky vault over. Both the young emperor and 5 Sun King's defensive maneuvers weren't enough, so they were blown flying. Li Qie raised one leg and kicked down to unleash a destructive attack. Both opponents roared after seeing this. The king used his bowl as a shield, turning it into a majestic mountain. The young emperor raised his sword horizontally, one hand holding the hilt and one hand pressing against the blade's surface. This created a Tao wall made of swords. Boom! The collision issued a blast that ruptured eardrums and made them bleed profusely. The kick struck the bowl and the sword, sending their owners flying like shooting stars. They smashed into the ground and created 2 huge pits. Crack! Bones broke and their blood stained the dirt. The scene became silent. These supreme geniuses could fight ancient ancestors evenly, but they failed to match Li Qie, suffering grievous injuries from a single kick. The big shots became alarmed. They understood how strong these 2 geniuses were, meaning that the kick was virtually unstoppable. They wouldn't have fared any better against Li Qie. All of them had the same thought in unison. This man must die. Leaving him alive would be disastrous for the future. Bam! Both of the geniuses leaped out of the pits and blew debris everywhere. They were bloody with numerous broken bones. Screech! The image of a heavenly eagle appeared in a golden radiance. 5 Sun King's muscles grew bigger and tougher as if he was possessed by this divine beast. It granted him primal strength and swift recovery power. Both his open wounds and broken bones healed in no time at all. Buzz! As for the young emperor, he released chaos lights from his primal fate palaces. It only took a second for him to return to his peak condition. Only their robe and hair were a mess. Otherwise, they were exactly the same as before. The crowd naturally became jealous after seeing their innate gifts. Those wounds could have left them bedridden for an entire year. In fact, some might not be able to fully heal for the rest of their lives, always carrying the Tao injuries or internal physical injuries. This didn't apply to the two geniuses. Of course, they weren't in the mood to appreciate their fortune. Before fighting Li Qie, they had already prepared mentally to lose. Alas, his power far exceeded their imagination, resulting in a swift defeat. This was their most frightening opponent since their Tao debut. They were aware of terrifying existences looming in this world. However, these existences normally didn't show up. Moreover, they could take these beings on after becoming a Tao Lord. Li Qie was a different story. Despite being a youth, he was at a whole other level. Anything else? Or is it time to rely on your sect? Li Qie said. Normally they were the ones saying this line. Now they have been pushed to the very edge. We had a Tao discussion and came up with a particular technique. Five Sun King responded. Would you like to see it, Tao brother? One move to decide everything. The young emperor seemed eager to test it out. Chapter 4734, World Primordial Sword. Go for it, show me what you have come up with together. Li Qie accepted. Very well. The two exchanged glances and made up their mind. Despite not being a Tao Lord, these two were talented enough to create a historically great merit law. Moreover, they worked together on its creation and were about to use it together. This should be nothing short of brilliance. Buzz! Five Sun King's bowl became resplendent. The rays weren't only coming from the opening this time but the entire thing. This illuminated the entire region. The bowl seemed to be containing 3,000 worlds and an endless cosmos. Spectators had nothing but kind words about this. His bowl might not be weaker than a Tao Lord weapon, even though he wasn't one yet. The shining bowl was placed on the ground, but it didn't damage anything. Suddenly, everyone felt as if the world itself has been turned into a gigantic bowl. All living beings and laws were contained within and could be refined at any moment. Runic lines then appeared everywhere and the ground became bright as well. The real world suddenly retreated and was replaced by a version ruled by the bowl. Buzz! With this, the three combatants disappeared from sight, entering the new world of the bowl. Inside this new dimension, they saw the bowl in an enlarged form floating in the sky. Five Sun King was the ruler. His blood served as the energy for this world. Clank! Imperial swords slowly appeared and took over as well. The stars up high also turned into swords. Eventually, an ocean of blades could be seen. It started twisting into a maelstrom capable of devouring anything. Each had the power and will of a great king. These intents were mighty and fully obeyed the young emperor. This was akin to him leading an army of elite warriors to fight Li Qie. Screech! The image of a heavenly eagle also appeared. It then fused with the new dimension, serving as space and time and then becoming omnipotent. The suppressive aura of a heavenly eagle took over, acting as the highest god. This still wasn't the end of the preparation. The mystic True Fate released the secrets of the Grand Tao to empower the heavenly eagle. Suddenly, the creature from the primordial time actually manifested into reality. It had golden claws and red eyes, adorned with magnificent feathers. It spread its wings and started a terrible spatial storm. The mystic True Fate is empowering the eagle bloodline. Spectators could still watch the fight unraveling in this new dimension. Gods were nothing more than delicious meals to this heavenly eagle. It was made from time and space of the dimension. Anything standing within its boundary was helpless before its will. When empowered by a mystic True Fate, a merit law could become dozens of times stronger. This was common knowledge. However, none expected him to use it on his eagle bloodline. Clank! The imperial swords became the foundation for a supreme sword Tao. The power of both the bowl and the eagle also empowered true immortal young emperor. Boom! His primal fate palaces exuded immortal light. The four phenomena appeared to help him. A radiance pulsed intensely around him. A supreme grand Tao melted into his body and caused his eyes to flash with Tao light. One was Yin and the other was Yang, granting him the ability to derive life and death. The various empowerments returned him back to the purest state, a process similar to atavism. He gained the ability to control the primordial forces. What an incredible boost of power from the four phenomena! One spectator said. He also enjoyed the power of Five Sun King and reached an unprecedented height. Clank! His imperial sword became the only thing worthy of the character, sword. He traced his finger down the blade and illuminated this dimension. The ground had a layer of reflection as if it was made from jade. World Primordial Sword. The young emperor shouted. This was a slash created by the duo. They used the king's bowl as the root, the heavenly eagle and mystic true fate as the base along with the young emperor's four phenomena. This resulted in an unstoppable attack. The crowd could sense its immense destruction right away and started shuddering. They all turned pale while imagining the swing. Chapter 4735. Easy solution. World Primordial Sword could be considered a top technique even from a historical lens. Several brilliant innate gifts gathered together in order to perform the slash with the help of the strongest weapons as well. Among the young generation in True Immortal, everyone thought that True Immortal Saintis was the best sword user. This notion was swiftly dispelled because the young emperor was superior. In reality, this has always been the case. It's just that he had always used sagacity to defeat his opponents. Only a few knew about his mastery of the sword. When compared to this particular slash, the Saintess sword Dao played the part of a firefly contesting against the bright moon. Not a Dao lord, yet they just unleashed a slash greater than one could. An ancient ancestor took a deep breath. This was a noteworthy achievement. Two heirs capable of producing a merit law on the Dao lord level. A true testament to their ingenuity. Clank! The slash divided heaven and earth, then severed the yin and yang. A permanent scar was left on the spatial fabrics. The myriad Dao in its trajectory would never be the same henceforth. When staring at this slash, one could no longer see the past and the future. The victim would become stuck in an isolated space, unable to ever get out. It initiated a new cycle of life and death, only that it would end with death in finality. Cultivators were scared out of their mind, pale. They dropped down to the ground and trembled with fear. The true masters became alarmed as well, calculating the odds and damages if they were in Li Qie's shoes. Some found that decapitation would be the result. Most importantly, the bowl was also sealing any possible escape path after he turned into a heavenly eagle. This was a primordial power beyond the reach of mortals. Back in ancient times, just one feather from this creature could crush a mountain. Now, the great bird was flapping its wings and creating an unbreakable blockade. Therefore, how could Li Qie possibly dodge the slash despite his own greatness? He decided to show them. His hands moved with incredible dexterity like a butterfly darting through a flower garden. They strangely seemed to be coming from a different dimension, perhaps from the past or the future, not his current hands. This allowed them to make it through the eagle's blockade. The palms came together to form a mudra in a natural manner, perfectly catching the sword in the center. This was akin to a divine sword returning to its scabbard in spite of its destructive potential. All of its powers were forced back inside. No sign of Dao fluctuation occurred, such as laws manifesting and becoming visible. His movement was in tune with the grand Dao, flowing in an imperceptible manner. Boom! He then unleashed the power of the palm strikes, one capable of crushing the gods. The clap didn't make a single sound, the complete opposite of its devastating potential. The monarchs from the behemoths would be crushed just like a mosquito if caught. Sure enough, the shock waves emanating from the clap pulverized the mountain ranges nearby. Damn! Cultivators finally realized what they were seeing and gasped. Li Qie caught the unbeatable slash with his bare hands. This was not his first time doing something like this, but it shocked spectators more than the rest. If ancient ancestors were to try this, the majority would be decapitated. Chapter 4736. Tian Feng's Return, Rumble. Space had a hard time accommodating this influx of power. This created continuous detonation and cracking noises. The ethereal walls near Li Qie had cracks everywhere. The trio appeared to be existing in a glass world. The power coming from this place could instantly turn cultivators into bloody mists. The crowd wisely backed off even farther away, not wanting to die a needless death. Boom! The dimension collapsed. The original master was none other than Five Sun King's Bowl, a rare artifact capable of creating its own dimension. It had previously replaced the real world and trapped Li Qie within. Now, the collision between Li Qie's palms and the slash destroyed the containment. The slash also collapsed at the same time, rendering the shockwaves even more intolerable. This meant that the duo has lost to Li Qie. The region was reduced to apocalyptic ashes after the exchange. They were sent flying again after the containment was breached. The explosion resembled an ambushing beast, catching them fully off guard and making them bleed. Li Qie leaped into the air and raised his hand, wanting to kill both the duo with an energy palm. The ground sank down into the shape of his palm. Shit! The aghast duo summoned resplendent treasures with surging Dao power to stop the incoming attack. Boom! The treasures went down instantly. Ugh! The suppression made them vomit blood. Meanwhile, spectators thought that these two would either die or at best, alive but crippled. Activate! A large figure suddenly joined the battle during this crucial moment and pushed up against Li Qie's great palm. The ground beneath turned into a basin, on the verge of being pierced through by the continuous force. Spectators saw that it was none other than Tian Feng who had lost to Li Qie previously. He kept his human form this time. His muscles bulged visibly as he tried his best. Each seemed to contain the power of a gigantic dragon. Dao brother, I still want to fight despite my last defeat. I will be joining them. I hope you don't mind. Tian Feng laughed. This caught everyone off guard since they thought that he was currently crippled. Alas, he appeared perfectly fine right now. I'm afraid you won't be as lucky this time. Do you wish to throw your life away? Li Qie maintained the pressure and asked with a smile. Leave it up to fate since this is what my heart desires. What's so good about life or what's there to be afraid of regarding death? Tian Feng's battle spirit remained lofty and intimidated the crowd. Tian Feng was still Tian Feng, never faltering regardless of the enemy and ready to die in battle. This earned him the crowd's respect since Li Qie utterly destroyed him last time. He was on the verge of death yet he still came again. Others would find this suicidal and idiotic. Losing to Li Qie wasn't shameful at all, especially not after recent events. However, here he was without a hint of hesitation. Rumble! The power of his bloodline was pushed to the extreme in order to hold the line. Go! Since he was still losing ground, his forehead became resplendent with a red glow. His body then became translucent. Eventually, people saw something resembling a ruby on his forehead, looking heavy and coarse. They thought that it contained countless firmaments with boundless weight. Azure Madstone. An ancient demon monarch recognized the ruby and shouted, "What's that?" Those nearby asked him. The monarch solemnly answered, "A unique stone in history, the defining treasure of the Mad Frogs." Chapter 4737. Azure Madstone. I haven't seen it in a long time. An archaic ancestor praised. Their tribe rarely used it, that's why. I heard in the last several eras, only Heaven Devourer Mad God took it out. An existence with ample knowledge of the Mad Frogs said. Tian Feng belonged to Divine Dragon Valley, but his origin was well documented. His race's population was rather humble. Thus, every member was a highly valued existence. The demon monarchs from there always dominated each generation. The tribe naturally had lofty aspirations for him and fully supported his quest for the Dao Lord position, hence his possession of the Madstone. Rumor has it that these frogs were born beneath a particular peak. Inside this peak was the peerless Madstone. Because of this, some believe that their race might have been created partly due to this stone. For example, a random frog could have come across this stone and held it in its mouth long enough to transform into something different, becoming the race's progenitor. From this, the frog gained a gift similar to the innate ones bestowed by the heaven. This hypothesis was supported due to the Madstone's ability to boost the Mad Frog's innate gifts, allowing them to reach their limit or even break through. A wielder of the Madstone became dozens of times stronger, perhaps even 100 times. Tian Feng's physique was said to be able to block a Dao Lord weapon. This might not be entirely accurate but was still a testament to his tenacity. If it were to be 100 times stronger with the Madstone, wouldn't that make him invulnerable? Activate! Tian Feng roared again. The Madstone became red like blood and illuminated Tian Feng's body. His bulging muscles received infinite power subsequently, seemingly infused with true dragon blood and turning into dragons. His flesh became as tough as divine metal and brimmed with power. Boom! The slightest movement of his started causing loud explosions. Just one touch could crush a mountain. Spectators gasped after seeing this. It meant that just his physical strength alone could destroy a kingdom. With this, he finally stopped the descending palm from his foe. Earlier, the duo couldn't stop the palm despite using numerous treasures. However, The muscular Tian Feng turned into a frenzied warrior and possessed enough power to make it competitive. You should take pride in your physical prowess. Li Qie nodded approvingly while staring at Tian Feng's body and its draconic muscles. He needed the power of the Madstone to boost his innate gift to the maximum limit. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that it was available to everyone. Due to its profundity and power, it could crush other users instantly. For example, the young emperor and 5-Sun King thought that instead of activating their potential, they would just be grievously injured by the Madstone. What an insane body! The ancient demons and mighty ancestors couldn't help but praise him since he managed to considerably surpass them in this regard. If they were to deactivate their merit laws and cultivation in order to participate in a physical contest, he would be able to reduce them to a bloody pulp. He would have no problem stopping Dao Lord weapons. An old demon commented. More than that, I believe that it would take something out of this world to pierce through his body. A hidden master responded. Let's see how tenacious you are then. Li Qie became interested and smiled. His hand lit up as the palm of energy descended with increased intensity. Boom! The ground sank by 100 meters in the blink of an eye, terrifying spectators. Activate! Tian Feng's body bent down as he mustered more energy. The Madstone released rays resembling to that of a blood diamond. His body became larger and tougher, the same for his muscles. He became a giant at this point, capable of shouldering the entire sky vault. The young emperor and 5-Sun King got up at this point and stared at Tian Feng's monstrous body. They had no confidence in taking him down. Rumble! The region was on the verge of collapsing. It became a contest with Li Qie gradually applying more power, the same with the Madstone. As his body grew larger, his chaos true energy continued to deplete and was no longer able to handle the Madstone. We shall lend you a hand, brother Tian Feng. The young emperor and 5-Sun King joined in. Chapter 4738. Broken Sky. The two of them placed their palm on Tian Feng's important meridian and channeled their Ru chaos energy and Grand Dao true blood into him. Boom! His vitality erupted and became as vast as a billowing ocean. Just his power alone was impressive enough, let alone being boosted by two other supreme geniuses. They weren't weaker in him at all. In fact, they had a more impressive reservoir of energy and Grand Dao true blood. It seemed as if there were three of him now. The eruption of vitality swept the weaker crowd members flying. How close is this to the Dao Lord level? Someone asked after feeling the majestic power. Three of them combined, not far from being at the Dao Lord level. Who would be able to stop them? A big shot murmured. This was more than the sum of its parts, potentially doubling their combined power. Rumble! Tian Feng once again was able to stop Li Qie. Spectators heaved out a sigh of relief. One of them whispered, looks like if all 5 conquerors gather their energy and Dao blood, they might be able to challenge a true Dao Lord. I don't know if I would go that far, but it might be enough to remain unbeatable. An ancient ancestor said with certainty. Just 3 of them were monstrous, let alone all 5 conquerors. We shall assist first, brother. True Immortal Saintess ordered fellow sect members including ancestors. She leaped into the air and placed her hand on his shoulder, channeling her powers into him. He absorbed and then sent them to Tian Feng. The 12 pillars and 7 kings, these are elders and ancestor-level characters. Spectators became emotional. The young emperor turned into a true dragon after receiving the influx of power, creating his own ocean of energy just like Tian Feng. Incredible! Everyone became emotional after witnessing the resources of True Immortal. These men weren't the top dogs of True Immortal. Nonetheless, they still wowed the crowd with their cultivation. Help His Majesty. A grand saint from the east also ordered. Having heard that, a top sovereign also appeared and touched 5-Sun King's shoulder. 4 paragons and 19 sovereigns. This is his full force outside of the Trinity. A spectator took a deep breath after seeing another group of billowing vitality and energy. 5-Sun King had 8 paragons and 36 sovereigns. Unfortunately, 17 sovereigns have been slain by Li Qie along with 4 paragons. Boom! 5 suns appeared around the king. Each contained a grand world with boundless Grand Dao true blood and chaos true energy. They turned him into a peerless and unbeatable king with full control over heaven and earth. One possessed a draconic might while the other was a solar king who would reign for eternity. Brother Tianfeng, accept this. Both shouted in unison. Good. Tianfeng has prepared himself for this and opened his fate palaces to reveal the true fate. Boom! His Dao halo spread outward and turned into a great maelstrom to accept the incoming powers. This influx of energy could eradicate 10 kingdoms in seconds. The crowd became horrified after seeing the full scale of the incoming attack. Tianfeng continued to absorb the 2 oceans like a whale with the help of the vortex. His muscles bulged up to the limit. The giant became even larger. Buzz! The Mad Stone released a blinding ray after enough power was accumulated. Only Tianfeng can withstand this. Spectators became emotional because the influx of power could implode ancient ancestors and reclusive masters. The mad frogs have such an unfair physical advantage. No one could refute this statement by this point. Boom! Tianfeng became shrouded in a bloody glow. Each ray was too much for the world to bear. Rah! He roared and let it all out, looking like a diamond god of blood. Chapter 4739. One palm strike. Tianfeng eventually reached an enormous size. If the sky and the earth had handles, he would be able to lift and reverse them as he pleases. With the help of his allies, he was able to garner more power from the Mad Stone, potentially reaching its limit. He has yet to activate his power, but it was impossible to contain, akin to a flood destroying a dam. The crowd knew that if they were close enough to him, they would be reduced to pieces. He seemed to be made out of a blood diamond, tough and heavy, seemingly invulnerable to all weapons and attacks. Boom! He began channeling his power. The world shook violently, and even the most accomplished cultivator had a hard time stabilizing. Go! He shouted. This single word slammed listeners in the chest and discomforted them. Boom! They then saw a magnificent scene. The devastating energy palm of Xueqi was actually being pushed upward by Tianfeng, 1 meter at a time. The contest obliterated the spatial fabrics nearby. Up! Tianfeng roared and still grew in size, managing to press back against Xueqi with unstoppable momentum. Up! The roar didn't stop, and neither did his advances, to the crowd's astonishment. Though they knew that it wasn't his power alone. He was the only one capable of serving as the vessel for these cultivators. Just one mistake would end with implosion. That body can crush the heaven. An ancient demon monarch became emotional. Tianfeng's colossal frame could crush a kingdom with a single smash. It wouldn't be hard for him to massacre an entire region. This was enough to deter some ancient ancestors and undying monsters. Finally, someone who can stop Xueqi. A big shot murmured. Perhaps this is the extent of Xueqi's power. An ancestor from a sacred ground speculated. They saw that Tianfeng has finally seized the upper hand after being pushed back for so long. Maybe so, it's absolutely horrifying. A great lord took a deep breath. The 3 heirs alone should be an unbeatable team. This time, it included dozens of heavenly sovereigns as well. This showed that Xueqi's true power far exceeded his peers. Few in the world could actually touch him. I believe Tianfeng has a chance. Someone else became excited. If this was still not enough to beat Xueqi, it would be hopeless for everyone else. Not bad. Xueqi smiled. Very well, watch carefully then. Buzz. He raised his hand and it became bright. Next, every inch of existence resonated with him and emitted light. The rays carried a primordial affinity, seemingly existing at the start of time. They contained various powers such as the energy of the earth, the heaven, other essences. Eventually, the rays of the world turned into a boundless sphere in his hand. As the sphere rotated, the suppressive power surged out. Just one particle of light from this sphere could reduce anyone to ashes. This incalculable power and the rays emanating from it destroyed everything along the way. Boom! Tianfeng immediately dropped to the ground. Crack! Next, his seemingly invulnerable body boosted by the Mad Stone had cracks everywhere. Ah! Tianfeng bellowed in pain. The young emperor, 5-son king, and their allies were sent flying. Some vomited blood, others couldn't handle the injuries and died on the spot. Tianfeng's gigantic frame was pushed to the ground by an inviolable power and was still being crushed. The big shots shuddered after seeing this. They thought that Tianfeng was invulnerable only to be proven wrong. He's untouchable, someone said. Just one finger of Xueqi could take her down. He's the next Tao Lord for sure. The ancient existences realized that no one else was qualified to compete against him. Meanwhile, the losing side was still screaming in agony while laying in a pool of their own blood. Enough of this, Junior. A net suddenly descended with a corrosive force. Even space itself was being devoured. Chapter 4740. Celestial spider gods ambushed. The vast net descended and engulfed the battlefield, covering numerous mountains and lakes. It also contained a mysterious pull, dragging all existences closer and closer. It resembled a spiderweb attempting to trap various insects. Xueqi was clearly the main target, being at the center of the nest. It surrounded everything within 10,000 miles of him and started releasing its corrosive energy. Mountains and lakes melted in no time at all, not due to extreme temperatures but something else entirely. Not even sovereigns could withstand this force. Through cultivation, cultivators gained a new body impervious to poisons and venoms. This simply didn't work against the net. It had something capable of corroding the flesh and the true fate. Damn! Spectators became afraid because this corrosive force was more dangerous than sabers and swords. The latter could be blocked and parried. Injuries were limited, but this net could eat their true fate. Clank! A sharp spear descended in the direction of Xueqi, followed by many more. The net came first to stop him from escaping. These spears were the killing blow. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, making it difficult for anyone to react in time. The shadow of a colossal spider cast over the area. The creature above had a radiant glow. Celestial spider god. Everyone recognized the spider right away. This was one of the 3 saints working for Five Sun King, a demon god from the east. Its venom was notorious for being fatal regardless of the victim's cultivation realm. Once infected, removing it was virtually impossible. It would eventually corrode the flesh and then the true fate. In fact, being strong might be an unfavorable trait since it would only serve to prolong the agony. The process could last more than 1,000 years for powerful ancestors. A fate worse than death. The spider god ambushed Xueqi and instantly sent down the physical manifestation of its venom, the net. The spears turned out to be its long legs, intending to end its enemy. Such a ferocious attack. An undying demon shuddered. Not to mention a junior, even the experienced cultivators wouldn't be able to escape the sudden ambush due to the spider god's strength. It's rather effective, albeit dishonorable. It is worth it though to kill Xueqi, a great contribution. A big shot murmured. The spider god's status rivaled any ancient ancestor. This included Heaven Seal or any monarch from 3,000 Dao. Therefore, such a character ambushing a junior would be viewed as shameless and despicable. Alas, Xueqi has shown his terrifying potential. Therefore, some actually celebrated his potential demise. The spider god has never cared about morality and righteousness. This isn't his first time ambushing someone. A king uttered coldly. The ancient ancestors from the Alliance side naturally wanted to eliminate Xueqi. However, a sneak attack was crossing the line. They might team up and formally challenge him to a direct confrontation, nothing less. After all, they came from prestigious sects and cared about their reputation. Some sneered and looked down on the spider god. Others hoped that he would be successful. Kekek! The great spider let out a nefarious sound resembling laughter. Listeners got chills after hearing this. I don't care who you are, no one can survive my venom, especially not when I went all out. The demon said. The big shots exchanged glances and agreed that the despicable ambush seemed rather effective. They themselves would have had a hard time evading the combo. Rather confident, aren't you? Xueqi's voice was suddenly heard. Poof! The area where he used to be standing became ignited with Dao flames. They burned the venomous net, causing smoke to billow. After the smoke dispersed, people saw him standing there. The spears didn't make to pierce him since they were all caught by his hands. Chapter 4741. Death Venom Spider, he's still alive. Many cultivators shouted. An ancestor smiled and said, Xueqi can't die that easily. After all, he has the style of a Dao Lord already. Right, the spider god won't have an easy time here. A demon king didn't find this surprising either. You! The massive spider became alarmed because he had killed numerous combatants with this combo. Mighty cultivators could have stopped the leg spears, but once infected by the venom, death was only a matter of time. In this case, Xueqi remained untouched by both. Pathetic creature, your arrogance ends here, Xueqi said. The spider god became livid. Though his reputation was rather unsavory, his power couldn't be denied. Even the monarchs from the behemoths were wary of him. This was his first time being called pathetic by anyone. Alas, time wasn't on his side because Xueqi suddenly grabbed his monstrous body, fully immobilizing him. Rumble! Debris scattered everywhere as Xueqi smashed him repeatedly. Bam! 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 The spider was the size of a mountain, thus the smashes caused considerable damage to the ground, leaving chasms and pits behind. This caused the spider god to bellow in agony while venomous liquid splashed everywhere and corroded the ground. He struggled and struggled, only to fail to escape from Xueqi's grasp. The dominating demon god became a rag doll in no time at all, to the spectators' astonishment. Boom! He was left inside a pit, covered in wounds from top to bottom. Venom spilled out of his mouth as he looked to be on his last breath. Crack! His exoskeleton started breaking. Xueqi continued by breaking the spider's long legs, one by one. Eventually, only the main body was left on the ground, unable to move. Damn brutal! Jaws dropped to the ground and cold chills took over. The pale spectators couldn't believe how weak the spider god was compared to Xueqi. The conquerors gasped as well. Though the spider wasn't at the invincible level, he did sweep through the world before, victoriously. They could accept Xueqi winning after 3 or 5 moves of serious fighting. But now, the spider was thrown around like a rag doll, as feeble as can be. He's about to die, someone commented. This is how a great demon is to die? Utter humiliation. A different demon god became afraid. Still alive, but it can't get worse than this. Not even a chance to fight back before being ripped apart. An ancient ancestor commented. By this point, the big shots of the Alliance had a serious expression. They were aware of the spider god's power and found his loss shocking. Crack! Just when everyone thought that the spider was finished, the large body cracked open and released a large amount of venom and blinding green lights. Everyone then saw a spider climbing out of the shell, only the size of a fist in jade green from top to bottom. The radiant spider looked angry. Nonetheless, its glow wasn't one of the evil affinity. What is that thing? This naturally surprised the crowd. Once the tiny spider got out, the original body fully collapsed. The area around it became a forbidden lake that would consume any trespasser. The spider flew up into the air and kept a safe distance from Xueqi. It looked afraid while staring at him. A death venom spider, that's his true form. An ancient demon revealed. I see. Many were surprised to see that the giant spider wasn't his true form. They could also see the fear in the death venom spider. He would have died if he didn't have this secret. Nonetheless, it made it clear to him that he was no match for Xueqi alone. The atmosphere became tense once more. The young geniuses have lost despite being empowered by last-gen cultivators. The notorious spider god's ambush also failed spectacularly. The Alliance started planning its next move. The first to speak was none other than the river demon of death. Fellow Taoists, it is time. Chapter 47-42. Sky's End. 5 ancestors. The river demon led by example and crossed through the air to approach Xueqi. His banner fluttered to the wind and gave off a creepy feeling. Crowd members suddenly tasted something that could only be described as death. Where he stood became the gates of hell with howling ghosts and devils. The fiendish horde was ready to invade the mortal world. They then recalled the rumors about this river demon, how he massacred kingdoms and turned the citizens into specters. This was indeed a fate worse than death. Boom! At this moment, the spider god also descended downward. Despite its tiny size, it landed on the ground with the impact of a mountain and left a huge crater behind. Right! Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor landed as well, slamming his shield into the ground and creating an uncrossable border. This suddenly made his allies feel safer. As long as he and his shield were there, they would be able to stop all attacks. He's extremely strong. An expert said, no one can break his shield. Incorrect. A big shot said, Everlasting Monarch nearly killed him with one swing back in Yin Yang Crossing. Well, that's Everlasting Monarch, someone who can fight a Tao Lord and the junior brother of Blessed Tao Lord. There aren't many like him in history. A sacred monarch shook her head. Everyone agreed with this because Everlasting Monarch was one tier above the big shots present. Boom! After Heaven Seal made his move, 5 majestic figures landed next, seemingly dragging a corner of the sky into the ground. These 5 armored men had an ancient battle intent and resembled top generals. Previously, Tian Feng's battle intent was frightening but also mad. These 5's battle intents had a suppressive and deterring affinity, forcing their foes to yield before fighting. Few recognized who they were, but their auras told everyone that they were stronger than Heaven's Seal. Sky's End 5 ancestors. An old cultivator who has lived for eras recognized them and gasped. They were World Razor Tao Lord's generals who helped him obtain the throne. I see. Ancestors shuddered after hearing this. Oh. Someone still recognizes us. One of them spoke calmly. His voice had a metallic ringing and a strange rhythm that affected others' courage. The ultimate competition leaves behind countless bones and brutality beyond your imagination. You are alone, but be afraid not. The world is vast and there will be a place for you if you leave now. Another told Li Chia, advising him to give up. His words carried ample weight since his group of 5 had helped World Razor become a Tao Lord previously. He had experienced the competition firsthand. True, the birth of a Tao Lord leaves behind countless bones. However, it won't be my bones. Li Chia retorted with a smile, not afraid of these mighty foes. You do have the bearings of a Tao Lord. We'll see if you can become one. The third general praised, not angry by the lack of respect. Anyone else? Li Chia scanned the battlefield. Those hiding in the darkness or observing from a distance were all spotted by him. No one else spoke right now since most didn't want to be involved in this competition. As for the other big shots from true immortals such as 6 Tao Monarch, they wanted to watch and see Li Chia's true power, waiting for the right time to strike. I see, let's make it more interesting. Li Chia smirked and slowly took out the immortal gemstone. Its radiance initially blinded spectators, but he made a fist to cover the rays. His fist shined brilliantly in a magnificent manner. The gemstone. This captured everyone's attention. None could deny their desire for this artifact. Come, this will be another prize for the Tao Lord competition. Whoever survives today will win it as well. Li Chia smiled. This tempted listeners, but they didn't forget the initial goal, killing Li Chia. Who knows if a skirmish would break out afterward for the gemstone after his death. Boom! The sky vault suddenly opened and expanded after his suggestion. Chapter 47-43. 5 heavenly monarchs. 5 colors took over instead of the regular blue azure. Everyone immediately looked up at this visual phenomenon. Who is it? They knew that someone amazing has arrived. The colors suddenly exploded and left a hole big enough for a figure to appear. The remaining radiance then gathered around the majestic figure. He wore a crown and seemed to be the heaven's equal. Titanic Monarch. Many important figures shouted his title, aware that the reinforcement from 3000 Tao was here. Buzz. Space shook violently next with loud buzzes. Though some tried to cover their ears tightly, this didn't work. The buzzes still drilled inside and became unbearable. A few couldn't handle this and rolled on the ground. Their ears started bleeding. Seal your senses. It's Resonance Monarch. A powerful cultivator ordered before sealing all 6 senses. Next came a fiery ray resembling a phoenix tail. It spanned marvelously for 100,000 miles. The rider of this ray turned out to be a woman in a Taoist robe with her heavenly gaze activated. This gave her eyes a disorienting effect for those staring at them for too long. Most have never seen her before, so they were surprised to find out that the monarch was a woman. Boom! A spatial hole appeared and out came a great pagoda. It must have traveled a great distance in the blink of an eye. It pulsed brilliantly and became the center of the world. Its divinity commanded veneration, turning it into a portal toward paradise. An old man with an impressive presence walked out of the entrance. It grew small enough for him to carry in his hand. Nonetheless, it looked more like a vessel containing a world instead of a simple pagoda. Pagoda Monarch. A great demon said. That's 5 monarchs from 3000 Tao, just missing the leader, enveloping. The group's arrival shocked the crowd. Even the elders and ancestors from 3,000 Dao became emotional. They rarely got a chance to meet a single monarch, let alone 5 in the same place. 5 heavenly monarchs, Sky's End ancestors from true immortal, Trinity Saints, for conquerors. Cultivators had a hard time grasping the power of the alliance. Its goal was none other than defeating Li Qie. In fact, just being able to fight any member of this alliance was something to be proud of. Today, Li Qie was going to fight all of them by himself. The competition is no joke, this will be bloody. A genius obtained a deeper insight into the Dao Lord competition afterward. Embarking on this path meant potentially facing the entire world one day and its behemoths. True immortal, 3,000 Dao, and the powers of the East were hellbent on taking Li Qie down at any cost. 5 out of 6. Where is enveloping? Paramount Goddess remained undeterred. Her fierce attitude astounded the crowd. It appeared that all of the tales about her were true. Rumor has it that enveloping monarch was nearly as strong as Dao Sanqian. This meant that the other 5 monarchs working together might not be able to defeat him. Goddess, if you wish to fight, we shall entertain you. Resonance Monarch thunderously challenged. You bunch aren't enough to deter me. The goddess proudly said. Her powerful style made others forget about her unimpressive appearance. They're here for me, so let them come. I'll handle this. Li Qie stretched lazily and ordered her to stop. She glanced at him and then at the 5 monarchs before leaping up into the air again, away from the battlefield. With that, the 5 monarchs landed around Li Qie, surrounding him. Reinforcements from True Immortal, 3,000 Dao, and the East are here. We're just missing people from Divine Dragon. Someone commented. The competition was one thing, but most importantly, the Immortal Gemstone was up for grabs as well. This was potentially killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And Divine Dragon? Li Qie glanced at Tianfeng. Everyone else also did the same. They knew that Divine Dragon had numerous powerful demons, but only Tianfeng has shown up thus far. I'm the one who wants to fight you, not my parents or grandparents. Why would they come? Tianfeng said. This was indeed the truth. He only wanted to fight Li Qie and didn't care that much about the Dao Lord competition. Chapter 47-44. The prize. No one had a problem with his answer. Nonetheless, it was rather strange because the competition wasn't a personal contest. As long as one was talented enough to become an heir, their sect would also be involved. First, they have spent immense resources on grooming these geniuses. The true payoff only came with the emergence of a Dao Lord. Tianfeng had Divine Dragon Valley helping him. It wasn't quite on the level as True Immortal and 3,000 Dao, but far superior to 5 Sun School. As a supreme genius, Tianfeng was absolutely worthy of getting full support from Divine Dragon. Alas, he never relied on his sect's power in the past or now against Li Qie. Most considered this as either foolish or insanity. The latter applied to Tianfeng. Interesting response. Li Qie smiled and turned his attention toward the ancient ancestors. One at a time or all at once? He asked and left the crowd speechless. This current alliance was virtually unstoppable and could destroy 10 kingdoms in no time at all. How many would dare to face them alone? The other conquerors certainly wouldn't. He's unbeatable with that gemstone. A big shot said while staring at his shining fist. The gemstone is unbeatable. Not him. No one can fully control its power, so forcing the issue will end with a fatal backlash. It's suicidal. An ancient ancestor shook his head. This became clear to everyone after seeing the Fist Emperor using it a while ago. The power of the gemstone far exceeded the limits of cultivators. I will start. Pagoda Monarch said seriously. Buzz. His pagoda exuded a divine light and became larger again, piercing through the blue clouds and even the stars above. The power of the pagoda crashed downward without the help of merit laws and techniques. The Grand Dao wailed in agony as they were being pushed apart. Mountains and lakes were instantly destroyed. Li Qie resembled a mosquito compared to the Great Pagoda. A direct impact should result in obliteration. Bam! However, Li Qie easily stopped it with his palm. The collision sent out destructive shockwaves and ravaged the already broken region. The pagoda couldn't move an inch downward and didn't shake Li Qie at all. Break! The monarch added more energy into the pagoda only to have the same result. It didn't matter how much he tried, The pagoda wasn't moving in the slightest. Back at you. Li Qie smirked and pushed upward. Boom! The pagoda suddenly flew back with lightning speed toward its master. Its speed and power were countless times stronger than its previous attack, enough to create a blazing trail. The monarch became alarmed and let out a battle cry. He chanted a mantra to construct a towering Dao wall. This defense and his mastery over the pagoda failed him. It destroyed the wall and smashed him, breaking his bones apart. He vomited blood and slammed into the ground, resulting in a big pit. He eventually got up while holding the pagoda. Alas, he looked pale and was shaking since his own weapon nearly killed him. His allies were shocked to see this. This applied to the powerful members of the crowd as well. Pagoda Monarch was absolutely a top cultivator capable of sweeping through 8 desolaces. Today, he couldn't block one move from Li Qie and nearly met his maker. I would believe you if you tell me that he's a Dao Lord already. Someone told his friend, aghast. The power of the immortal gemstone. Not a Dao Lord yet is superior to one. An old demon commented in a daze. The allies exchanged glances, aware that trying to fatigue him by going one at a time wouldn't work. All of them would die eventually. Thus, the only plan was to work together and attack from all directions. Chapter 47-45. Fiendish Water. The ancient ancestors from the Alliance knew what they must do, fight together. Spectators watched with bated breath, becoming eager for this ultimate battle. Perhaps the first battle of the Dao Lord competition would also be the fiercest and the one to decide the future winner. They knew that if Li Qie didn't go down here, he would absolutely become the next Dao Lord. As for the other conquerors, they would have to live in his shadow afterward, a cruel fate for the competitive souls. Thus, Five Sun King and the young Emperor nodded in unison after coming up with the same conclusion. They were supreme geniuses and dragons among men, wanting to reach the apex. To be inferior forever was an unacceptable future. The gap between them and Li Qie would be akin to that of insects and a Dao Lord. Losing to one of the conquerors would have been acceptable. They previously thought that one of them would become a Dao Lord. The competition was close enough for them to maintain face. Alas, Li Qie was simply too dominant and haughty. Their pride made them rather die here than to live a borrowed life under Li Qie's reign. Therefore, determination flashed brightly in their eyes. It's time for us to team up. The river demon uttered nefariously. Brother Spider, lend me your strength. The crowd had an ominous feeling about this. 2 demon gods working together. Moreover, the result should be impressive. These 2 saints must have worked together before with special techniques. Boom! The fist-sized spider landed on the ground after hearing this. Strangely enough, the impact was as devastating as a large meteor. Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground and took the form of a gigantic spider web. Even space itself had cracks that extend to Li Qie's area. This turned the world itself into a spider web. Meanwhile, the small spider released boundless jade radiance. An ocean of light emerged and could drown out the entire battlefield. The cracks on the ground and in the sky were infected by this green light. The spider web became more conspicuous. Once they coiled together, Li Qie would be trapped in a cocoon in the blink of an eye, helpless. The web could have trapped a true dragon with room to spare, let alone a being as tiny as a human. By this point, Li Qie couldn't move an inch lest caught by the web. Inescapable net. A demon king said, this is his ultimate technique. All of his power is channeled into the web right now. The spider himself couldn't move because of this. He and the web were one at this point. Therefore, the technique was a double-edged sword since it left him vulnerable as well. The river demon also joined the fray, shaking his demonic banner and summoning an evil skull with his other hand. It issued a nefarious and nauseating ringing. Abyss of the dark earth, water of all evil, he started chanting. Splash! Water suddenly sprung from the ground and filled the area of the web, seemingly originating from the yellow river. Zzz. It drowned Li Qie and started sucking his life and vitality. Fiendish water. A spectator recognized the move. This is what he used to easily massacre a kingdom. Everything inside was robbed of their vitality. A mighty devil monarch became afraid. Yes, and he refined the victims into specters afterward. That's the real scary part. A big shot from the east added. Start. The 5 monarchs of 3,000 Dao initiated their attack plan as well. After Titanic Monarch's command, a void appeared in the air and sent down countless heavenly swords. Each could cut down a mountain range and change the current landscape. Die! Pagoda Monarch empowered his pagoda again and sent it to smash Xueqi into a pulp. Chapter 47-46. Unbeatable Skybreak Monarch also thrust his halberd downward. His friend who has helped him dominate numerous battlefields and kill mighty cultivators. It was made from a special celestial metal infused with the Tao bones of a great demon. The tip was especially sharp, capable of cutting the breezes that just happened to be passing by. Its target was none other than Xueqi's throat. Due to its speed, the trajectory left behind a lightning ray. Once the target knew that it was coming, their neck would have been pierced already. Rah! Resonance Monarch also attacked by roaring instead of using a weapon. She released a tsunami of mantras right at Xueqi. Instead of assaulting the ears with unbearable volume, the mantras simply had a destructive affinity. Anything along the way crumbled from the vibration, whether it be the toughest metal or a bottomless lake. Due to the endless nature of this attack, Tao power, chaos true energy, and even spatial mastery couldn't stop them. Boom! Tyrant Monarch chose to turn his myriad Tao into meteors, crushing stars along the way. This was as if a true immortal has used a tail whip against the world. Both the physical landscape and its inhabitants would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. These ancient ancestors didn't hold back and terrified the crowd. Their attacks would leave lasting damage behind to the primordial union. At this point, even the big shots outside of the union felt heaven-defying shock waves breaking through the dimensions. They knew that a great battle was happening within. This was a total of 7 ancient ancestors working together to kill Xueqi. The crowd screamed in horror. Some became paralyzed by the sheer pressure. This is something else. An important figure wondered if Xueqi could stop the incoming attacks. Buzz! The gemstone in Xueqi's palm became blindingly bright again. This exuding radiance seemed to be forming a barrier to block all of the attacks. The heavenly swords and the meteors were immediately blocked. In the next moment, the barrier started pulsing. After each pulse, it became 100 times bigger. The swords and meteors seemed like pebbles thrown into the ocean, leaving behind ripples. Alas, as the barrier grew larger, it seemed that the various attacks would need eras or travel through billions of miles before reaching Xueqi. However, this phenomenon didn't affect Xueqi at all. His hand moved freely and elegantly through the barrier. His movement was at normal speed while the others became infinitely slow. This made it look as if he was waving at lightning speed. The power emanating from the wave swept through the entire battlefield and more. The vastness and thickness of the world no longer mattered. He could easily push the realms without facing any resistance. This applied to his opponents as well. The 5 monarchs and the demons reacted perfectly and just in time. Alas, their defensive techniques and treasures couldn't stop the hand wave. After loud explosions, their treasures disintegrated. All 7 ancestors were sent flying with numerous broken bones. They smashed into various mountains and pierced through them before stopping in newly created craters. The crowd became slack-jawed while staring at the ground stained with the mighty's blood. Their mind became empty, unable to process this development. 7 ultimate cultivators have teamed up and lost to a single push. This level of power was beyond their imagination. Hey! He didn't even use a technique. Someone assumed that the battle would have lasted for several hundred rounds and included wonderful techniques and variations. Who would actually believe this story without being here in person to witness it? He's unbeatable. Golden Fist Emperor sighed after seeing this. The push didn't surprise him. The issue was Xueqi's perfect mastery over the gemstone's power. He exerted it at will while not suffering any backlash. Chapter 47-47. Everyone together. He has used the gemstone before and understood what terrible power loomed within. In his opinion, it was perfectly logical for its wielder to wound the 7 ancestors. After all, this was something capable of contending against the power of Worldbreaker, a place that was not conquered by the Tao Lords. He had only used it a few times and it nearly took his life. From what he could see, Xueqi had complete control over the gemstone. This meant that he had the means to fight Worldbreaker right now. Of course, others didn't have the same experience and only focused on the immediate results of the fight. The bloodied ancestors were pale as they stared at each other in disbelief. As beings capable of looking down on others, they have met true masters such as Dao Sanqian before. It has been a long time since they sustained such serious injuries. Moreover, they had no chance of stopping the attack earlier. Anyone slightly weaker would have been reduced to ashes. We have to join as well. One of the 5 Sky's End ancestors from True Immortal had a solemn expression. As accomplished generals under World Razor Dao Lord, they could tell that they were facing a formidable foe. Killing Li Qie was far from easy. The other members of the alliance knew that this was not the time to hold back. They had to work together while using everything in their arsenal. Fellow Daoist Li, we shall be teaming up with all of our forces now. If you wish to have your own allies involved, now is the time. 5 Sun Kings said before preparing for the assault. Bring as many as you want. 10,000 come, 10,000 will stay on the ground. The same applies to 1,000,000. I alone am enough. Li Qie smiled. The crowd took a deep breath. He was still wanting to go alone against the full forces of the alliance. The Dao Lord competition has started. Therefore, it wasn't shameful for the alliance to team up against Li Qie. There have been plenty of historical precedences. Therefore, becoming a Dao Lord was quite a feat, needing to overcome numerous obstacles. No mercy will be shown during times of war. This is your last chance to summon allies. Fellow Daoist. We will not stop attacking afterward. The young emperor reminded. Both 5 Sun King and the young emperor wanted to win. Killing Li Qie was of utmost importance. Nonetheless, they still wanted to give their foe more time. It's all right, just these 2 hands are enough. Li Qie smiled again, looking domineering with the gemstone in his hand. He resembled a mortal with no aura to speak of as he stood there. Alas, this was an unbeatable mortal. This is Li Qie. Everyone was moved to be in his presence. A competitor wanting to embark on the path all alone. Very well, start the formation. A Sky's End ancestor ordered. The alliance seemed to have a plan to deal with Li Qie. Good. The young emperor, 5 Sun King, and their men also joined the battle. Casualty would be nothing more than a number today. They must defeat Li Qie no matter what. Ha ha ha, although I wish to fight you to the death in a one-on-one fight, it seems that I lack the ability to do so. I shall join them then. Tian Feng laughed. It was abundantly clear that Li Qie would crush him in a fair duel. The lack of competitiveness ruined the fun. Therefore, he had no choice but to join the others and try to put up a good fight. Seeking death amidst a great battle was his joy in life. His goal was completely different and purer than his peers. The alliance members slowly circled around Li Qie. Though they haven't practiced this before, their experience and talent more than made up for it. As for the spectators, they fantasized about the incoming move. This might be the strongest attack in the last few eras. They smartly retreated in order to avoid being hit by the remnant shockwaves. This battle will decide everything. A big shot murmured. The crowd understood that one side would die today. Fellow Taoists, follow my lead to create a defensive seal. Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor shouted. The others showed zero hesitation. Their forehead lit up and shot out buzzing rays. Rumble! Heaven Seal turned into a great bulwark. Dao runes transformed and morphed continuously beneath his feet. The power of various Grand Dao blessed him. The rays from other cultivators struck him and formed a seal. Boom! He roared and a beam of divine light descended from above and hit him. All of this culminated in the formation of runic shields. Chapter 47-48. Heavenly Bulwark. The runic shields were large and thick like mountains. Each could protect a kingdom and withstand the mightiest onslaught. Heaven Seal then summoned an actual shield. It activated its radiance and appeared to be a portal protecting the sky. Skywheel Dao Lord's Heavenly Bulwark. A patrimony weapon. An old spectator shouted. Patrimony weapons. Treasures created with the Dao Lord's full effort. The crowd was amazed because this was a level above regular Dao Lord weapons. Heaven Seal's forehead became resplendent with wisps of light. These were the powers given to him by his allies. He channeled them into the shield and caused a deafening blast. It shook the world and blew away the distant stars. The crowd was naturally swept off their feet. Even ancient ancestors became unstable due to the violent gale and Dao Lord aura. The weaker cultivators tried to get up from the ground only to find that they couldn't move due to the Tao Lord's suppression. Beams of light descended from above and gathered together to form a mighty empowerment that reaches all of his allies. Boom! The individual glow then pulsed and expanded until the alliance became engulfed in a vast expanse. Fortresses formed around them, interconnected into a greater whole. The second variation of that patrimony weapon, mastery. A knowledgeable demon king took a deep breath. Patrimony weapons were known to have 3 variations or techniques. Each of them represented the strongest might of the respective Tao Lord. Of course, this required the current user to be able to use them. In the cultivation world, there existed a particular belief that whenever one of these techniques would show up, the fight would be decided instantly. They included comprehension, mastery, and extinction, each stronger than the previous. The last move meant the extinction of all things, whether it be the Tao or living beings. Of course, only a few knew how to use the first variation, comprehension, let alone the other 2. It also required an immense amount of power and vitality. In this case, Heaven Seal was able to use mastery. Boo! The fortresses granted the individuals a personal defense yet connected defense. Breaking through one meant needing to go through all of them first, bypassing the spatial and temporal affinities. Heaven Seal was the main user, yet this move granted similarly independent protection to all of his allies. I can't believe he knows how to use mastery. They won't lose then at the very least. An undying cultivator became emotional. I heard only their Tao Lords can use the Bulwark's second variation. It seems like Heaven Seal can also do it with the support from all of his men. Someone with a deep understanding of true immortal said, Heaven Seal, that's indeed the perfect title for him. An ancestor from the same generation as Heaven said sentimentally said, I don't believe Xueqi can break this defense. For most cultivators, seeing a patrimony weapon was rare enough, let alone the mastery variation. This was a moment to remember forever. Shall we start? A Sky's End ancestor took out a cauldron and activated its light. Buzz! Space trembled as it poured out celestial rays. These rays shot to the sky and derived the mysteries of the Grand Tao. The sky was replaced by a Tao formation of the highest grade encompassing everything beneath. Starry sparks appeared beneath Xueqi first before turning into bright maelstrom. They were situated in a special array, putting Xueqi at the center of the overarching formation. This didn't mean that he was in charge but rather, just an insect being stuck in a spiderweb and becoming one with it. Buzz! Spectators from a safe distance suddenly felt their cultivation, chaos true energy, and vitality turning into zero. This included ancient ancestors. They became helpless and didn't have the energy to lift a single finger. This was different from a regular suppression. The latter relied on an overwhelming force while this simply robbed the affected cultivators of their strength. Cosmic Trap Formation. An ancient ancestor recognized this supreme formation since he was also affected. Chapter 47-49. Cosmic Trap Formation. Those who recognized the formation took a deep breath after hearing the name. I heard that only Tao Lords can escape this formation. A big shot whispered. Yes, this is it. A demon king nodded. This formation protected true immortal from many eras. After all, plenty of invincible characters in history were eager to challenge true immortal. They ended up dying this formation, but most importantly, it wasn't presided over by the 5 Sky's End ancestors. After its decline, numerous powers coveted their resources, wanting to destroy true immortal and take their ancestral ground. Unfortunately, the majority either died trying or returned with grievous losses. In this case, the formation was far more frightening since it was under the control of the Sky's End ancestors. Everyone thought that only Tao Lords would be able to survive. It was created by World Razor Tao Lord specifically for his generals. Therefore, its power was truly shown when used by the 5 ancestors. Moreover, this cauldron was a patrimony weapon serving as the foundation for the formation. Xueqi was absolutely facing the cosmic trap formation at its strongest state. A little interesting. Xueqi glanced around and chuckled while stuck inside. He clenched his fist and slightly moved the immortal gemstone. It immediately let out a terrifying amount of energy in the form of Tao flames. They shone so brightly and resembled 2 fiery wings. Boom! Everyone felt the emergence of a massive storm. The gales blew by and terrified them, prompting them to scream. Ah! Some felt that they were being torn apart. At the exact moment when Li Qi'er initiated the gemstone, the stages of the formation started as well. The celestial maelstrom beneath Li Qi'er started rotating and sucking in the Tao flames. The runes and symbols of the formation became brighter as a result. The cauldron held by the 5 ancestors seemed to be the receiver of this absorbed power. Sure enough, the fiery wings disappeared right away, looking like a defeated falcon. It's working. An ancient spectator shuddered. The crowd saw how the formation instantly absorbed Li Qi'er's power. Therefore, this made it impossible for him to channel enough energy to break free, reducing him to a helpless mortal scholar. I can see why it's so famous. An expert cheered. The members of True Immortal and 3000 Tao finally saw hope. After all, Li Qi'er won every single engagement thus far. The conquerors had no answer for his methods. This formation was the first thing to work against Li Qi'er. Moreover, he had numerous enemies circling him as well. This shouldn't come as a surprise. The formation is top-notch. An ancient ancestor said with a serious expression. The alliance members had a relieved expression. As long as the formation could absorb the power of the gemstone, they still had a chance of winning and killing Li Qi'er. Now! The spider god and the river demon shouted in unison. The spider god let out a shrill scream. Poof! He released a green mist and suddenly became liquid. A jade spider melting down looked rather frightening. In the next moment, the liquid expanded like a gushing spring. Ocean of annihilation! A holy cultivator from the east shouted. This technique turned the jade spider into an ever-expanding liquid, capable of extinguishing any cultivator. Rumor has it that he had used it to wipe out a sect in a single night. Not even a little piece of flesh was left behind. It was as if the sect had never existed. Such a dreadful move was rarely used by the spider himself. As for the river demon, he waved his banner and summoned wailing spirits. They immediately fused with the spider's ocean. He himself entered the ocean while chanting inscrutable words. Rumble! The sky suddenly turned red as if a calamity was incoming. Fiend curse! A demon king from the east trembled in fear. All of this culminated in a shadow behind Li Qi'er, seemingly wanting to embrace and assimilate him. A black and fiendish liquid appeared above his back and spread all over him with extreme speed. Chapter 4750. Imperial. The black liquid engulfed and tried to seep into his body. Ah! Li Qi'er shouted but couldn't reverse the trend, completely disappearing from sight. What the hell is this? Both the weak and strong spectators shuddered and became drenched in cold sweats after seeing this. The particular attack was unconventional, not relying on power and just happening out of nowhere. This was akin to having maggots in the bones. This curse bypassed power and evasive ability. Once caught, bad things would start happening. It appears the 2 demons have worked on creating this evil technique. It is a curse, not a merit law. A paragon from the east turned pale and said, the nefarious ocean and specters turn into an ominous phenomenon once fused. It is impossible to escape after being hit. This instilled fear into cultivators because merit laws and techniques could be blocked. The same couldn't be said about the mysterious curses. Boom! Titanic Monarch didn't rely on the curse and worked together with Skybreak Monarch. They created a new firmament to empower the latter with boundless heavenly power. It didn't stop there. Pagoda Monarch turned his gigantic pagoda into the myriad Tao, also boosting Skybreak's power. The infusion created a bright maelstrom in front of his chest. It spread around him and turned into an armor, increasing his size exponentially. Resonance chanted continuously and sent her Tao to Skybreak as well. After loud clankings, Skybreak's halberd seemed to be a true dragon waking up from its slumber. It roared magnificently after receiving an unprecedented level of power and released divine flames. It was as big as a star, capable of sweeping through the realms. Tyrant Monarch, on the other hand, focused his empowerment through a Tao avatar. The Tao avatar then posed behind Skybreak Monarch and made him look like a god fiend. His power increased with no end in sight. Skybreak gained a gigantic form, magnificent armor, the blessing of a god fiend, and the power of the high heaven. He resembled a true god from a distant epoch. His halberd's destructive potential was apocalyptic. Skybreaker! Paramount Goddess' eyes narrowed after seeing the 5 monarchs working together. This was an ultimate technique created by the 5. The other 4 focused on empowering Skybreak to deliver a devastating blow. Go! True Immortal Young Emperor, 5 Sun King, and Tianfeng also did their own thing, using their supreme talent to come up with a combination attack fueled by the energy and vitality of their followers. Buzz! Tianfeng's gemstone on his forehead turned him into a giant with bulging muscles. Each vein resembled a gigantic dragon. They roared to show incredible strength. Clank! The young emperor chose to use his sword Dao, confident that it would be enough to make him a true emperor. Myriad sword Dao came together to form a single sword. The moment Tianfeng held this imperial sword, only one sword Dao remained in this world, the only one that mattered. 5 Sun King used his bowl to imprint a seal on this imperial sword. Next, the essences and power of the world gathered into Tianfeng's forehead. Boom! An explosion shook the world as Tianfeng became shrouded in flames. His power reached its height after gaining the help of the imperial sword, the bowl, and his own gemstone. This was in addition to the energy and true blood of more than 10 heavenly sovereigns. Imperial Azure Slash. Tianfeng roared and raised his sword into the air. Die! Meanwhile, Skybreak also delivered a resplendent strike. Its Dao laws nearly ruptured the world while gathering on the halberd. Boom! He tossed it toward Li Qie and eradicated everything back to the primordial chaos. The slash from the young geniuses also came at the exact same time. Its brilliance blinded the crowd. Nonetheless, they imagined Li Qie being cut into 2 halves. Li Qie's position had nothing left. All of the affinities playing a part in the physical fabrics were destroyed by the 2 attacks. Shit! Though the attacks happened within the cosmic formation, remnant waves still made powerful cultivators vomit blood. In fact, some standing closest to the battlefield screamed before being reduced to a pile of blood. This is it. Everyone thought that Li Qie was dead while staring at the void zone where he used to be. Chapter 4751. Witness Invincibility. The different combos struck Li Qie at the same time. The first rendered him immobile and helpless. His powers were then sucked out by the cosmic formation. The more he channeled his power, the stronger the formation would become. Meanwhile, he was also hit by the 5 monarchs, the geniuses, and the curse of the 2 demons. This culminated into the absolute destruction of the battlefield. Only a sizable void zone was left behind. This displayed the resources and power of true immortal and 3,000 Dao. Is it finally over? Everyone thought that the mighty Li Qie has finally fallen to the combined onslaught of numerous ancient ancestors. How the hell can he survive? Another peerless ancestor murmured while staring at the void zone. Though his body was extremely strong, his power was robbed by the cosmic formation. This rendered him vulnerable. So the next Dao Lord is back to being one of the conquerors. An expert commented. What a shame. A last-gen cultivator said wistfully. He was too careless. Why didn't he ask for reinforcement? He would have won for sure. Yes, he even knew that this wasn't a personal competition. Many shared the same sentiment. They respected his strength and ability, not to mention his courage to fight alone. Alas, his death also ended his limitless future. They believed that the result could have been completely different. Moreover, he clearly had allies too. For example, Paramount Goddess was here, meaning that the temple also had his back. His arrogance and overconfident nature were his downfalls. On the other hand, his enemies did not hold back. Wait, look over there. An eagle-eyed big shot shouted. As chaos energy was seemingly being pushed out, they finally saw a figure. Li Qie. The crowd shouted. He's still alive. They could tell that he was alive despite still being covered by the black curse. This is so heaven-defying. All became emotional. His enemies had an alarmed expression. Activate! Li Qie shouted. Immortal rays erupted and swept through the battlefield. Not to mention regular cultivators, even the ancient ones trembled in fear. Each ray could cut down the stars and the myriad laws. Buzz! Thus, the black curse immediately disintegrated without anything left behind. This sent the 2 demons flying while vomiting blood. Fortunately, The bulwark's empowerment had created numerous dimensions in front of them and spared them from death. Boom! The immortal gemstone continued to channel its power. This, in turn, forced the formation to work harder to absorb its power. Alas, it seemed to be endless and the world had a hard time containing its might. Crack! A storm gathered and cracks appeared on the formation. It didn't take long before the star array exploded from the pressure. The results were countless detonations. Shit! A Sky's End ancestor bellowed in horror. Boom! The entire formation collapsed along with the cauldron the five were carrying, leaving them with serious injuries. Of course, divine auras from the bulwark intensified to the limit and protected them. With the formation gone, the power of the gemstone immediately ravaged the land. Everything else became as insignificant as insects. The attacks from the five monarchs and the geniuses were instantly obliterated. This included the halberd and the imperial sword. Nonetheless, they were also saved by the sealing bulwark, albeit left with grievous injuries. Ah! Just being slightly touched by the immortal power caused cultivators to explode. Even ancestors nearby weren't spared. This horrified watchers who kept a farther distance. Boom! The world trembled as Xueqi punched the wall of shields. It immediately destroyed the countless dimensions created by them, causing great pressure on his enemies. Go! The alliance channeled all of its power and vitality onto the bulwark. This mastery-level technique reached an immense height and managed to stop the punch. Chapter 4752. Enveloping Monarch. The heavenly bulwark actually managed to stop the power of the gemstone. This certainly amazed the surviving spectators. Earlier, the first wave of offense was carried out by incredible cultivators. They didn't hold back and used their proudest techniques. Unfortunately, they failed to withstand the immortal rays. Only the heavenly bulwark was able to stop it. This confirmed the potential of the three patrimony strikes. Buzz! The forehead of the alliance members shined brightly since they were putting everything they got into the bulwark. Mastery is wonderful indeed. A demon king said. Nothing in the world can break it. This is the best defense in existence. A big shot said. It's not even its peak state. An old ancestor said, if Skywheel Dao Lord was the one in charge, it would truly be unbreakable. This stirred the crowd as they started imagining the Dao Lord in action. After all, this was his weapon and technique. It would certainly be superior to this version. Yes, his bulwark could last for an eternity. It protected his army as they invaded a forbidden zone. He actually kept all of them safe. An old demon who had met the Dao Lord before said, even a forbidden zone couldn't break it down? This shocked the crowd. A bit interesting, you can't see this type of defense all the time. Let's see how long it'll last. Xueqi seemed amused. With that, he added some of his vitality to the gemstone. Boom! The rays cut through the mountains and rivers, flattening the earth entirely. Unfortunately, this also wiped out any living creature in the vicinity. They didn't have the chance to react in the slightest. Crack! Though the bulwark technique has reached an immaculate level, it still couldn't handle the continuous boost in power from the gemstone. Cracks started to appear. It's going down. The ancestors from afar couldn't believe it. I'm sure possessing that gemstone means being unbeatable. A demon god's heart beat faster. They witnessed the indestructible bulwark just now, thinking that it was the highest peak of cultivation. Alas, the gemstone still surpassed it by a long shot. Well, you have to be able to control the gemstone power first, or it'll be suicidal. A big shot understood that it wasn't all fun and game. Using the body as a vessel for its power was as dangerous as can be. Ugh! The leading members had a hard time withstanding this power and coughed out blood. This was even worse for the supporting cast consisting of sovereigns. If this were to continue, they would be reduced to blood. Unfortunately, it wasn't up to them since they were caught under the suppression of Xueqi's punch. He had to let go or they needed reinforcement. Losing was only a matter of time under the current trend. This is decided. One spectator said. The Alliance has lost despite using all of its resources. Could this be the end of the Dao Lord competition already? Bam! Suddenly, the world shook as if a colossal creature with boundless weight has just landed. The earth couldn't withstand its existence. In reality, people looked over and saw an old man walking closer. Each step took him 1 billion miles forward and he appeared on the horizon. The world seemed to be moving with him. He possessed something grand despite wearing an ordinary robe. Others couldn't help but want to bow their head in his presence. After all, he resembled the Lord of the heaven and earth. The myriad Tao were within his palm. Enveloping monarch. An old demon recognized him right away. Others became emotional right away and shouted his title as well. He was the strongest monarch in 3000 Tao, being nearly as strong as Tao Sanqian. The other 5 together couldn't beat him. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Tao Sanqian and addressed him as brother. Few had this honor. He originally came from bones and was once its supreme genius. He competed against Tao Sanqian and was considered a favorite to become the Tao Lord of that generation. Against all expectations, he actually became Tao Sanqian's sworn brother and left Bones to join 3000 Tao. Enveloping monarch is finally here. A big shot under 3000 Tao became ecstatic. Chapter 4753. The real battle begins. The arrival of enveloping monarch caused quite a stir. If he was here, there was a chance that his sworn brother, Tao Sanqian, could arrive later. Most became emotional while thinking about this eternal being that was on par with the Tao Lords. Looks like Tao Sanqian is likely to come. An old demon murmured. Right. A prince with close ties to 3000 Tao said. It is only a matter of time since this is more than just protecting Shen Juntian. Li Qie with that gemstone is too much of a threat. Once he becomes a Tao Lord, he'll be one of the greatest in history or perhaps the greatest of them all, surpassing even Blessed, Sword C, and Pure Sun Tao Lord. He paused for a moment and then continued, when that happens, the true apex existences will have to submit to him or face death. The ancient ancestors nearby exchanged glances and agreed with this logic. Hidden supreme masters were the true lords of this world. For example, though Tao Sanqian was not a Tao Lord, he had still trained several. His status in 8 Decelaces was paramount and new Tao Lords treated him with the deserved respect. However, Li Qie's circumstances could make him truly invincible. Characters such as Tao Sanqian needed to yield lest risking destruction. Would they want to see the rise of such a Tao Lord? You're right. Tao Sanqian will make a move. He won't let Li Qie ascend. An ancient ancestor whispered. They then turned their attention back to the battlefield. Will enveloping monarch change the tides? One big shot asked the group. Previously, they would place all of their bets on enveloping monarch due to his power. Now, they had just seen Li Qie suppress the entire alliance. Enveloping monarch might no longer be enough. His steps still quaked the world as if he was incalculably heavy. He readied his spear as well, one having a fiery cosmo flowing around the tip. It naturally contained the power of this cosmo. Its rays illuminated the battlefield. It shared the same name and prestige as its master. Enveloping. He came from Bones and once used the golden cycle of death. However, he gave it back to Bones after joining 3000 Tao as a token of respect. Losing his main weapon didn't weaken him. He then took up the spear and still dominated Decelaces. He became a different person and won with the spear while grasping it. 3000 worlds couldn't stop a single thrust. All of his will shall be done through sheer domination. All eyes were on him as he became the center of the universe. Suddenly, he started becoming illusory and only the spear was left. Enveloping spear. Ancient ancestors and regular cultivators took a deep breath. As far as they knew, no one in history has been able to defeat enveloping and his favorite weapon. However, Li Qie was still considered the favorite in this fight. After all, the entire alliance was still being suppressed by him, on the verge of death. Enveloping monarch couldn't do the same thing to the alliance. Boom! A 6 Tao cycle was activated in the air. Each rotation contained an era. Everyone felt as if they were pulled into this unending cycle. They nearly forgot that 6 Tao monarch has still been looming above, so this explosion reminded them of his presence. As the first disciple of all things Tao Lord, he had earned the respect of all cultivators. He was here early but didn't make a move. Thus, the crowd assumed that he wouldn't get involved due to his status. Now, this no longer seemed to be the case. 6 Tao monarch and enveloping monarch, maybe Li Qie will actually lose. A king from a wild plain shuddered in fear. Enveloping alone might not be enough, but 6 Dao as well? The latter was someone comparable to Dao Sanqian. Boom! As the two appeared eager to join the fight, a small figure suddenly landed in front of them. Chapter 4754. Fighting alone. A stark contrast appeared as the small figure stood in front of two majestic beings. People finally saw that the newcomer was a girl only around 10 years of age. These two monarchs together could massacre a whole region. Both gods and devils trembled before them. Thus, this sight didn't make any sense to the crowd. The two of them didn't expect this development either as they stared intensely at her. Who is she? Confusion struck spectators. None of them had the courage and determination to face the monarchs. However, she herself seemed ready to fight the two of them. This was a hilarious sight. A little girl wanting to fight two apex beings? For some strange reason, people felt as if this wasn't a problem. Something about her told them that she could actually take them on. I have no idea who she is. Someone murmured. On the other side, Jianming and the Taoist immediately recognized her. Jianming said, "The lady is different somehow." She was none other than Xiao Xian, who left several days ago, showing zero sign of fear while facing enveloping and 6 Dao. Who is his? Golden Fist Emperor wondered. State your name. 6 Dao's voice brimming with divinity came from above. Scram! Xiao Xian loudly shouted. Listeners became dizzy instantly. Some felt their soul leaving their body. They couldn't believe that this little girl dared to raise her voice at the monarchs. Boom! That wasn't the only thing since she started gathering power. Her radiance illuminated the 9 firmaments and instantly forced everyone to close their eyes. A power crossed through the river of time and seemingly lifted everyone off the ground. The crowd was horrified after losing control, but in the next second, her light and power suddenly disappeared. They opened their eyes and didn't see the girl or the two monarchs. What? This left them confused. If only the girl was gone, they would have assumed that the two monarchs have reduced her to dust. However, they were gone too. There was no chance of both sides dying after the first exchange. Look! An ancestor with his gaze activated noticed something up in the air. Deep in the stars in the infinite expanse were 3 tiny figures pulsing. Occasionally, bright flashes emanated near them. Due to the incalculable distance, it could have been planets and suns exploding. What the hell is going on? The crowd realized that there was an intense fight happening far away. Even ancient ancestors couldn't witness the epic battle due to the distance. That must be another dimension, perhaps the coordinates of an ancient battlefield. A great demon king said with uncertainty. Yes, virtually unreachable. I don't know about the exact distance though. It could be quite near us but separated by numerous space-time dimensions. A different lord added. Regardless of the location, are you seeing this? That little girl is fighting 6 Dao and enveloping monarch alone. One clan ancestor couldn't believe it. This defied logic and reason. Meanwhile, the contest didn't stop on the ground. Ah! One sovereign couldn't handle the pressure and screamed before being reduced to blood. It's breaking. Spectators focused on the heavenly bulwark again and saw numerous cracks. Li Qie still had absolute control over the fight. The conquerors will die if there is no more reinforcement. A big shot murmured. Buzz. Some guessed correctly since they saw the sky turning dark. The night curtain replaced everything and had an ocean of stars. Their light added a sacred and interesting glow to all living beings beneath. They then immediately came together to form a divine throne surrounded by galaxies. The flow of the stars brought the throne to the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, spectators saw a wizened old man sitting on it, clearly the master of this invasive cosmo. Every breath seemed to be his last. He wore a magnificent robe. Each thread seemed to be made from the light of planets. Ordinary ancestors certainly didn't have access to something so luxurious. When he opened his eyes, an unbearable radiance gushed out. Chapter 4755. Star-Lord Ancient Saint. His eyes could create or destroy 1,000,000 stars through blinking alone in an unending cycle. Crowd members heard loud profound blasts from deep in space, the continuous process of the cycle. The man looked as if he came from a painting and rode the wave of stars here. The throne appeared as stable as a divine mountain, and its movement was fully controlled by his thoughts with no need to lift a single finger. His arrival stirred the crowd more than a great army. Perhaps his abode was a secret location deep in the cosmos, an enviable residence for the strongest cultivators. Though the younger cultivators had no idea who he was, even a fool could tell that he was something important with incredible power. Star-Lord Ancient Saint. However, an ancient ancestor from the east shouted his title. Many shuddered after hearing the title right away since it struck them like lightning. It belonged to an ancient being, nearly forgotten by all. People only remembered it again due to Five Sun King's successful Dao debut. As one of the 5 conquerors, he was naturally gifted and earned the support of many old clans in the east. However, some theorized that in addition to his charisma and talent, the biggest reason for his recruitment success was due to Star-Lord. The 36 sovereigns and the others might have been won over by Five Sun King himself. Alas, as for the 8 paragons and the 2 demons, they most likely joined because of Star-Lord. After all, the 8 paragons came from powerful clans. The older ones were prideful and certainly didn't give that much respect to a budding genius. This was especially true for the Spider God and River Demon. They were arrogant and uncontrollable. It was one thing for them to occasionally help out, but to swear their allegiance? It certainly had to do with Star-Lord being Five Sun King's initial Dao protector. These mighty demons needed to lower their head while standing in front of him, not daring to be improper. Though they were listed together as the Trinity Saint, the other 2 were not on the same level and had to assume the role of juniors. He hasn't revealed himself for a long time now. This is an exception to save Five Sun King. An ancient existence from the east said. Right, the last time was during the generation of Five Sun Dao Lord. A peerless ancestor whispered. The Dao Lord even addressed him as senior, and they sparred. The truth is that he showed up not long ago. An ancestor who knew everything in the east like the palm of his hand said. He entered 3,000 Dao and told Dao Sanqian that Five Sun King wants to become a Dao Lord. This prompted the crowd to exchange glances. Wasn't this a direct challenge then, since Dao Sanqian was Xin Juantian's Dao protector? All of these stories showed that he was capable of contending against Dao Lords. That gemstone is wonderful indeed. Star-Lord, true to his title, resembled the ruler of the cosmos. His old voice wasn't loud, but it still exploded inside everyone's mind. Experts and even some cultivators were caught off guard and fainted instantly. Ancient ancestors and hidden masters took a deep breath. They realized that this man lived up to his reputation. You want to give it a shot too? Li Qie said while still suppressing the enemies. His nonchalant attitude showed that he didn't give a damn about this newcomer. The latter didn't become angry and stared at the gemstone in Li Qie's palm. Tempting indeed, I should give it a shot. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering if this Star-Lord character was as strong as someone such as 6 Dao Monarch. Leave, you are not qualified to oppose young noble Li. Run back from whence you came to avoid making a foolish mistake. A soft yet commanding voice interrupted their conversation. Though it sounded gentle, others wouldn't dare to disobey it. Everyone looked over and saw 2 ethereal figures shrouded in mist, most likely 2 women judging by the outline. They became startled after listening. The 2 clearly came to warn Star-Lord as if he was a junior. Chapter 4756. Mysterious existences. Who else could be qualified to fight Li Qie if not Star-Lord Ancient Saint? Old ancestors among the crowd mused and failed to come up with a better answer. Both the peerless Dao Sanqian and 6 Dao Monarch weren't suitable answers either. However, this mysterious speaker assumed the role of a superior and commanded the saint to leave. Who is it? The saint himself thought about it carefully while using his heavenly gaze. He had met 5 Sun and other top Dao Lords in the past. None dared to command him. Hence his current astonishment. Enough of this, scram. The second figure shouted. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, one containing the yin and yang. An abyss resided deep inside and scared the hell out of the hidden cultivators. They felt their true fate and soul being sucked into the yin-yang cycle. This feeling only lasted for a second. The eyes disappeared and they only saw the ethereal figures. Nonetheless, some dropped to the ground while stronger spectators became drenched in cold sweats. One of the figures' eyes alone had complete control over their fate. Just one blink could kill them. This level of power was unthinkable. Star-Lord himself got up from his throne after sensing it. He became afraid and suddenly thought of something. This reminded him of the figure's identity. This disciple obeys. He nervously bowed in the direction of the two figures. They didn't respond, which was a blessing in his eyes. He sat back down on his throne and glanced at Five Sun King before letting out a sigh. Boom! The wave of stars took the throne away from the battlefield. His departure left everyone slack-jawed. He was most likely older than Dao Sanqian, yet he referred to himself as a disciple? This meant that the origin of the two mysterious beings must be shocking. I'm impossible, someone commented. This conversation should have never taken place when one participant was Star-Lord Ancient Saint. Alas, it really occurred just now. The big shots from the east racked their brains and couldn't come up with two historical figures matching the scenario. The Eastern ancient ancestors started talking among themselves. They knew better than anyone about the famous cultivators from their region. The saint is related to you all, right? Han felt the same confusion and asked Pure Sword and Xiao Yan. Yes. Xiao Yan calmed down and said, it's hard to find an ancient ancestor older than him. There are, but they do not come out any longer. Pure Sword said and then glanced at the two figures in the sky. I have no impression of these two female ancestors though. He then asked Xiao Yan, according to the historical scrolls, I believe your branch has similar characters. Xiao Yan thought about it carefully before blurting out, right, not quite our branch. I'm not completely sure about this since it happened too long ago. A legend regarding two ancestors disappearing. Disappearing? Woodman became interested as well. Yes, two unimaginably heaven-defying ancestors. When compared to the present, they should be on the same level as actual Dao Lords, far above Star-Lord Ancient Saint. Xiao Yan said. Why did they disappear? Han was curious. The details are unclear since so much time has passed. One scroll says that they went to a bottomless abyss and never came back out. Xiao Yan replied. I wonder where this abyss is. Han said. The possibility seems high. Pure Sword became emotional and whispered, it's frightening to see such old ancestors here. More than that, they came to support Li Qie. Xiao Yan added. The improper four took a deep breath. Li Qie's background must be insane. Is he from an ancient clan in our region? Woodman asked. This would explain why the two figures were here to help him. Alas, the problem was that their clans were the oldest already. They knew this much from the available records. Even if there were older clans, it wouldn't be by much. Other spectators experienced the same astonishment. Star-Lord Ancient Saint bowed and obeyed the two figures without thinking twice. Li Qie's background became the main focus again. He didn't only have the temple but potentially untraceable clans. Crack! The cracks on the bulwark became larger, causing the geniuses to vomit blood. The young emperor and Five Sun King were drowned in despair. First, Enveloping and Six Dao Monarch were stopped and now, Star-Lord Ancient Saint as well. They didn't have any other reinforcement. Chapter 4757. Dao Lord Sin Flame. The bulwark collapsing was only a matter of time. The supporting members had blood streaming down their mouth. Death was inevitable. This is the end of the competition. A crowd member understood. The alliance needed stronger reinforcement or their conquerors would fall right now. In reality, the situation looked grim for them. First, even if they could somehow survive this battle, Li Qie's allies have shown themselves. The two figures were terrifying and assured his victory. Yes, Li Qie won already. An undying monarch assessed the situation. Most kept silent about this conclusion since they wholeheartedly agreed at this point. The sentiment regarding the winner had changed completely. In fact, what else could they do but accept Li Qie's supremacy while watching him dominate the competition? Crack! At this point, the bulwark wasn't the only thing breaking. Cracks and broken bones ravaged the members of the alliance. Everyone assumed that their demise was only a matter of time. However, another person stepped up to face Li Qie. Xin Juntian wants to try again? A spectator saw him and wondered. He has been healing this entire time and didn't participate in the previous contest. Now, his vitality has been replenished and he returned to his peak state, ready to return to battle. It doesn't matter, he won't be able to turn the tides. Someone whispered. The supreme genius seemed helpless in this scenario. In fact, they thought that he was suicidal for returning to the fight. Don't. Female cultivators felt their hearts skipping a beat from nervousness. They felt something ominous and hoped that he would retreat, not wanting to see his spilled blood again. The son of a Tao Lord has too much pride to run away. Another admired Shen Juentian's courage. Other geniuses would be quivering with fear, not daring to stand up straight. In this case, Jun Tian prepared to fight him alone instead of running away like many others would. Leave now. Skybreak shouted at him. Though the 5 monarchs were on the brink of death, they still didn't wish to see Jun Tian attempting to save them. In reality, no one would criticize Jun Tian for running away right now, not his seniors or outsiders. This was akin to people running away from Dao Sanqian, not humiliating at all. Moreover, he had fought a brilliant fight earlier and proved himself to be a supreme genius. He just needed to stay alive and the future was still boundless. Dao brother, let's try this again? Jun Tian requested loudly. Li Qie smiled at him and accepted. Show me your life's culmination, son of 8 stallion. Very well. Jun Tian was strangely excited instead of afraid. Leave. Resonance Monarch yelled at him too. Jun Tian bowed toward the monarchs and said, Thank you, seniors, for your guidance and love. Unfortunately, I won't be able to express my gratitude to my master. Let it be known that I have no regrets. No need for this. The monarch sighed, aware of his intention. A solemn air of sadness took over the crowd as they were moved by his resolution. Crack! The bone on his forehead cracked and out came a special type of flame, tiny yet capable of burning 3,000 worlds. Boom! A frightening power accompanied by an unbearable heat emerged. The forests nearby burned down instantly and rivers evaporated. He should have warned others to back away because weaker cultivators who were too close turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. What is this thing? The neutral monarchs became astounded. Most didn't know what this flame was. However, hidden lords deep in the abysses could see that it was the sin flame of a Tao Lord. Eventually, a top ancestor from the same generation as 8 Stallion Tao Lord took a deep breath and told everyone else. This is a Tao Lord sin flame. 8 stallions, to be exact, created from cultivation and tribulation. The young ones have never heard of it before and shook their head. When a Tao Lord burns the heaven, this sin flame is the result. An ancient ancestor explained, only Tao Lords experiencing tribulations can gain this. He left behind the sin flame for his son. This meant that he was the top candidate among the conquerors, putting Li Qie aside. One monarch said, the sin flame was a double-edged sword. It could be used as a mighty weapon or it could also be a disaster for the Tao Lord. It was interesting to see Jun Tian in possession of one. Chapter 4758. Becoming a Tao Lord, ZZZ. Shen Juntian started burning at the tip of his fingers. It didn't take long before his entire body was engulfed in flame. During this burning process, ringing noises could be heard from the myriad Tao. Boom! The Tao of Cultivator also erupted and was sucked in by Shen Juntian. Shit! Experts and ancestors immediately activated their cultivation mantra in order to control their Tao power. Unfortunately, they have lost control completely and their power rushed toward Jun Tian. They screamed and struggled, unable to stop the absorption. Some have cultivated for thousands of years. Normally, they had full control over their Grand Tao and could use it freely without any limitation. This was no longer the case. Shen Jun Tian turned into the center of the world and the myriad Tao, an all-devouring maelstrom. At this moment, his new increased state made everyone feel as if he was a Tao Lord when he clearly wasn't. Boom! His grand Tao blood and chaos true energy surged up into the air like a hurricane. His body started burning along with these power sources. Once ablaze, his Tao blood started burning the sky and even the stars above. Don't do this! Pagoda Monarch cried out. This was no different than committing suicide. Killing oneself while hoping to take the enemy down as well. Stop, please stop, young noble. This battle doesn't matter. A few princesses and saintesses started crying and shouting. ZZZ. Every inch of his flesh was burning. Even the bones. His body fueled the sin flame like oil, causing it to grow and eventually replace his Tao flame. The world shook violently as he turned into something resembling a volcano. The sparks flew up into the air and destroyed one star after another. Alas, the process caused him to scream in pain since his true fate was being burned as well. Nonetheless, he still endured and pressed onward. Once igniting the true fate, the sin flame became the brightest thing in existence. Other colors and shades ceased to exist. The blast wave contained an absolute suppression, forcing even ancestors down to their knees. This wasn't due to overwhelming force but rather, a type of submission due to status. A Tao Lord! Someone roared. This was correct. He had gained the power of a Tao Lord. Others had often sensed it before but normally, only originating from Tao Lord weapons, treasures, or a remnant intent. Now, this was an original source of power, something completely different. In other words, this was the authentic soup. Anything else was only an inferior product diluted with water. The original power of a Tao Lord loomed over the myriad Tao and the world resonated in submission. This included the rest of 8 Desolaces, not just the primordial union. A new Tao Lord already? One master became alarmed. Those who have never lived in a generation with a Tao Lord became confused and completely overwhelmed by this aura. As for the undying cultivators, they felt the same way but realized its source. Slumber existences from distant lands opened their eyes and looked at the sky. Why is there a Tao Lord already in this generation? It's too early. One of them stated. No, this is incomplete. Did the Tao Lord have Tao flaws during the ascension? Another carefully sensed it and noticed something else. Some of these existences have even fought Tao Lords before and understood this original power. Thus, they could sense an innate imperfection. Who is it? They wondered. This was the question in everyone's mind all over 8 Desolaces. Did they have a new Tao Lord? Back in the primordial union, the crowd thought that Shen Juntian had ascended. Did he just comprehend the mysteries of the Tao just now and obtain a Tao fruit? One of them asked. No. He hasn't proven his Tao yet. An ancient ancestor shook his head. This is his method to enter the door of the path of the Tao Lord. He has 1 foot inside right now. Chapter 4759. Just one flash of brilliance. Shen Juntian became a Tao Lord at this moment and exuded the aura of one. This belonged to his own source, not any other Tao Lord's. The divine flame of a Tao Lord emanated from him, showing the world his unbeatable status. The Lord of the world. An ancient ancestor murmured while staring at him. The majority of spectators was on their knees at this point, unable to withstand the original aura of a Tao Lord. This state represented invincibility. Even those from the Forbidden Zones took Tao Lords seriously in battle. The historical texts didn't lie to us. Tao Lords are incredible. A newly promoted ancestor couldn't stand up. Ancestors have met legendary characters before and felt what was considered apex powers. Alas, they were all missing a certain something compared to this. Seeing a Tao Lord in person left first-timers speechless. My luminous Tao! Shen Juntian roared and took 1 step forward. Boom! His body became the source and his thoughts became the engine of the Grand Tao. His flames intensified and burned the azures. He raised 1 hand and lifted up the sky, gathering the myriad Tao and other affinities. He clenched it into a fist and performed a punch straight at Li Qie's fist. The resulting blast destroyed all affinities nearby. Spectators from a safe distance still vomited blood, feeling their Grand Tao imploding within. Shit! Some screamed in horror. They thought that they have been far enough from the battlefield but this turned out to be incorrect. Shen Juntian's fist contained the power of the entire high heaven, managing to push Li Qie back, inch by inch. It's actually pushing the immortal gemstone back. Everyone became emotional while staring at the radiant Shen Juntian. Ancient ancestors and monarchs took deep breaths as well since they couldn't have done the same thing. The punch of a Tao Lord was something else. Tao Lords are still invincible. Someone said. Shen Juntian is absolutely a prime candidate. He would have become one if it wasn't for Li Qie. Another said with admiration. Yes, he's the best among the conquerors. No one refuted this statement. Luminous indeed. Enough to illuminate the eras. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong generation or the Tao Lord position would have been yours. Li Qie smiled. It is time to end this. Since you're all about to die, I'll let you witness true power. Run! The young emperor and 5 Sun Kings suddenly felt that something was wrong and wanted to run. Boom! Li Qie's fist released boundless immortal lights and power that pierced through the Union. All of 8 Desolaces became affected as well. He's activating the gemstone's full power. Golden Fist Emperor yelled. A great palm manifested into the present plane of reality above the 2 combatants. Its power was great enough to frighten Enveloping, 6 Dao, and Xiao Xian who were fighting above. The 2 mysterious figures and the hidden masters became alarmed as well. Despite their magnificent cultivation, they still couldn't compete with the palm. Dao Lord lineages and hidden powers entered a heightened state of alert instantly. They activated their formations and resources. Spirits of Dao Lords and great ancestors returned in order to grant them protection. The behemoths thought that an existential crisis was coming. They had to do everything to survive. In fact, even those staying inside the mysterious expanse of Inner Wild felt this threat. Ancient burial grounds knew that this could be the end of their history. Coffins that have been closed for eras suddenly opened. Inscrutably profound eyes opened up, releasing their terrifying aura to the world once more. Alas, they became astounded to see what was happening. Inside the deepest area of true immortal, the eternal peace here was disturbed. A middle-aged man stood up and opened his eyes, revealing the pulsing celestial light. A river of time coursed through the earth of 3,000 Dao. A man meditated there, seemingly for an eternity. He also opened his eyes, releasing a phenomenon not inferior to anyone. What is going on? The living beings of 8 Desolaces became confused and horrified. Chapter 4760. To ashes the rays from the immortal gemstone overwhelmed the radiance of a Dao Lord. The latter was shocking enough, yet it paled in comparison. All of 8 Desolaces quaked violently as the great palm descended. This time around, people saw a gauntlet that has never been seen before. It had 5 embedded immortal gemstones, each possessing a unique profundity and effect. However, both the gauntlet and 4 gemstones were illusory. Only 1 gemstone was real. This gemstone's radiance didn't allow anyone to look straight at it, not even the monsters who have just awakened. The resulting power exceeded invincibility and all imagination. The might of a Dao Lord seemed feeble, akin to a firefly competing with the bright moon. In fact, all living beings were mere specks of dust. A Dao Lord was only a bigger speck, nothing more. Some ancient ancestors and monarchs were billions of miles and dimensions away. They could withstand the aura of a Dao Lord. At best, they just refrained from looking straight at it. Now, the power of the palm made them get down on the ground. This was naturally the case for weaker cultivators, not having the courage to even look upward. The beings in Desolate Wild included supreme existences from older periods, feared by the Dao Lords. They were also awakened by the palm. It is this strong? One of them turned pale. They had lived for not just eras but epochs now. Alas, some trembled in astonishment since they couldn't compete with the gauntlet. Moreover, Li Qie was the user right now, which made it more terrifying. Clank! 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 Inside a dimension forbidden to outsiders, a great tree resonated and issued metallic sounds. Monstrous cultivators who once dominated woke up and became afraid as well. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man inside True Immortal gasped and said, "A power that does not belong to this world. No one can touch this." The old man in the river of time inside 3,000 Dao felt the same astonishment. The gauntlet and 4 gemstones were illusory. The single real one alone couldn't exert its true power. However, Li Qie managed to eke out its true devastating nature. Peerless ancient ancestors and monarchs weren't qualified to see it. Li Qie made an exception for this Dao Lord. "My Dao is unbeatable," Shen Juntian roared. His Sin Flame, Supreme Grand Dao, and his willpower combined into one radiant expanse. This was indeed brilliant enough to be noted in history, far superior to anything else available to current cultivators. Alas, this didn't mean much compared to Li Qie's will. No dash, the monarchs from 3,000 Dao couldn't do anything to help. Boom! Shen Juntian attacked the palm without any hesitation. Alas, just a slight wave from the palm would be enough to blow everything away. Show mercy, fellow Taoist. In this split second, someone shouted and sent a temporal stream into the battlefield. This was impressive since it bypassed the suppressive fields of the gauntlet. However, its target wasn't Li Qie but rather, wanting to pull Shen Juntian away. Dao Sanqian. The big shots immediately knew who it was right away. Unfortunately, this temporal stream had the same result as Shen Juntian's ultimate attack, failure. Not enough. Li Qie commented. Come. Dao Sanqian, still in a distant location, shouted at Juntian. Though the temporal stream coiled around him like a rope, Juntian had no intention of escaping. His battle spirit surged as he continued channeling his attack. This was his time. The last yet most brilliant moment. Boom! The luminous Dao couldn't stop the palm and was crushed, the same for the temporal stream. Not like this. Those who wanted to run from the alliance couldn't move either. They screamed one last time before silence took over. The palm reached the ground and flattened everything. These top cultivators were reduced to ashes as if they were never here. Fear paralyzed the cultivators, and this would last for years into the future. Spectators of this battle would be traumatized and feared looking up into the sky. As for burial grounds such as Worldbreaker, ancient existences inside were left speechless. The immortal gemstone came from Worldbreaker, but they themselves couldn't unleash that palm strike. They had no idea how Li Qie did it. Chapter 4761 Despair. Teaser. The Lord of all beings was nothing more than a speck of dust before the palm strike, a mere insect capable of baring its fangs for a brief moment. This broke the pre-existing belief of the power scale. The prideful ancient ancestors, monarchs, and supreme geniuses felt immense despair. They knew that they weren't unbeatable. Nonetheless, they thought that they were capable of sweeping through the realm for eras. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they stood at the apex. Only a few could view them with disdain while the rest were nothing more than insects. Alas, the palm strike broke the apex beneath them and shattered their dreams of becoming the strongest. It didn't matter how much they struggle, they would never be able to jump to the next level. Insects they shall remain. For millions of years now, some slumbering existences have been capable of fighting Tao lords. In their opinion, the moment they came out, the world would worship the very ground they walked on due to their power. Alas, anxiety struck them after seeing the palm strike. Shen Juntian himself, who was a Tao lord in that second, has been reduced to ashes. Dao Sanqian's temporal stream was crushed as well, not to mention the entire alliance. Meanwhile, the palm hovered in the air and rendered everyone speechless. Eventually, it disappeared from sight, but its remnant power was still terrorizing 8 Desolaces. Finished. Li Qie looked around before concluding. Spectators shuddered after looking at him despite his lack of aura. They could feel their knees buckling uncontrollably. Some were pale and didn't dare to talk about Li Qie. This included ancient ancestors and existences from the burial grounds. The next Tao Lord has been decided. A peerless cultivator whispered. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Even a Tao Lord is still just an insect. Another ancient one responded. The battle ended with the death of 4 conquerors and their allies. Previously, supreme geniuses normally became a part of history. Their achievements and brilliance would be remembered for eras to come. Unfortunately, the ones from this generation would be overshadowed by that single palm strike. In reality, the 4 were excellent and could keep up in any other generation. Alas, this wasn't their time. Shen Juntian, in particular, stood above the rest. His final moment consisted of him entering the door of the Tao Lord realm before obtaining a Tao fruit. His final move, Luminous, would put anyone else to shame. Truly something to be remembered. Alas, none of this mattered due to Li Qie. Everyone has to play nice now. A top monarch sighed and said, Seems like he's the only cultivator while everyone else are mortals. It is time to train harder instead of focusing on anything else. An accomplished ancestor killed his own ambition and wanted to go into isolated cultivation. Suddenly, the crowd became much nicer. The arrogant and prideful ancient ancestors started speaking politely to everyone. They realized that a successful ant was still just an ant. Young noble Shen. Meanwhile, female cultivators started crying after realizing Juntian's death. One of the worst fears in life was to die before realizing greatness. Painstaking efforts became meaningless. As for the girls, they had witnessed a great man named Shen Juntian. His perfect appearance and personality left an ineligible impression in their heart. Some would never be interested in another man afterward. He managed to live on despite dying. Despite being an ant, he still wanted to be the most brilliant one. Shen Juntian. Women murmured his name, wanting to remember it forever. Chapter 4762. Unknown identity. The battle had a significant impact all over the world. Even the buried existences hidden in burial grounds and old earths felt the terrible power of the palm. They silently pondered the implications of the event and wondered about the future. By this point, everyone could see that Li Qie was invincible with the gemstone. This was true invincibility, not an adjective commonly used by others. He would be able to kill a true Dao Lord without a problem. Therefore, the competition no longer mattered. Shen Juntian was an example. He certainly was far from being the strongest and most experienced Dao Lord. Nonetheless, he had entered that rank during the battle. Alas, Li Qie still took him down with a single palm strike. In fact, some speculated that even blessed or pure Sun Dao Lord would still lose to Li Qie. They were capable of fighting the slumbering existences in the burial grounds, but Li Qie took it to the next level. No one was qualified to fight him, let alone think about defeating him. He created a new concept of cultivation power. There was him and then everyone else. This ended the Dao Lord competition of this generation. The strongest in history, his title should be Prime. An ancient existence murmured. Others heard him and didn't have a problem with this classification. They stared at him standing there and thought that many historical figures pale in comparison. Prime. An ancestral monarch in a burial ground also paid attention to the battlefield and repeated this title. She found it rather familiar. Prime Emperor? Ancient beings whispered this title and recalled something. Alas, this nostalgic feeling only lasted for a second. Disappeared in the river of time. A time-worn cultivator commented. While the top masters discussed this event, the two figures from above landed in front of Li Qie and revealed their true appearance. Spectators were instantly captivated by their beauty. One was elegant and noble, possessing a mature allure. The other had a mysterious presence and an inscrutable charm. The elegant woman possessed a stirring duality, the pureness of a girl waiting to be wed and the sexiness of a new wife. Though her dress wasn't overly tight, it still adequately outlined her flawless curves. She was a ripe fruit ready to be eaten. The mysterious woman wore a long black dress. The thin silk fabric accentuated her willowy waist and long legs. It draped on her fair buxom and caused others to fantasize. A beautiful painting drawn with very few lines. As she walked, they swayed back and forth and made others forget everything else. Others couldn't look away since their beauty was magnified while walking together. Nonetheless, the thing that captured the crowd's attention the most was not their external appearance but rather, their ancient and majestic aura. Though they have concealed their auras and divinity, everyone could still sense a terrible power looming within. The noble woman's oceanic vitality could engulf 3,000 worlds. Just one strand alone would crush a continent. The mysterious woman was somehow scarier. Putting her enticing figure aside, everyone knew to stay away because they could sense how dangerous she was. Each breath and each blink possessed untold capability for destruction. Anyone who dared to get close would be devoured, a fate akin to falling down a bottomless abyss. How frightening! Someone shuddered. They have met plenty of top characters today, but with the exception of Li Qie, these two seem to be a cut above the rest. Which ancient ancestors are they? Another asked. No one knew their identity and background despite their power. At this point, Star-Lord Ancient Saint who had escaped earlier returned and bowed toward the two women. Your unfilial descendant greets you, immortal ancestors. Immortal ancestors? The crowd exchanged glances. Possessing a title with the word immortal in it always meant something great. Few in history dared to use this character carelessly, at least those with wisdom and prudence. I know them. They're sky-devouring immortals. An old cultivator from the east shouted in astonishment after having a revelation. Never heard of them. The crowd hasn't heard of this title before. Their existences from the legends. How can they be real? An Eastern ancient ancestor found this astounding. Favorite. Chapter 4763. Sky-devouring grand immortals. Ancient ancestors and ancestral monarchs from the East thought that these two only existed in the legends. They only knew of the title. Nothing more. None has met them in recent eras. Today, Star-Lord Ancient Saint confirmed their existence. He was one of the oldest active cultivators in the East. Those older than him might never come out in public again without a great disaster. Therefore, none questioned his claim. So they're two women. A top monarch stared at the two and whispered. Given their title, most assumed that they would be giants capable of reaching the heaven like immortals in the legends. No one expected the two to be so young and beautiful. The princesses and saintesses here couldn't compare to them at all. Ancestral monarchs. The ancient ancestors from the East came over to greet them. In reality, there were some ancestral monarchs present too. However, they would be ancestral monarchs of ancestral monarchs. Those from the East prostrated to show respect. After all, their ancestors were all juniors of these two beings. So who are they? Others were unfamiliar with this title. Legends. An ancient ancestor not from the East said softly, "Those like Dao Sanqian have lived long enough, but they are still young compared to these legends, not worth mentioning." Are they from around Pure Sun Dao Lord's generation? An ancestor asked. Anyone who had lived for this long was surely mighty. Even older. The ancient ancestor explained with a serious expression. According to the legends of the East, they have been around since before the Great Calamity. Therefore, their actual background is unknown. Some believe that their clans are the founders of the current region. Before the Great Calamity. Listeners shuddered after hearing this. The world collapsed during that event. Only monstrous existences managed to survive, so they must have been mighty during the previous epoch. It had nothing to do with luck. Surviving the calamity, does that mean they're about as strong as a Dao Lord? One ancestor asked. Indeed. In fact, they were rumored to be untouchable existences in the past. Even the old emperors might not be able to best them. The ancient ancestor responded. Listeners took a deep breath after hearing this. Meanwhile, those from the East were in awe to see their immortal ancestors. These two beings had a special significance in their heart. According to their records, a group consisting of these two women helped save the ancient clans in the East during the calamity. They led the survivors afterward, contributing to future success. For some reason later, they suddenly disappeared. Even their own clan had no idea where they went or why. Their sudden departure made descendants think that they were no longer part of the world. So these are our sky-devouring grand immortals. Eastern ancestors said with admiration. No, there's something of note here. An old ancestor corrected him. One is Sky Devourer, the other is Grand Immortal. It's actually Sky Devourer Grand Immortal. I see. The other ancestors said. So it turned out that these two women's titles were added together. Which is Grand Immortal and which is Sky Devourer? Woodman quietly asked his friends. The veiled one is Sky Devourer. Pure Sword said. Shoo, watch it, don't run your mouth. Xiao Yan warned. Among the four of them, Xiao Yan was close to the two women's branches. They were from the same lineage once. The two women stood before Li Chia and lowered their head. The noblewoman said, Young noble, it is the blessing of 3 lives to see you again. I am honored. It's good to see you again, young noble. The other had an alluring voice that could charm any listener. This shocked the crowd because the ancient ancestors and monarchs had prostrated before them. Now they were addressing Li Chia as young noble, and acting as if they were his maids. But then again, they thought about it and remembered that Li Chia was someone who could kill Dao Lords without any problem. Others didn't have the privilege of standing this close to him. If you want to read more chapters, please visit me to experience faster update speed. Chapter 4764. End. Long time no see, pretty ladies. Li Chia showed a rare, sincere smile. Sky Devourer Grand Immortal was only a recent title. They were Lu Ruyan of Evil Devourer and Zhuo Jianshi of Sacred Spring. They were still as beautiful as before even after one epoch. The only difference was their new aura of invincibility, far exceeding their past selves. After all, they were supreme geniuses who encountered a great fortune. Their cultivation soared afterward. You still look the same, young noble. Xueqi became sentimental. People came and went during the eras. They never expected to see Li Qie again. Meanwhile, the ancestors and monarchs didn't dare to breathe loudly during this conversation. Bam! Something from the sky smashed a large pit out of the ground and interrupted them. Everyone looked over and saw that it was none other than the girl who fought enveloping and 6 Dao monarch earlier. What? They were shocked to see her being perfectly well. Did the 2 monarchs die? One divine monarch shouted in astonishment, implying that the girl was strong enough to slay them. They were the apex of this world, so if this was true, who would be able to beat her outside of Li Qie? No. An ancient monarch who has been observing the battle said. They immediately retreated after the start of Li Qie's battle. So it turned out that the 2 monarchs were suppressed the moment Li Qie created the palm despite being dimensions away. They no longer cared about the fight with Xueqi and did everything to run instead, abandoning the conquerors. Shen Juntian wanted to fight to the death, so enveloping monarch accepted this. As for 6 Dao monarch, he didn't wish to risk his life for the young emperor. After all, 6 Dao considered his life to be far more precious than the young emperor. First, the latter's defeat was inevitable, so he couldn't become a Dao lord. His value plummeted as a result. The battle wasn't quite decided yet, but it didn't matter. The girl had proven herself unique to the cultivation world. How many more monsters will show up? A crowd member wondered. Normally, enveloping monarch was already untouchable. 6 Dao monarch was an even rarer sight. Now, a girl who could fight both of them popped out of nowhere. Next came the 2 immortal ancestors, legends from history. However, they were still limited to the old power scale, one where a Dao lord was at the top. Li Qie destroyed this after using the palm strike and seized supremacy. All of these masters felt insignificant while standing before Li Qie. It's you. Xueqi returned and seemed aggressive toward the 2 women. Little sister, no need to be so mean. Lu Ruyan smiled and said. Xueqi didn't fall for her charming smile and kept her sharp glare. The other 2 didn't mind because they were from the same generation. Let's go. Li Qie chuckled and left. The 2 women followed him while Xueqi scowled once before doing the same. The Taoist, Jian Ming, and the emperor also tagged along, but they knew to keep a distance. As strong as the emperor was, he was only an ant compared to the 3 women, let alone Li Qie. This applied even more to the 2 juniors. Once the group was gone, the crowd members finally calmed down and regained their wits. The battle left a permanent mark on everyone's mind. Ancestors were normally prideful due to their prestige and power. Now, all of this was shattered since they realized their actual place in the world. They were nothing more than ants competing with other ants. This left them traumatized, so some chose to train in isolation henceforth. It's him. An ancestral monarch thought of a legend that has been buried in the river of time. A forbidden existence whose name shouldn't be said. Yes. A peer who came to visit shuddered. They recalled the existence ruling over the previous epoch whose shadow was all-encompassing. Even the mightiest emperors couldn't escape his shadow. With spread wings, he obliterated all of his enemies regardless of their might. He has returned. A terrifying being in desolate wild recognized Li Qie. He was sure that his friends also recognized this. Li Qie's return wasn't good news at all. This could be a start of a disaster for them. Chapter 4765. Wulongxian true lords could leave behind indelible marks by just strolling. This applied to the current group of 4, leaving behind footprints as they relaxed without hiding their divinity. The Taoists group tagged along but kept a distance. The emperor was a progenitor of a sect. His status and power were far beyond the 2 juniors. Alas, all 3 were ants compared to the 4 walking in front. He was no different than them at this point. Meanwhile, Xueqi maintained a fierce glare against the other 2 women. Xueqi didn't mind it and kept a graceful appearance while Lu Ruyan kept on glancing and smirking at Xueqi, seemingly provoking her. I thought you 2 had jumped into the abyss. Why are you still here? Xueqi asked. Lil sis, It sounds like you're not happy to see us here. Lu Ruyan chuckled. Is it so that no one will compete with you for the young noble? She winked after saying this. Ridiculous. Xiao Xian turned slightly red and glared at her. So I'm right. Ruyan smirked charmingly as if she was just a blossoming teen. Don't think I won't rip out your tongue. Xiao Xian didn't back down. Please don't. I'm so scared of your draconic power. Ruyan patted her towering breasts. Others wouldn't be able to avert their gaze. She seemed to be tempting others into committing a crime with every wink and smile. I'll show you then. Xiao Xian looked like a cute lion cub ready to pounce. Instead of being cute, the playful banter between the two scared the hell out of the trio in the back. A battle between these two would shake the world. They would need to keep a safe distance. Zhuo Jianshi glanced at Xiao Xian and said, Dragon King, you're different from before. I still remember your impressive showing back in that ocean before. Xiao Xian had another title unknown to present cultivators, Skycoiler Dragon King. Her real name was Wolong Xian. Of course, her name was mostly forgotten. People had a better shot of recognizing her by her title at this point. Only a few existences still had access to this information due to the destruction of the previous epoch. Zhuo Jianshi and Lu Ruyan were two such people. They recognized her despite her youthful reversion. So, the current Xiao Xian longer resembled that of a fierce dragon but rather, more like an angry child. Jianshi only smiled and didn't say anything. Whatever you say, okay? Ruyan winked at her and continued. The real problem here is that you have turned into a bad-tempered girl. I don't think our young noble is that much of a pervert to like a little fruit. Xiao Xian's anger only grew since both her personality and figure were criticized just now. Ruyan called her a little fruit while fully aware that others would describe the two of them as mature fruits, ripe for the taking. You asking for a fight? Xiao Xian turned red from anger. I'm ready whenever you want. Ruyan didn't back down. Xiao Xian pulled up her sleeves, seemingly ready to fight. She used to be a supreme beauty as well, not losing to Ruyan aesthetically. Alas, both her personality and figure took a shift with the reversion. Okay, stop quarreling so much. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted them. Both immediately obeyed. Ruyan stopped being provocative and switched back to a regular tone. Why did you turn into a little girl? None of your business. Xiao Xian scowled. You've regained your memory. Li Qie smiled. The fierce girl was rather obedient to Li Qie. She nodded and sighed, clearly feeling sad about the event. The sigh didn't look right coming from a girl like her. She was once a dominating dragon king with numerous friends and fellow sect members. All were gone now. Ruyan and Jianshi had experienced something similar. Nonetheless, their sect was still around and most importantly, they still had each other. Xiao Xian has been alone on her Dao path for a long period now. Recently, she had entered a dimension prepared in the past and regained her memories and legacy. It seems like a perfect reversion with no backlash. Jianshi commented. It's a deep-sea bloodline. Li Qie said. Her branch is extraordinarily ancient and its atavism gives back true blood for this reversion. She'll be far stronger while growing up this time around. Isn't this essentially rebirth? Ruyan became curious. How did you regain your memory? I'm not telling you. Xiao Xian snorted. Let me guess. Ruyan smiled. You used a special method to store your memories and another to seal your body, leaving enough clues to regain the memories later. Humph. Xiao Xian indirectly admitted that Ruyan was right. What a magical bloodline, 2 lives then. Jianshi praised. Top masters desired rebirth but this proved to be impossible. Alas, Xiao Xian's bloodline was special and moreover, this wasn't a true rebirth. In a sense, her situation was superior because she was strong enough to make preparation for memory retrieval. Chapter 4766. Perfect immortal physiques. This wasn't just a reversion in terms of appearance. She had actually changed back to a child. Hence her new personality. The mental growth wouldn't be different from others. This heaven-defying bloodline was rather rare and has been gone for eras. It wasn't limited to just one reversion either. It came from the depths of the sea and has been extinct. She somehow managed to wake it up billions of years later. This wasn't to say that it was all and well. She remembered who she used to be. a powerful dragon king who acted with wisdom. Now, she kept her power, cultivation, and even retrieved her memories. This didn't mean that she was who she used to be previously. The elegant and wise Wulongxian no longer existed. I don't think there can be a better bloodline than this, Zhenshi said, since Wulongxian had access to something no one else did. Not even the emperors and Dao lords. Your immortal physiques are just as impressive. Li Qie smiled. The two had access to immortal physique arts. Initially, they used the version found in their own respective sect. Later on, Li Qie guided them and gave them a superior version. They gained a physique extremely close to the ones created by the scripture. After eras and repeated polishment, their physique was infinitely close to being perfect. In the distant past, a grand completion immortal physique could fight an immortal emperor. Some had won before too. Now, their physique has reached the immaculate pinnacle. Keep in mind that cultivating these physiques was rather difficult. Supreme geniuses might be able to reach grand completion, but imperfections and flaws existed during the process. Heaven Devourer Evil Physique and Sacred Spring Physique, they allowed their users to become unbeatable. We owe it to you, young noble. Zhenshi bowed deeply. No, your achievement comes from your own effort. I merely corrected some mistakes. Li Qie said. Is there anything else we can do better? Ruyan coquettishly asked, trying to charm him. How nauseating. Wulongxian said with contempt, thinking that Ruyan was trying to seduce Li Qie. Don't be jealous, cute dragon king. You wouldn't be able to do this given your current figure. Ruyan glanced at her and taunted. Maybe I should break some bones. We'll see if you can act cute afterward. Longxian threatened. Ruyan took this opportunity to pat her heaving chest again and said, I wonder if you can break my bones, Dragon King. Longxian was certainly strong, but Ruyan was no slouch either. The outcome of a fight between them wasn't obvious. Vixen. Longxian gritted her teeth. Thanks for the compliment. You have to be attractive to be a vixen. Ruyan chuckled. The previous Longxian wouldn't care to participate in nonsensical bickering. Alas, she had a bad temper right now while lacking verbal quips. Zhenshi, on the other hand, focused on official business. Young noble, do you think our cultivation can still be improved? We have reached a bottleneck for a long period now. Her elegance and graceful maturity made her just as attractive as Ruyan. The two simply had different styles. Li Qie shook his head and said, You two have done a great job with your physique. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it perfect. But there is still room for improvements in your eyes, young noble. Zhenshi stared at him with anticipation in her eyes. Longxian seemed possessive of Li Qie and snorted after seeing Zhenshi's expression. A new realm requires an unmatched opportunity. This is rather difficult while being in this world. Li Qie said. What should we do then, young noble? Ruyan asked. Hard to say. I'm not sure such an opportunity for improving your physique exists here. Your current achievement is already admirable and rare. Li Qie elaborated. The two exchanged glances. This happened when we were trapped in the maelstrom. The precarious situation gave us a chance to polish our Dao flaws. Zhenshi said softly. This didn't originate from the precarious situation but rather your Dao heart. Li Qie smiled. The circumstance was just a turning point. Makes sense. Ruyan agreed. They listened attentively because seeing Li Qie again was a rare event, nothing short of a miracle. Few were qualified to receive pointers from this historical figure. Most importantly, due to their current strength and stagnation, they needed his guidance more than anything. Chapter 4767. Going fishing fortunes were common in the cultivation world, especially for the bold. Alas, high-level ones meant for Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Zhenshi were once in an era. Perhaps we should visit the maelstrom again. Lu Ruyan suggested. Was polishing your physique the reason why you went there? Li Qie chuckled. No. The two girls shook their head at the same time. There was a strange phenomenon requiring investigation. We went and couldn't get out. Nonetheless, we didn't give up and continued to search for the Dao. Zhenshi elaborated. Back then, Sky Devourer Grand Immortal represented the apex during that period. As long as they were around, their sect could continue to dominate. However, they suddenly disappeared one day. Their closest friends and ancestors had no idea where they went. Due to their significance, their sect searched for them one era after another. This was just a coincidence. They saw something new at the maelstrom and decided to forcefully enter. Few places had the ability to trap them, but the Great Maelstrom was an exception. Of course, they weren't at risk of dying. They abandoned unnecessary thoughts and continued to meditate inside for eras. The lack of distraction allowed them to reach their current perfect state. This, in turn, gave them the boost to leave the maelstrom. Now, they wanted to take another step forward. Alas, what was better than perfect? Opportunities are encountered, not forced. Li Qie shook his head. There's no point in returning to the maelstrom. Li Qie was right because that place no longer had the power to imprison them like before. It is still rather powerful. Our combined might can't destroy it. Ruyan said. Yes, but you still have the freedom to leave. Li Qie smiled. The two agreed with this and gave up on this idea. Why is this devilish thing still around? Wulongxian interjected. No one can take it down, just like the burial grounds or now, the forbidden zones. Jianshi explained. It requires an expedition, and even then, the three of them would still need to gather other top masters and assault these locations constantly. There was a chance of success, but the price stopped them from doing so. Furthermore, there were a number of these locations. It was impossible to conquer them all. Nonetheless, if there was someone in the world who could do so, it would be the man standing before them. Thus, they stared at Li Qie. They recalled the palm strike that day and remembered the feeling of being weak once more. Young noble, your attack is invincible. You can conquer them. Jianshi praised. Invincible? No, that was only a move from one of my enemies. I killed 10 of that level before in one battle. Li Qie revealed. This astounded the three women and caused them to gasp. Jianshi meant invincible in the truest sense of the word when she praised him just now. This was still not enough to fit that definition. They took a deep breath and calmed down. It didn't matter that there were 10 cultivators capable of unleashing that level of technique because they had Li Qie on their side. The supreme overlords and monstrous cultivators might view them as ants. However, he could still massacre them. He was a symbol of hope in their mind, wiping away all despair. The apex of the Tao is unimaginable. Jianshi said softly. We figured out how strong the maelstrom was after the imprisonment. I can't believe there are still stronger things looming in the darkness. Right. The maelstrom is not the strongest thing in 8 Desolaces. There are several things just as strong. Li Qie smiled. Which one is the strongest? Wulongxian asked. A monster that has been slumbering for epochs. It might have regained most of its strength. Li Qie's eyes narrowed. So you're here to kill it, young noble? Jianshi and Ruyan exchanged glances. Unfortunately, it won't fall for my trick. I purposely used the palm strike to provoke some of them, but they exercised prudence. He said. If you wish to start an expedition, we shall serve as your vanguard, young noble. Ruyan smiled charmingly. Knocking on their door one by one is too troublesome. Li Qie said. Plus, we'll be alarming the others after the first visit. It won't be easy to find them afterward. Do you have a plan in mind? Jianshi asked. There will always be something tempting enough to make a move. The time is right as well. Li Qie said. The time is right? Wulongxian asked. The old villainous heaven won't appear in this generation, so no tribulations. The time of the harvest is here. Li Qie chuckled. What thing can tempt these monsters? Jianshi wondered because she herself didn't care for mundane treasures of the Tao Lord level. A wondrous artifact on top of my flesh and blood. Quite nutritious. Li Qie smirked. So you're fishing with baits, young noble. The two understood. Li Qie's current targets this time were the hidden monsters. Yes, they should be dealt with. Li Qie said. Chapter 4768. A few terrifying characters. May we know more about your targets? Lu Ruyan asked. Those who deserve to die. It just depends on who will bite the bait. Li Qie said. Desolate Wild and the Forbidden Zones might team up. Jianshi said softly. That's fine. Li Qie smirked. More people, more fun. However, these places are all shackled and suppressed somehow. This is especially true for the forbidden zones, so they're not a real threat. As for the burial grounds, since this is a new epoch, the old ones that haven't shown up in a long time will most likely be tempted. I recall a gigantic monster. Wulongxian had a serious expression as she said. Back in Heaven's Spirit during my reversion, I was taken to the River of Time and caught a glimpse of this massive creature. Galaxies are only a part of its body. I know what you're referring to. Li Qie smirked. As I mentioned before, there are shackles in place. Some even suffered the heavenly tribulation or were killed during their weakened state. Nonetheless, some fish have escaped the net and are recuperating while hiding in our world. I see. The three women took a deep breath. They already had a general idea of this secret before. Currently, cultivators enjoyed peace in 8 Desolaces. Though there were wars, it was still an age of prosperity. They had no idea that there were terrible slumbering creatures that could wake up at any moment and devour everything. They were nothing more than lumps of flesh meant for consumption. Of course, there were various forces holding them back through the epochs, forcing them to slumber. The moment they could move again, it would signal the end of the world. Li Qie never told the three this before because it was above their level. Now they were finally qualified to speak on this issue, having been exposed to some clues before. Regular cultivators would assume that this was hearsay and mere speculation since they couldn't possibly imagine a greater height of power. These beings either have shackles or sealed themselves. Is your bait enough, young noble? Zhenshi asked. The most fatal flaw in the world is greed. It can be more devastating than natural disasters. Li Qie said. He paused for a moment before telling them. The so-called great calamity stemmed from greed. Some will think that they have full control and shall be victorious. Those will be the first to move. The girls followed him before, so when they saw the smirk on his face, they knew that a bloody fight was inevitable. Of course, the ones battered and beaten won't be Li Qie. Is there anything we can do to help, young noble? Ruyan and Zhenshi bowed to ask. It was time for them to contribute. When it rains, clothes must be brought back inside. Li Qie said, this will be a cataclysmic battle. We understand and shall do our part. We'll be off then. The two bowed and immediately left without wasting time. What about me? Wulongxian became lost. Got any plans? Li Qie stared at her. She tilted her head in contemplation and shook her head. She bit her lip innocently, not knowing what to do because she was just a little girl, all alone in this world due to the reversion process. The incoming battle didn't affect her because she didn't need to protect anyone or do anything for the sake of the world. It could all go down in flames and she wouldn't give a damn. This was her current mood. The path of the Grand Tao is often a solitary one. She conversed seriously this time. You have gone farther than anyone. How did you press on through the loneliness? Remember the world and still love it like before. Li Qie replied. She quietly pondered his comment and eventually said, your Tao heart isn't something we can obtain. There have been countless supreme geniuses and top masters in history. Unfortunately, the majority of them fell into the darkness and would willingly devour the world. Why is that? Why? She became curious. Because their eyes see nothing in the world but themselves. Li Qie stared at her while speaking. This struck the right spot because she shuddered afterward. This was indeed her current feeling, not giving a damn about anyone else. So what if billions or trillions were to die during a calamity? While standing on the apex and looking down, she became an outsider, a heartless spectator. Not joining in and devouring meant that her Tao heart was already strong, let alone acting as a savior. Favorite. Chapter 4769. Love the world. Wulongxian thought about how everyone coveted a rebirth experienced by her. After all, none wanted to die after reaching the apex of life. Alas, the methods were limited and gradually ineffective, not to mention the imposed shackles. Her bloodline was an exception. She managed to gain another lifetime on top of keeping her invincibility and past memories. Of course, this wasn't entirely rosy because she found herself to be all alone. Those she knew have returned to the earth along with her sect. The world was vast, but its inhabitants could no longer enter her eyes or her heart. Living again doesn't seem that nice. She sighed sentimentally, expressing her long-lasting sadness. There is a price for everything. One must give up their emotions to become eternal. Li Qie said. Who can be emotionless without succumbing? She replied. She realized why a few big shots chose to live in seclusion after many eras. This was due to them not having any attachment to the actual world, only viewing it as something that could be potentially beneficial in the future. That depends on their Tao heart and original aspirations. The Tao path is long, but don't forget what you've been searching for. Otherwise, your Tao is meaningless since you are no longer yourself. Li Qie said. Yes. Longxian said softly and stared at him. Perhaps I should have not regained my memories and started over from the beginning. She could have separated her new life from the previous completely and started over as a young girl. Alas, her choice made her feel unbearably lonely. If you were to go back to the decision, would you be willing to drop it all? Your memories of all your friends and loved ones? Li Qie asked. She fell into silence. After a long while she responded, I don't know. Maybe I simply didn't want to leave this world and everything in it. That's why I chose rebirth. Yes, remember the world and love it like before. She repeated and became emotional. Perhaps this was her original intention in living longer. That's why it wasn't a bad thing for you to regain your memories. You might be lonely, but you still remember your feats and why you tried so hard. He paused for a bit and said, These memories are warning you to not forget your reason for being. When you forget them, the world will become meaningless then and you shall fall into darkness. She thought that he was right. In the here and now, the world no longer had anything to do with her. If she didn't have any memories, she would not care about its survival. In that case, she might take it a step further and participate in the destruction. Top existences once spilled blood to protect the world and their loved ones, going as far as being ready to throw their lives away. Unfortunately, after enough epochs, their world disappeared and they forgot their original aspirations. This turned them into destroyers, hence the importance of memories. I don't know how you've been able to do it, young noble, she said. Li Qie had lived longer than her, yet he still walked and participated in the mortal coil with love. Li Qie smiled and stared at the horizon. His eyes seemed to be peering above the high heaven. This is just part of the Tao. Li Qie said, I must continue to be myself or all my sufferings would have been meaningless. What should I do then? She murmured his comment before asking him with the earnestness of a child wanting to learn. He thought about it for a moment before answering. Go to the secret realm. There are still things and people from the past, those who have lived in the same world as you. They can warm your heart. Thank you, young noble, for guiding me in both the previous and current life. She bowed deeply and truly appreciated him, for he had always steered her on the right path. Go now. He nodded and accepted the gesture. Will we meet again? Due to her loneliness, meeting Li Qie was a guiding lamp event in her life. It could illuminate her path and allow her to walk forward. If it's meant to be, but this is certainly not the last farewell. Li Qie said. I hope to see you again then. She came over and hugged him. Though this wasn't a separation due to life and death, she knew that Li Qie would return to the realms above soon enough. These wars were far above her reach and he might not be able to come back. I hope that your pure intentions will stay the same and guide you forward, little one. He embraced her back. I hope that you will be eternal, young noble. Her eyes became moist. She then turned around and left without looking back while he watched until she disappeared from the horizon. This was another goodbye for his memories. Some were sadder than others. The good ones included seeing his friends again, but not all of them had a happy ending. How many could endure the torture of time as he did? Favorite. Chapter 4770. Leave with that. He gestured for the three men to come over. Return from whence you came, he told them. Young noble. Jianming didn't expect this because they have been following Li Qie for a long time now. I'm going somewhere soon, he told them. A calamity is incoming and this place is no longer suitable for you three to stay. Leave or perish. The three trembled and sensed something ominous after hearing the word calamity from Li Qie's mouth. We understand. The three bowed toward him. Your ancestors have left behind impressive contingency plans. When the time comes, hide there. He continued. We shall obey, young noble. They bowed again. Li Qie then raised one finger and it shined with a light originating from the immortal gemstone. It is fate that has brought us together. I shall grant you a fortune for your effort. Li Qie pointed at Jianming's forehead. Buzz! The light entered his sea of memories and caused a tsunami, prompting him to shake and sweat uncontrollably. The light now existed within his mind for eternity, always ready to guide him. Thank you, young noble. Jianming prostrated and bowed repeatedly. He then pointed at the Taoist's turtle shell and flicked his finger. Clank! The shell leaped up into the air before falling back into the Taoist's hand. Now, it pulsed with a mysterious and profound radiance. The Taoist himself couldn't understand right away despite his mastery of this art. Go, this fortune contains the future of you and your tribe. Do your best to understand it. Li Qie said. I will never forget your grace and generosity, young noble. The Taoist was moved to tears as he got on his knees. This gift didn't only benefit him but also the rest of his tribe. He thought that once he came back, he would erect a shrine to honor Li Qie for ages to come. As for you, your golden gate is in-laws with the brat. Li Qie reminded the emperor. As a top ancestor, he understood the implication right away. His sect would need to rely on Jianming in the future. In other words, Jianming had a bright future and would far exceed him. Normally, he didn't need to rely on anyone due to his status and power. In this case, he knew better than to not heed Li Qie's comment. I understand. He prostrated to show respect. The three didn't dare to linger for long and immediately left the primordial union. They headed back to their sect in order to prepare for the worst. Though they didn't have a clear idea of this so-called calamity, this must be something earth-shattering. They wanted to help their fellow clan members escape or death was certain. After chasing the three away, Li Qie climbed up a magnificent peak. Its upper half was deep in space, taking roots up in the heaven instead of the ground like a tree. He summoned a special light not belonging to him but rather, the tree of contribution. Buzz! It flew into one of the mystical Tao runes and caused a chain reaction, pulsing outward until it became something resembling a Tao source. At this exact second back in the ancestral ground of the four clans, the withered tree became resplendent again. Buds appeared and turned into green leaves at a rapid pace. Tao lights emerged all over their territories. Their members felt chaos true energy surging out of the ground, turning their home into a paradise for cultivation. The tree has been reborn. The ancestors sensed it right away, realizing that Li Qie has carried out his promise and granted them a fortune. The forefathers bless us. They and the juniors prostrated on the ground after seeing hope for the future again. By this point, Jianming has returned. He told the other ancestors to tell everyone to come back. Their plan was to rely on the clan's foundation and resources to survive this calamity. Deeper up in the primordial union were numerous nebulas and dancing Tao laws. Some black holes and chaotic spaces could be seen too. Most were suppressed by the Grand Tao. After crossing through various obstacles, he made it to a maelstrom with endless Tao power and life force. It seemed to be the origin of all lives here. Of course, this was only an embryo. The true source of the Grand Tao couldn't be found so easily. Li Qie raised his hand and started deriving life and death while connecting with this maelstrom. Boom! A massive power erupted and was felt by everyone. Tao lights poured from the sky and blinded spectators. Nonetheless, they were able to see a pulsing figure. Who is it? This became the main question. It's Li Qie. Someone recognized the familiar figure. Is he at the Tao source of the union? Or rather, the primordial source? A peerless cultivator took a deep breath. Does he want to enter? Others became emotional after hearing this. Chapter 4771. That thing the phenomena from the union frightened cultivators. The hidden lords, on the other hand, whispered among themselves due to a secret unknown to others. Did Dao Sanqian do something like this back then, entering the Tao source of the union? An ancestor quietly asked. Before becoming a supreme lord, the young Dao Sanqian was rumored to have reached the source of the primordial. No one could verify this. Nonetheless, he did become immensely successful afterward. Therefore, legends regarding this source existed. One included it granting a great fortune, allowing one to possess a long lifespan and peerless power. Seeing the source is more than just a fortuitous event. A high ancestor from an ancient clan said, "This is a pathway to the mysteries of the Grand Tao. It is as peerless as can be." Could you elaborate? A junior ancestor became startled. The ancestors nearby thought that Dao Sanqian's achievement was already incredible, becoming a virtually eternal existence. Was there something greater than this? The mythical primordial tree. The high ancestor whispered. One ancestor blurted out, "It is actually real? Not just a legend?" Peerless existences have heard of such a tree, the source of all the Grand Tao in 8 decilaises. From novice cultivators to the strongest, all of their Grand Tao and laws originated from this tree, the same for all the Tao sources since they lack the Tao fruits. It might not be a legend. Dao Sanqian has entered the Union many times in history, not just once. The high ancestor said. But he found the primordial source already. A junior ancestor asked. From what I've seen of his subsequent actions, he only touched a branch, not the actual source. He is still searching for it. The high ancestor responded. He's still looking for a higher power? Is this the way to surpass the Tao Lords? Another ancestor took a deep breath. Not necessarily. His ambition might extend further than that. He wants to enter the source and find the primordial tree. By meditating there, he hopes to obtain an unprecedented achievement in the Tao. The high ancestor explained. The entrance to the tree is there? Everyone became emotional and understood why Dao Sanqian has been searching for the source. It is rumored to be one of the shortcuts. I don't know how true it is. The high ancestor said. So how many figures have been known to reach the tree? One ancestor asked. Only the elites of elites. Pure Sun Tao Lord has obtained a Tao fruit while training under the tree. Then there's the duck egg buyer too. The high ancestor said. There was another name that the high ancestor didn't say. Zhan, the final immortal emperor. She was already an emperor once she reached tree. Nonetheless, she still searched for the Tao and obtained a Tao fruit while maintaining her imperial status. This particular legend was prominent and widespread. The titles of the immortal emperors from the last epoch have been forgotten. She was one of the rare exceptions. Moreover, during the Great Calamity, she was there to protect the world. Though many Tao Lords appeared subsequently, her fame still overshadowed theirs. I wonder if it's real. An ancestor murmured about these legends. Not to mention them, even Tao Lords rarely made it there with the exception of the 3 stated prior. Most importantly, they existed long ago, so records have been lost with time. Skepticism arose as a result. After all, if the invincible Tao Lords couldn't find it, perhaps it wasn't real. Nonetheless, powerful cultivators continued to search for the tree, hoping to obtain one of its fruits. Is that what Xueqi is doing? Another asked. The high ancestor nodded. He is qualified to do so. I bet he'll be able to find the tree, given his invincibility. The juniors remained silent because Xueqi's power has broken everyone's sense of logic. Maybe finding the tree wasn't a big deal for him at all. On the other hand, the Dark Overlords and other supreme existences became startled. He wants to take that thing. A terrifying creature in the shadows whispered. The High Elder's suspicion of Xueqi wanting to meditate under the tree was shocking enough. However, these eternal existences had a different conclusion. They knew certain secrets unavailable to regular cultivators. In this case, the Primordial Union had an unimaginable item. They didn't care for Tao Lord weapons or even Tao Lord Paragon weapons. Why? Because some of them had access to epic Paragon weapons. Nonetheless, they still desired the thing in the Union almost as much as everlasting life. Alas, both were out of reach. They have tried many times before, but Xueqi had made preparations, opening the heavens window to ready the tribulations. This was a risk they couldn't afford. Thus, they have tried to come up with different strategies. Unfortunately, none proved sufficient. Today, Xueqi was heading there for it, causing them to be trembling with various emotions. That thing was about to appear in the world. He should not obtain it. Otherwise, an existence in highest wild communicated with the others. Xueqi himself was at a dreadful level. If he were to obtain this thing as well. For them at least, its value far exceeded the gauntlet at its perfect state. The master of the gauntlet couldn't obtain this thing, but they could. Favorite. Chapter 4772. Cosmic Lord. This might be the only thing of its kind in the history of the Nine Worlds. It couldn't be duplicated or created. There has been more than just one epic, meaning that top masters were constantly appearing. As the Lords of Epics, they created unimaginable artifacts, weapons, and even miracles. Epic Paragon artifacts were the classification for their best work. Alas, none of them could copy and create something like what Xueqi was looking for. It was born with heaven and earth during the primordial period. First, there was nothing in the expanse. Worlds started to form and their inhabitants prospered. Cultivation became available and the wise sages began researching the mystical period. This thing has been around and had owners at times. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to use it. In the modern days, Xueqi has created a new epic after the calamity. Hidden masters still paid attention to the item and its whereabout. Alas, they couldn't bypass Xueqi's heaven-defying method of relying on the heaven. They knew where it was but couldn't actually obtain it because it would be foolish to act recklessly against the high heaven. A single mistake would render their epic patience meaningless. Unfortunately, time was running out because of Xueqi. We must obtain it, one of them whispered. In Desolate Wild, they possessed a special communication method. Even the strongest cultivators in 8 Desolaces couldn't spy on their conversations. It is time to make a move. Another Dark Overlord said. Don't forget that this is his era. Someone else responded. It is still in its infantile stage. This opportunity will not come again. One more responded. This was the end of the conversation. No one else joined in. Deep in the 3000 Dao, a majestic figure floated in a temporal sphere. He opened his eyes and showed the vicissitudes within them. Leave the sect, he told his closest confidant. The person became confused at the sudden request. Leave, don't linger here, he repeated. The person didn't know what was going on, but something terrifying must be happening soon. After receiving this order, the person left the sect quietly and didn't report this to anyone else. The Lord of the Nine Worlds. Perhaps everything will change in this era, he then said while staring up at the sky. We'll see if this is a blessing or a disaster. With that, he crossed through dimensions to reach an unknown area, the abode of a superior capable of destroying everything. In another chaotic expanse were numerous behemoth lineages. For one reason or another, they didn't show themselves to the rest of the world. Nonetheless, they were strong enough to conquer 8 Desolaces. Within them were slumbering lords of terrifying power. Today, someone visited them. A man pulsing with divinity. If another cultivator was here to see him, they would immediately recognize him as Cosmic Lord of True Immortal. What? A monster guarding the entrance to the lineage asked haughtily. The heavenly item is coming out soon, he said. The monster pondered for a bit before answering. So what? Leave. I have a recommendation from Xueqi. Cosmic Lord expected this, so he revealed. The monster snorted, releasing a sound wave that could destroy the stars. Nonetheless, Cosmic Lord didn't leave. What do you want? The monster eventually asked. May I have an audience with the Supreme Lord? Cosmic Lord lowered his head. You are not qualified. The monster didn't hold back. Anyone else would be shocked to hear this, since Cosmic Lord was a top-tier existence eligible to meet Dao Lords. Xueqi has been strongly recommending me. Cosmic Lord insisted. No. The monster shook its head. Know your place, insect. Let me meet him. I have a plan to obtain the heavenly item. Cosmic Lord didn't take offense to this. The monster ignored him, causing him to leave. Nonetheless, he still didn't give up and traveled to another desolate region. A great city floated in space with celestials floating around it. The walls were made from black steel, rendering spying impossible. It seemed to have existed in secrecy for epochs now. Cosmic Lord stood in front of the gate and announced, This junior respectfully greets you, Supreme Lord. He patiently waited despite not getting an answer back while thinking about the various possibilities and the proper responses. He knew that inside was a terrifying existence capable of changing the situation. What is it? An ancient and distant voice seemingly from hell eventually answered. This junior greets you. He got on his knees and prostrated. Disturbing my slumber is a death sentence. The voice responded. I am aware, he said. But I also know that you wish to obtain the heavenly item, my lord. Is that so? The voice returned after a brief silence. He was not afraid since he came with multiple plans, ready for any scenario. And the voice gave the impression that it came from a gigantic entity standing above the heaven and looking down on an ant. I have a great plan, he said. Insects can't come up with any great plan. The Supreme Lord said with disdain. My lord, if you wish to participate in this grand event, I shall play the part of your messenger and servant, he said. Rather ambitious. The Lord saw through him. I am merely looking for small benefits. He sincerely responded. Do you know the consequences? The tone became frightening. I am willing to bear all the consequences, he answered resolutely. Chapter 4773. Skylight Lichia crossed through perilous natural forces, Dao seals, and numerous barriers before reaching a forbidden zone. Here existed a faint shadow of a great tree. When in full bloom, it could blot out the entire world. Its illusory nature was due to its physical body not being in the current dimension. Nonetheless, he could still sense the mightiest power brimming from it, capable of reducing space into dust. Ancient ancestors and top monarchs wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Alas, putting its frightening nature aside, no one would be able to escape the temptation of getting closer. Plus, those aware of what it was would be overwhelmed with emotions, especially greed. This was none other than the primordial tree. Of course, it was only an illusory reflection in spite of its suppressive nature. Thus, one could only imagine the power contained in the real tree. According to the legends, those capable of climbing up the tree would be granted a great fortune. For example, Pure Sun Dao Lord and the Duck Egg Buyer both won a Dao fruit, eventually turning into immortal figures in history. Thus, despite it being a mere reflection, others still wouldn't give up the chance of climbing it regardless of the danger. On the other hand, Li Qie was not here for the tree. Each step took him through one dimension. He flashed back and forth from one plane to another. This lasted for an unknown amount of time before he reached his destination, a zone devoid of anything else. Cultivators would lose their power because the Grand Dao and laws didn't exist here. Only a single sphere of light with incredible intensity could be spotted. The sphere didn't look special at all, only resembling a spatial point connecting one dimension to another. The thing of note was when standing in this area and looking up to note the skylight. This wasn't a skylight found in a building but rather, a passage that could reach the 9 firmaments, a path to the high heaven. Li Qie stood in front of the spatial point and looked upward to peer at the deepest crevices of the sky. This action would instill fear into peerless existences and make them feel as if everything belonging to them was taken away. A pair of eyes seemed to be looking down at them as well. This naturally creeped them out. In fact, the feeling Li Qie got was that it was viewing him as an ant just like everyone else. An air of domination manifested, that whatever this being was could erase everything in the blink of an eye. Li Qie maintained his gaze toward the unknown. Although the looming power could strike at any moment, he persevered despite facing a real risk. Hey, bastard heaven, he said. No response came from above and the suppression stopped. The terrible feeling and the faint power also disappeared. Li Qie has successfully opened a skylight without facing any consequences. Not something the overlords from the forbidden zones and burial grounds could do. Standing here was foolish since a heavenly tribulation could drop at any moment. They feared this the most, the one thing likely to destroy them. This was no longer their epic. Being exposed to the high heaven was akin to courting death. The mightiest tribulation would descend and deliver them from life. Li Qie only smiled after sensing the dispersion. Amusingly enough, he might be on top of the list to be slain by the high heaven, above the dark overlords as well. Nonetheless, he didn't wonder why and continued his task. He touched the light sphere with his finger, prompting it to glow brighter. A Dao law flew out of his forehead and entered the sphere. This seemed to be a key. Buzz! He was instantly teleported to a dimension unreachable by others. He then looked up and saw a massive item. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.